Welcome everyone to this presentation on case study research design. In today's session, we will explore the fundamentals of case study research and its significance in investigating real-world phenomena. By end of this presentation, you will have a clear understanding of what a case study research design entails and how it can be used to gain valuable insights. We will delve deeper in case study by understanding the introduction, how to design, conduct a case study, analyze the results, benefits, limitation, and how finally write a case study. A case study is a detailed study of specific subject, such as a person, group, place, event, organization, or phenomenon. Case studies are commonly used in social, educational, clinical, and business research. A study research design usually involves qualitative method, but quantitative methods are sometimes also used. Case studies are good for describing, comparing, evaluating, and understanding different aspects of a research problem. A case study is an appropriate research design when you want to gain concrete contextual, in-depth knowledge about a specific real-world subject. It allows you to explore the key characteristics, meanings, and implications of the case. Case studies are often good choice in a thesis or dissertations. They keep your project focused and manageable when you don't have the time or resources to do a large-scale research. You might use just one complex case study where you explore a single subject in depth or conduct multiple case studies to compare and illuminate different aspects of your research problem. Here are certain examples that how a research questions are and how you convert your research questions and describe or evaluate your case study title. What are the ecological effects of wolf reintroduction? Case study of wolf reintroduction in Yellowstone National Park. How do you populist politicians use narrative about history to gain support? So I'm just taking all these names as an example. Okay, so you can see how this question has been reframed or probably drafted in a proper manner. Case study of Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor and US President Donald. How can teacher implement active learning strategies in mixed level classroom? Here, case study of local school that promotes active learning. What are the main advantages and disadvantages of wind farms of rural communities? Case studies of 3 rural wind farm development projects in different parts of country. How a viral marketing strategy is changing the relationship between companies and consumers. Case study of the iPhone X marketing campaign. How do experience of work in the gig economy differ by gender, race, and age? Case studies of Uber drivers, Deliveroo in London. Specifically where you are doing, you can mention that country. So there are some arguments for and against the case study research design. Before we move to next slide, we'll understand those arguments. So some argue that because a case study is such a narrow field that its results cannot be extrapolated to fit an entire question and that they show only one narrow example. On the other hand, it is argued that a case study provides more realistic responses than a purely statistical survey. The truth probably lies between the two, and it is probably best to try and synergize the two approaches. It is valid to conduct case studies, but they should be tied in with more general statistical process. For example, a statistical survey might show how much time people spend talking on mobile phones, but it is case studies of a narrow group that will determine why this is so. The other main thing to remember during case study is their flexibility. Whilst a poor scientist is trying to prove or disapprove a hypothesis, a case study might introduce new and unexpected results during its course and lead to research taking new direction. The argument between case study and statistical method also appears to be one of scale. Whilst many physical scientists avoid case studies for psychology, anthropology, and ecology, they are an essential tool. So it is important to ensure that you realize that a case study cannot be generalized to fit a whole population or ecosystem. Finally, one peripheral point is that when informing others of your results, case studies make more interesting topics than purely statistical surveys, something that has been realized by teachers and magazines editors for many years. The general public has little interest in pages of statistical calculations, but some well planned case studies can have a strong impact. So, I have given you the deeper understanding with the examples and what the argument says. The next part comes to how you design and conduct a case study. So, the advantage of case study research design is that you can focus on specific and interesting cases. This may be an attempt to test a theory with a typical case, or it can be specific with topic that is of interest. Research should be thorough, and note taking should be meticulous and systematic. The first foundation of case study is the subject and relevance. So, in a case study, you are deliberately trying to isolate a small study group, one individual case, or one particular population. So, again, for example, we'll take it here statistical analysis may have shown that birth rates in excess countries are increasing, or we can take India, we can take Africa, or we can take China, whichever country you belong to, we can take that country. A case study on one or two specific countries become a powerful and focused tool for determining the social and economical pressure driving this. In the design of case study, it is important to plan and design how you are going to address the study and make sure that all collected data is relevant. Unlike a scientific report, there is no strict set of rules. So, the most important part is making sure that the study is focused and concise. Otherwise, you will end up having to wade through a lot of irrelevant information. So it is best if you make yourself a short list of 4 or 5 bullet points that you are going to try and address during the study. If you make sure that all research refers back to these, then you will not be far wrong. With a case study, even more than a questionnaire or survey, it is important to be passive in your research. You are much more of an observer than an experimenter. And you must remember that even in a multi subject case, each case must be treated individually and then cross case conclusion can be drawn. Step one here is select a case. Once you have developed your problem statement and research question, you should be ready to choose the specific case that you want to focus on. A good case study should have the potential to provide new or unexpected insights into the subject, challenge or complicate existing assumptions and theories, propose practical course of action to resolve a problem, open up new direction for future research. If your research is more practical in nature and aims to simultaneously investigate an issue as you solve it, consider conducting action research instead. Unlike quantitative or experimental research, a strong case study does not require a random or representative sample, which we have already studied in the previous chapters. In fact, case studies often deliberately focus on unusual, neglected, or outline cases which may shed new light on the research problem. So, example of an outline case study. So, in 1960s, we have a lot of case studies that was discovered to have extremely low rates of heart diseases compared to the US average. It became an important case study for understanding previously neglected causes of heart disease. So here, however, you can also choose a more common or representative case study to exemplify a particular category, experience, or phenomenon. Next is build a theoretical framework. While case study focus more on concrete detail than general theories, they should usually have some connection with theory in the field. This way, the case study is not just an isolated description, but is integrated into existing knowledge about the topic. It might aim to exemplify a theory by showing how it explains the case under investigation, Next, expand on a theory by uncovering new concepts and ideas that need to be incorporated. Then, challenge a theory by exploring an outlier case that doesn't fit with established assumptions. To ensure that your analysis of the case has a solid academic grounding, you should conduct a literature review of sources related to the topic and develop a theoretical framework. This means identifying key concepts and theories to guide your analysis and interpretation. A very important step here also, which is also important in research questions or drafting your research thesis, collect your data. So we have already studied there are different methods to collect data, and there are many different research methods you can use to collect data on your subject. Case studies tend to focus on qualitative data using methods such as interviews, observation, primary and secondary, newspaper, article, photograph, etc. Sometimes a case study will also collect quantitative data. So, example of mixed method case study. For a case study of a wind farm development in a rural area, you could collect quantitative data on employment rates and business revenue and collect collective data on local people's perception and experience. And then analyze and national media coverage of the development. The aim is to gain as thorough an understanding as possible of the case, its context. Next is describe and analyze the case. In writing up the case study, you need to bring together all the relevant aspects to give as complete a picture as possible of the subject. How you report your finding depends on the type of research you are doing. Some case studies are structured like a standard scientific paper or thesis with separate section or chapters for the methods, result, and discussion. Others are written in a more narrative style, aiming to explore the case from various angles and analyze its meaning and implications. For example, you can use textual analysis or discourse analysis. In all cases, though, make sure to give contextual details about the case, connected back to the literature and theory, and then discuss how it fits into wider pattern or debates. We'll further deeply understand how to analyze the result now. Analyzing result for case study tends to be more opinion based than statistical method. The usual idea is to try and collate your data into manageable form and construct a narrative around it. Use examples in your narrative while keeping things concise and interesting. It is useful to show some numerical data, but remember that you are only trying to judge trends and not analyze every last piece of data. Constantly refer back to your bullet points so that you do not lose focus. It is always a good idea to assume that a person reading your research may not possess a lot of knowledge of the subject. So, try to write that deeply and accordingly so your audience or reader understand the intricacies of the topic as well as get to know the topic in a very deeper manner. In addition, unlike a scientific study which deals with facts, a case study is based on opinion and is very much designed to provoke reasoned debate. There really is no right or wrong answer in a case study. So when should you use a case study? Case studies are often used in the exploratory phase of research to gather qualitative data. They can also be used to create support or refute a hypothesis and guide further research. For instance, a marketing professional might conduct a case study to discover why a viral ad campaign was so successful. They can then take any lesson they glean from the case study and apply them to future marketing efforts. A psychologist could use a case study to form a theory about the best way to treat a specific disorder. That theory could then be tested later through a large scale controlled study. So basically, case studies are a good way to explore real world topic in depth, illustrate a point, discuss the implications or meaning of an event, or compare the experiences of different individuals. A trainer may use case study to bring to life what would otherwise be an abstract series of recommended action steps, or to spark a conversation about how to respond in a specific scenario. Similarly, professors can use case studies to highlight key concepts from a lecture and pose questions to test students' understanding of the material. So, case study research design basically has evolved over the past few years as a useful tool for investigating trends and specific situations in many scientific disciplines. It has been especially used in social science, psychology, anthropology, and ecology. This method of study is especially useful for trying to test theoretical models by using them in real world situations. For example, if an anthropologist were to live amongst a remote tribe, while the observation might produce no quantitative data, they are still useful to science. Basically, a case study is in a depth study of particular situation rather than a sweeping statistical survey. It is a method used to narrow down a very broad field of research into one easily researchable topic. While it will not answer a question completely, it will give some indications and allow further elaboration and hypothesis creation on a subject. The case study research design is also useful for testing whether scientific theories and models actually work in the real world. You may come out with a great computer model for describing how the ecosystem of a rock pool works, but it is only by trying it out on a real life pool that you can see if it is realistic situation or stimulation. For psychologists, anthropologists, and social science scientists, they have been regarded as a valid method of research for many years. Scientists are sometimes guilty of becoming bogged down in the general picture, and it is sometimes important to understand specific cases and ensure a more holistic approach to research. Benefits of case study. The case study can be used on their own or as a complement to other research methods, depending on the situation. The examples that we have discussed above are just few instances where case studies can be useful. Case studies also work well with the following that we are going to discuss. First is providing insight through qualitative data. So, case studies generally provide more qualitative data as opposed to quantitative data, and that makes them an invaluable tool for gathering insights into complex topics. Psychologists, for instance, use case studies to better understand human behavior. Crafting theories on the motives behind human actions would be difficult with quantitative data alone. So the information gleaned through case studies may be subjective, but so is much of what makes us human. As individuals, we each have a unique blend of emotions, attitudes, opinion, motivations, and behaviors. Objective quantitative data is rarely the best way to identify and explain these nuances. By their very nature, case study allows more intensive, in-depth study than other research methods. Rather than aiming for a large sample size, case studies follow a single subject. Often, case studies are conducted over a longer period of time, and the narrow focus allows researchers to gather more detail than would be possible in a case study of thousands of people. The information gleaned may not be representative of the broader population, but it does provide richer insight into the subject than any other research methods. Next is identifying avenues for future research. Case studies are often used as the first step in larger research projects. The result of case study cannot necessarily be generalized, but they can also help researchers narrow down their focus. For instance, researchers in the medical field might conduct a case study on a patient who survived an injury that typically proves fatal. Over the course of study, researchers may identify 2 or 3 ways in which this patient's situation differed from others they have seen. Perhaps they identify something unique in the patient's DNA or lifestyle choices or in the steps doctor took to treat the injury. Letting that information guide them, researcher could use other methods to deepen their understanding of those factors and perhaps develop new treatment or preventive recommendations. Case studies can also be used in the field of social work, politics, as I mentioned, anthropology, to draw attention to a widespread problem and spur more research. A detailed narrative about one person's experience will inspire more compassion than an academic paper filled with quantitative data. Stories often have a greater impact than statistics. Challenging, testing, or developing theories. Next step. This in this can be particularly useful in the process of forming and testing theory, where they may lead researchers to form a new theory or call into a question an existing one. They are invaluable tool for identifying exceptions to a rule or disapproving conventional wisdom. For instance, again, a medical profession may write a case study about a patient who exhibited a- atypical symptoms to assert that the list of symptoms for a condition should be expanded. A psychologist could use the case study to determine whether the new treatment they devised for depression is effective or to demonstrate that existing treatment methods are flawed. As a result of a case study, a marketing professional could suggest that consumer values have changed and that marketing best practice should be updated accordingly. This is how you use challenging testing in developing theories in each sectors. Next, enabling the study of unique subjects. Some subjects would be impossible, impractical, or unethical to study through other research methods. This is true in the case of extremely rare phenomenon. Many aspects of human behavior or even some medical conditions. Suppose a medical profession would like to gather more information about multiple birth pregnancy with 4 or more fetuses. More information would be helpful because we have less information about them. But the reason we have less information is because they are so rare. Conducting case study for a few women who are currently pregnant with multiples or have given birth to multiples in the past may be the only practical way to research them. Case studies can also be used to gain insight into historical events and natural phenomena, things we are not able to repeat at will. Case studies have also been used to study subjects such as feral child prodigies, rare psychological conditions, crisis response, and more. Last, helping people better understand nuanced concept. Educators incorporate case studies into their lectures for a reason. Walking students through a detailed case study can make the abstract seem more real and draw out the nuances of a concept. Case study can facilitate engaging discussions, spark thoughtful questions, and give students a chance to apply what they have learned to real world situations. Outside the classroom, case studies can be used to illustrate complex ideas. For instance, a well constructed case study can highlight the unintended consequences of a new piece of legislation or demonstrate that depression does not always manifest in an obvious way. Case study can help readers and listeners understand and care about an issue that does not directly affect them. As we have looked into the case study benefits, let's also understand the limitations that case study has. So despite their benefits, case studies do come with few limitations compared to other research methods. They are often at a disadvantage in terms of the following that we are going to study. First is replicability. So in most cases, scientists strive to create experiments that can be repeated by others. That way, other scientists can perform their own research and compare their results to those of the initial study. Assuming these other scientists achieve similar results, the replicability of the experiments lends credibility to the finding and theories of the original researchers. One limitation of case studies is that they are often difficult, if not impossible, to replicate, although this fact does not diminish the value of case studies. It does demonstrate that case studies are not a good fit for every research problem, at least not on their own. Additional research would have to be performed to collaborate the results and prove and disapprove any generalized theories generated by a case study. Next is generalization, is in another area in which case study cannot match other research methods. It can help us challenge existing theories and form new ones, but its results cannot necessarily be generalized. The data that we gather from a case study is only valid for that specific subject, and we cannot assume that our conclusion apply to the broader population. Researchers or readers can attempt to apply the principles from a particular case to similar situation or incorporate the results into a more comprehensive theory. However, a case study by itself can only prove the existence of certain possibilities and exceptions, not a general rule. Next is reliability. A reliability of case studies may be called into questions for two reasons. The first objection centers on the fallibility of human memory and the question of whether subjects are being honest. Many case studies rely on subjects to self report biographical details, their state of mind, their thoughts and feelings, or their behaviors. The second issue could be called as Hawthorne effect, which refers to the tendency of individuals to modify their behavior when they know they are being observed. Now, this effect make it nearly impossible for researchers to ensure that the observations and conclusion of their case studies are reliable. Next is research bias, is another potential issue with case studies. The results of a case study are by nature subjective and qualitative rather than objective and quantitative. And any other findings rely heavily on the observations and narrative provided by the researchers. Even the best researchers are still human, and no matter how hard they try to remain objective, they will not be able to keep their findings completely free of bias. Researchers may have biases they are not even aware of. A researcher may over identify with the subject and lose the benefit of dispassionate outside perspective. If researcher already has an opinion on the subject, they may subconsciously overlook or discount facts that contradict their pre-existing assumptions. Researcher bias can affect what the researcher observes and records, as well as how they interpret and apply their observations. Last limitation of the case study is efficiency. Case studies can be time consuming and also expensive to conduct. Crafting a thorough case study can be lengthy project due to intensive, detailed nature of this type of research. Plus, once the information has been gathered, it must be interpreted. Now, between the observation and analysis, a case study could take months or even years to complete. Researcher here will need to be heavily involved in every step of the process, putting in a lot of time, energy, focus, and effort to ensure the case study is as informative as possible to maintain the efficiency. But any of these factor fails in, the efficiency has going to be impacted badly, and hence the case study will be a failure. Now, how to write a case study? We have already got the understanding of the benefits and limitations. Considering all those things in mind, you have to write the case studies while following these steps. Determine your objectives. Write out your research problem, questions, or goals. If you aren't sure, ask yourself questions like, what am I trying to accomplish? What do I need to know? What will success look like? Be clear and specific, and your answers will help you choose the right type of case study for your needs. Next, review the research. So, before dwelling into your case study, take them some time to review the research that is already available. The information you gather during this entire is preliminary research can help guide your efforts. Then choose a subject. Decide what or who the subject of your case study will be. For instance, if you're conducting a case study to find out how businesses have been affected by new CDC guidelines, you will need to choose a specific restaurant or retailer. In some case, you may need to draft a release form for the subject to sign so that you will be able to publish your study. Gather information. So, case study about a person, organization, or a group may rely on questionnaire or interviews to gather information. So, if you are studying an event, you might use a combination of academic, research, and witness interviews. In some case, you will record your own observation as part of the study. Then write a report. Most case studies culminate in a written report. Similar to research paper, most case studies include 5 sections. That could be an introduction, a literature review, an explanation of your methods, discussion of your findings and implications, and that could be followed by a conclusion. Publish your findings. Once you have written your case study, consider the most engaging way to present your finding. A well-written research article is a good place to start, but going a step further will maximize the impact of your research. For instance, you could design an infographic to highlight key findings or commissions an animated video to turn your case study into a visual narrative. Whether research is your primary occupation or only an incidental part of your job, you can benefit from a solid understanding of what case studies are, how they work, and when to use them. Use the information and steps above to design and write a case study that will provide the answer you are looking for. So, here we end the PPT, and in conclusion, we will discuss the various components that we have studied during case study research design and the confusion that can arise when conducting this type of research. So, case study research entails a deep exploration of particular phenomena or event, often using multiple sources of data and employing various methods of analysis that we have studied in this chapter. However, there are several areas of confusion that researchers may encounter when designing and implementing a case study. One such confusion arises when deciding on the number of case studies to include in the research. As I mentioned during the course also, or during this PPT, it can be challenging to determine how many cases are necessary to capture the complexity and diversity of the phenomenon under study. Researchers must consider factors such as resource constraints, time limitations, and heterogeneity of cases. Another source of confusion in case study research design comes from selecting the appropriate data collection method. As we have already studied how to gather information or data collection, researchers must carefully consider which method will yield the most relevant and robust data for the study. We have understood with certain examples from the different field. So this decision may involve a trade-off between qualitative and quantitative method, as well as consideration of the feasibility and accessibility of different data sources. Furthermore, researchers may experience confusion when it comes to analyzing the data collected in case study research. The richness and depth of case study data can make it difficult to determine which techniques are most appropriate. So to overcome all these confusion challenges in case study research design, it is essential for researchers to have a clear understanding of their objectives and questions. They should also consult relevant literature and seek guidance from experienced researchers in the field. By addressing all the confusion and carefully planning the research design, Researchers can conduct rigorous and impactful case study research for the better results. Here, I end the topic and give you a better understanding. Thank you for listening. Correlation research. Correlation research is type of non-experimental research. As we have studied research design, experimental research, this research is a part of our research design process. So we'll look into it, research deeply. We will study correlation research and each parts, including types, characteristics, and different ways to perform correlation research. As I mentioned, correlation research is a part of research design. So we will understand what is correlation research design, advantages and disadvantages, when to use the research, how to collect and analyze correlation data. Here only we are not going to stop. We will also study certain examples of correlation research and try to understand this concept better. Before we proceed ahead, let's understand what is correlation research. Correlation is a type of non-experimental research method in which a researcher measures two variables and understand and assess the statistical relationship with, between them with no influence from any extraneous variable. This research design investigates relationship between variables without the researcher controlling or manipulating any of them. A correlation reflects the strengths and or direction of the relationship between two or more variables. So the direction of correlation can be either positive or could be negative. When I say positive correlation, that means both variables change in the direction. As height increases, weight also increases. Negative correlation, the variable change in opposite direction. As coffee consumption increases, tiredness decreases. Zero correlation. There is no relation between the variables. Here, coffee consumption is not related to WI. So, what is positive correlation? That is also known as PCA, that is positive correlation analysis. Positive correlation research is an important strategy that uses two significantly correlated variables to see if an adjustment in one causes a similar transformation in the other. For instance, a rise in employee wages can lead to a rise in the cost of the product, and likewise. Negative correlation analysis, NCRA. So, negative correlation research is a study where strategy that involves two numerical opposing characters at which an increase in one variable has an opposite reaction or a drop from the other. If the price of the product or services rises, prices plummet, and inversely. This is an example of negative correlation. Next is zero correlation analysis. Zero correlation analysis is a method of analysis in which there is no connection between a form of similar experiment known as zero correlation research combines multiply parameters which were not mathematically related. A movement from one of the factors might not even cause an equal or opposite modification in the other variable in this scenario. Reasons for the differences in ambiguous causal links are accommodated by zero correlation research, even though money and endurance are linearly separable. These are the factors in zero correlation study. So, the correlation coefficient shows the correlation between two variables, where a correlation coefficient is statistical measures that calculates the strength of the relationship between two variables. A value measured between -1 and +1 When the correlation coefficient is close to +1, there is a positive correlation between the two variables. If the value is relative to -1, there is a negative correlation between two variables. When the value is close to 0, there is no relationship between the two variables. So let's just understand this one with one small example. Consider hypothetically, a researcher is studying correlation between cancer and marriage. In this study, there are two variables, disease and marriage. Let us say marriage has a negative association with cancer. This means that married people are less likely to develop cancer. However, this does not necessarily mean that marriage directly avoids cancer. In correlation research, it is not possible to establish the fact what causes what. It is a misconception that a correlation study involves two quantitative variables. However, the reality is two variables are measured, but neither is changed. That is true independent of whether the variables are quantitative or categorical. Types of correlation research: positive, negative, and no correlation. So we have little bit understood what is positive. We'll more delve into it and understand. A positive relationship between two variables is when an increase in one variable leads to rise in another variable. A decrease in one variable will see a reduction in the other variable. For example, the amount of money a person has might positively correlate with the numbers of cars the person owns. Negative correlation is quite literally the opposite of a positive relationship. If there is an increase in one variable, the second variable will show a decrease in vice versa. For example, being educated might negatively correlate with the crime rate, when an increase in one variable leads to decrease in another, and vice versa. If a country's education level is improved, it can lower crime rates. Please note that this does not mean the lack of education leads to crime. It only means that a lack of education and crime is believed to have a common reason, that is poverty. No correlations. There is no relation between two variables in this third type. A change is in one variable may not necessarily see a difference in another variable. For example, being a millionaire and happiness are not correlated. An increase in money does not lead to happiness. Characteristics of correlation research. Correlation research has three main characteristics, and they are non-experimental, backward-looking, and dynamic. Correlation study is non-experimental. It means that researchers need to manipulate variables with the scientific methodology to either agree or disagree with the hypothesis. The researcher only measures and observes the relationship between the variables without altering them and subjecting them to external conditions. Backward looking. Correlation research only looks back at historical data and observes events in the past. Researchers use it to measure and spot historical pattern between two variables. A correlation study may show a positive relationship between two variables, but this can change in future. Dynamic. The patterns between two variables from correlation research and never constant and are always changing. So two variables having negative correlation research in the past can have a positive correlation in the future due to various factors. The distinctive feature of correlation research is that researcher can't manipulate either of the variable involved. It does not matter how or where the variables are measured. A researcher could observe participants in closed environment or public setting. Three ways to do correlation research. Researchers use data collection method to collect information in correlation research. The first is naturalistic observation, survey, and documentary. Naturalistic observation is a way of data collection in which people's behavior targeting is observed in their natural environment in which they typically exist. This method is a type of field research. It could mean a researcher might observing people in a grocery store, at the cinema or playground, or in similar places. Researchers who are usually involved in this type of data collection make observations and as unobtrusively as possible so that the participants involved in the study are not aware that they are being observed, else they might deviate from being the natural self. Ethically, this method is acceptable if the participants remain anonymous and if the study is conducted in a public setting, a place where people would not normally expect complete privacy. As mentioned previously, taking an example of the grocery store where people can be observed while collecting an item from the aisle and putting into the shopping bags. This is ethically acceptable, which is why most researchers choose public setting for recording their observations. This data collected method could be of both qualitative and quantitative. Survey. Here, you probably survey the applicants. So, surveys and questionnaires are some of the most common methods used for psychological research. The survey method involves having a random sample of participants complete a survey, test, or questionnaire related to the variables of the interest. Random sampling is a vital to the generalizability of surveys result. Here, the advantages what we have in survey is they are cheap, easy, and fast, can collect large amount of data in short amount of time, and flexible. There are certain disadvantages. Results can be affected by poor survey questions, also by unrepresentative sample, and lastly, outcomes can be affected by the participants. If researchers need to gather a large amount of data in a short period of time, a survey is likely to be the fastest, easiest, and cheapest option. It's also a flexible method because it lets researcher create data gathering tools that will help ensure they get the information they need. That means the survey responses from all the sources they want to use, a random sample of participants taking the survey. Survey data might be cost efficient and easy to get, but it has its downsides. For one, the data is not always reliable, particularly if the survey questions are poorly written or the overall designs or delivery is weak. Data is also affected by specific faults such as unpresented or represented samples. The use of survey relies on participants to provide useful data, where the researchers need to be aware of the specific factors related to the people taking the survey that will affect its outcome. For example, some people might struggle to understand the question. A person might answer a particular way to try to please the researcher or try to control how the researchers perceive them, such as trying to make themselves look better. Sometimes respondents might not even realize that their answers are incorrect or misleading because of mistaken memories. So these are the drawbacks as well as the advantages of survey research. Archival or documentary research. Many areas of psychological research benefit from analyzing studies that were conducted long ago by other researchers, as well as reviewing historical records and case studies. For example, in an experiment known as the irritable heart, researchers used digitalized records containing information on American Civil War veterans to learn more about post traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. In this, there are advantages also. You get large amount of data. Again, this could be a less expensive way. Cannot be participant behavior. So researchers cannot change the behavior of participants here. Disadvantage can be unreliable. Information might be missing. No control over the data collection methods. Using records, database, and libraries that are publicly accessible or accessible through their institution can help researchers who might not have a lot of money to support their research efforts. Free and low cost resources are available to researchers at all levels through academic institutions, museums, and data repositories around the world. Another potential benefit is that these sources often provide an enormous amount of the data that was collected over a very long period of time, which can give researchers a way to view trends, relationship, and outcome related to their research. While the inability to change variable can be disadvantage of some methods, it can be benefit for archival research. That said, using historical record or information that was collected a long time ago also present challenges. For one, important information might be missing or incomplete, and some aspects of older studies might not be useful to research in the modern context. A primary issue with this research is reliability. When reviewing old research, little information might be available about who conducted the research, how a study was designed, who participated in the research, and as well as how data was collected and interpreted. Researchers can also be presented with ethical quandaries. For example, should modern research or use data from studies that were conducted unethically or with questionable ethics? So use the correlation research method to conduct correlation study and measure the statistical relationship between two variables, uncover the insights that matters the most. What is correlation research? Correlation research design are useful for exploring potential relationship between different factors without having to manipulate any independent variable, which makes them ideal for observational studies. Where manipulation would not be possible or ethical, they also provide valuable insight into consumers' behavior, which can help inform marketing strategies and product development decisions. However, it should be noted that correlation studies cannot prove cause and effect relationship, as this requires further experimentation with an independent variable in order to draw any definitive conclusion about causality. Advantages and disadvantages we'll start with the advantages of correlation. Correlation research can be conducted to identify link between two variables when conducting exploratory studies inappropriate. So when researching humans, for example, doing an experiment might be considered as risky or immoral. So correlation research is the ideal alternative. You can quickly identify statistical link between two variables using research methodology. Correlation research takes shorter time and costs less money to conduct than experimental investigation when dealing with a small number of researchers and limited funds. Or when the amount of variable used in the study is kept to a minimum, this becomes a significant benefit. Relationship between two variables allows researchers to collect data quickly utilizing a variety of approaches such as a brief survey, because a brief survey does not need the researcher to conduct it directly. It allows the researcher to deal with a small group of people. Disadvantages of correlation research. Now, because correlation research could only be used to discover the statistical link between two parameters, it is limited. It can't be used to find a connection among more than dependent parameters. It doesn't accommodate for action and reaction between two variables because it does not specify which of these two factors is to blame for the observer and record pattern. Finding a favorable correlation between education and vegetarians, for example, does not explain why being informed contributes to becoming a vegetarian or meat consumption leads to a greater education. Although there are plausible explanations for both, causality cannot be established until additional studies conducted. A third unidentified variable might be also to be blamed for both. So living in Detroit, for example, can lead to both knowledge and vegetarians. So to discover the connection between variables, correlation research relies on prior statistical trends. As a result, the data cannot be completely trusted for further studies. Thus, the researcher has no influence over the variables in correlation study. Correlation study, unlike experimental research, merely enables the researchers to monitor the factor for the purpose of correlating patterns in data without the use of catalyst. Correlation study yields a limited amount of data. Also, just demonstrates the association between variables. It does not imply causality. Correlation research allows researchers to find a quantitative pattern connecting two apparently unrelated variables, and it serves as the foundation for all types of research. It helps you to connect two variables by monitoring their natural behavior. This research, with exception of experimental investigation, does not focus on the causal factor impacting two variables, making the data generated by correlation research are prone to continual change. Hence, experimental research, on the other hand, is faster, simpler, less costlier, and more convenient. Now, when to use correlation? Correlation research is ideal for gathering data quickly from natural setting that helps you generalize your finding to realize situation in an externally valid way. These are few situations where correlation research is an appropriate choice. To investigate non-causal relationship, you want to find out if there is an association between two variables, but you do not expect to find causal relationship between them. Correlation research can provide insights into complex real-world relationships, helping researchers develop theories and make predictions. Example, you want to know if there is any correlation between the number of children people have and which political party they vote for. You don't think having more children causes people to vote differently? It's more likely that both are influenced by other variables such as age, religion, ideology, socioeconomic status. But a strong correlation could be useful for making predictions by voting patterns. To explore causal relationships between variables. You think there is a causal relationship between two variables, but it is impractical, unethical, or too costly to conduct experimental research that manipulates one of the variables. Correlation research can provide initial indications or additional support for theories about causal relationships. Example, you want to investigate whether greenhouse gas emission cause global warming. It is not practically possible to do an experiment that controls global emissions over time. But Through observation and analysis, you can show a strong correlation that supports the theory. Then, to test new measurement tools, you have developed a new instrument for measuring your variables and you need to test its reliability and validity. Correlation research can be used to assess whether a tool consistently or accurately captures the concept it aims to measure. For example, you develop a new scale to measure loneliness in young children based on anecdotal evidence during lockdown. To validate the scale, you need to test whether it's actually measuring loneliness. You collect data on loneliness using three different measures, including the new scale, and test the degrees of correlations between the different measurements. Finding high correlation means that your scale is valid. This is how you do the use the new measurement tools to measure the correlations. Example to find out if there is a relationship between vegetarian and vegetarianism and income. You send out a questionnaire about diet to a sample of people from different income brackets. You statistically analyze the response to determine whether vegetarians generally have higher income. Naturalistic observation is basically a type of field research where you gather data about a behavior or phenomenon in a natural environment. This method often involves recording, counting, describing, and categorizing action and events. This observation can include both qualitative and quantitative elements. But to assess correlation, you collect the data that can be analyzed quantitatively. For example, frequencies, durations, scales, and amounts. This observation lets you easily generalize your results to real world context. And you can study experiences that aren't replicable. But data analysis can be time consuming and unpredictable, and researcher biases may skew the interpretation. Example to find out if there is a correlation between gender and class participation, you observe college seminars, note the frequency and duration of students' contributions, and categorize them based on gender. You statistically analyze the data to determine whether men are more likely to speak up in class than women. Secondary data. Instead of collecting original data, you can use this data which has already been collected for different purposes. That could be official records, polled, or previous studies. Using this data could be an inexpensive and fast because data collection is complete. However, data may be unreliable, incomplete, or not entirely relevant, and you have no control over the reliability or validity of the data collection procedure. Example, to find out if working hours are related to mental health, you use official national statistics and scientific studies for several different countries to combine data on average working hours and rates of mental illness. You statistically analyze the data to see if countries that work fewer hours have better mental health outcomes. Now, how to analyze this correlation data? After collecting data, you can statistically analyze the relationship between variables using correlation or regression analysis or both. You can also visualize the relationship between variables with a scatter plot. So different types are correlation coefficients and regression analysis are appropriate for your database on the levels of measurements and distribution. First is correlation analysis. Using this analysis, you can summarize the relationship between variables into a correlation coefficient, a singular number that describes the strength and direction of the relationship between variables. So, with this number, you'll quantify the degree of the relationship between variables. Correlation coefficient are usually found for two variables at a time. But you can use a multiple correlation coefficient for three or more variables. Regression analysis. With a regression analysis, you can predict how much a change in one variable will be associated with a change in the other variable. The result is a regression equation that describes the line on a graph of your variables. You can use these equations to predict the value of one variable based on the given value of the other variables. It's best to perform a regression analysis after testing for correlation between your variables. Correlation and causation. It is important to remember correlation does not imply causations. Just because you find a relation between two things does not mean you can conclude one of them causes the other for a few reasons. Directionality problem. If two variables are correlated, it could be because one of them is a cause and the other is an effect. But the correlation research design does not allow you to infer which is which on the side of caution. Researchers do not conclude causality from correlation studies. For example, you find a positive correlation between vitamin D levels and depression. People with low vitamin D are more likely to have depression, but you can't be certain about whether having low vitamin D level causes depression or whether having depression causes reduced intakes of vitamin D through lifestyle or appetite changes. Therefore, you can also conclude that there is a relationship between these two variables. Last is third variable problem. A confounding variable is a third variable that influences other variables to make them seem casually related, even though they are not. Instead, they are separate casuals linked between the confounder and each variable. So, in correlation research, there is a limited or no research control over extraneous variables. Even if you statistically control from some potential confounders, there may still be other hidden variables that disguise the relationship between two your study variables. Example, you find a strong positive relation between working hours and work-related stress. People with low working hour report lower level of work-related stress. However, this does not prove that lower working hours causes a reduction in stress. There are many other variables that may influence both the variables, such as average income, working condition, job security. You might statistically control for these variables, but you cannot say for certain that lower working hours reduce stress because other variables may complicate the relationship. Although a correlation study cannot demonstrate causation on its own, it can help you develop a causal hypothesis that's tested in control experiments. What are the uses of correlation? Now, the correlation design is useful for all kinds of quantitative data sets, but it is commonly used within market research. Market researchers find it useful to use correlation design with customer effort score surveys and their association with sales, customer experience, and its relationship with customer loyalty, as well as Net Promoter Score survey and its correlation with brand image or management. These surveys include many relevant questions that make them ideal to study in correlation research design. In market research, correlational methods help in isolating variable and seeing how they interact with each other. Examples of correlation research. Correlation research examples abound highlight a variety of scenarios in which a correlation study may be used to discover a statistical behavior. So, you want to know if those who are rich or much less tolerant you feel. So, we'll look into certain examples of correlation research. So, correlation examples abound highlight a variety of scenarios in which a correlation study may be used to discover a statistical behavior trend for the variable examined. So, three correlation research where we can see the examples here. You want to know if those who are rich are much less tolerant. You feel that affluent individuals are impatient based on your personal experience. However, you want to find a statistical tendency that supports or refutes your hypothesis. So, in this scenario, correlation research can be used to find a trend that connects both parameters. Next, you want to know if there is a link between how much money individuals make and how much children they have. You do not think that people who have more money have more offspring than individuals who have less money. Domestic abuse, you suppose, produce a brain hemorrhage. You can't do an experiment since it's unacceptable to subject individuals to domestic abuse on purpose. You believe that person incomes has little bearing on the number of children they have. However, doing correlation study on both the variables might disclose whether or not there is a correlation link between them. You can nevertheless do correlation study to see if victims of crime experience greater brain bleeding than non-victims. We'll also discuss one more example. Consider a hypothetical study on hypertension and marital satisfaction, where a researcher is aiming to study the relationship between diseases, that is, hypertension and marital satisfaction. If the researcher finds a negative correlation between these two variables, indicating that as a marital satisfaction increases, experience of hypertension decreases. However, this does not mean the marital dissatisfaction is causing hypertension. It just highlights an association between them. In correlation research design, none of the variables under study are manipulated or changed. They are just measured and the association between them are observed and or examined. For instance, you want to understand if there is a correlation between how much you earn and spend. You may carry out correlation research to see if any relationship between the two exists. If you find out positive correlation, it indicates that as the amount of earning increases, the spending also increases. We have discussed certain examples to give you a better understanding of this topic. So lastly, I'll conclude. So while correlation does not necessarily imply causation, causation does not imply correlation, correlation research is a stepping stone to the more powerful experimental method and is more useful than it may seem because some of the recently developed complex correlation designs allow from some very limited casual inferences. Findings from this relation research can be used to determine prevalence and relationship among variables and to forecast events from a current data and knowledge. So, lastly, before saying goodbye, so to conduct correlation research, researcher must firstly identify what two or more variables they wish to examine. These variables could be anything from demographic information, age, gender, psychology, rate, personality, attitude, etc., height, weight, or anything. Once these variables have been identified, researcher must collect data on each one to measure their relationship with another one. This could involve survey, interviews, experiments, or other types of collection methods, which we have studied in this topic, depending on the nature of your study. Once all the data has been collected and analyzed, the researcher can assess whether there is a correlation between two variables by looking at how closely they are related. If there is a strong relation between two variables, it means when one variable change, so do the other. So we have seen a lot of examples also for this. And here I conclude the topic. Thank you.
Data analysis and data visualization using Microsoft Excel. This is the topic for today. Excel, definitely we all have used Excel many a times. This is one of the most widely used solution for analyzing and visualizing data. We will see what are we going to study in this topic today. Data analyzing and visualization using Excel, importing data in Excel, manipulating data in Excel, data cleaning and formatting in Excel, descriptive statistic, data visualization, pivot table and charts. Data analyzing and visualization using Excel. As I earlier mentioned, Excel is most widely used solutions. It now includes tools that enables the analysis for more data with improved visualization and more sophisticated business logics. This analyzing with Excel is a comprehensive tutorial that provides a good insight into the latest and advanced features available in Microsoft Excel. It explains in how to perform various data analysis functions using the features available in MS Excel. Thereby, data analysis is a process of inspecting, cleaning, transforming, and modeling data with the goal of discovering useful information, suggesting conclusion, and supporting decision making. The results so obtained are communicated, suggesting conclusion and supporting decision making. Data visualization with Excel. It is a presentation technique that uses graphical method to reveal patterns in data. The goal is to help you see the data more clearly, understand it better, and make better decisions. Data visualization, it at times used to portray the data for ease of discovering the useful patterns in the data. Data analyzing with Excel. Microsoft Excel provides several means and ways to analyze and interpret data. The data can be from various sources. The data can be converted and formatted in several ways. It can be analyzed with the relevant Excel commands, functions, and tools encompassing conditional formatting, ranges, tables, text functions, date functions, time functions, financial functions, subtotals, quick analysis, formula auditing, inquire tools, what if analysis, solvers, data model, power pivot, power view, map, and etc. You will be learning these data analysis techniques with Excel, with data analysis with Excel and advanced data analysis with Excel. Types of data analysis. Several data analysis techniques exist encompassing various domains such as business, science, social science, etc. With a variety of names, the major data analysis approaches are data mining, business intelligence, statistical analysis, predictive analysis, and text analysis. What is data mining? Data mining in the analysis is analysis of the large quantities of data to extract previously unknown, interesting patterns of data. Unusual analysis involves computer science methods at the intersections of the artificial intelligence, machine learning, statistics, and database system. The patterns obtained from data mining can be considered as a summary of the input data that can be used in further analysis or to obtain more accurate prediction results by a decision supersystem. Business intelligence. Business intelligence techniques and tools are for acquisitions and transformation of large amounts of unstructured business data to help identify, develop, and create new strategic business opportunities. Its goal is to allow easy interpretations of large volumes of data to identify new opportunities. It helps in implementing an effective strategy based on insights that can provide businesses with a competitive market advantage and long term stability. Statistical analysis. Statistics is the study of collection, analysis, interpretation, presentation, and organization of data. In data analysis, two main statistical methodologies are used. Descriptive statistics. So, in descriptive statistics, data from the entire population or a sample is summarized with numerical description, such as mean, standard deviation of continuous data. The next is frequency, percentage of categorical data. Inferential statistics. It uses pattern in the sample data to draw inferences about represented population or accounting for randomness. The inferences can be answering yes or no questions about data. That could be hypothesis testing, estimating numerical characteristics of the data, that is estimation, describing association within the data, correlation, modeling relationship with the data, regression analysis, predictive analysis. Predictive analytics use statistical model to analyze current and historical data for forecasting predictions about future and or otherwise unknown events. In businesses, predictive analytics is used to identify risks and opportunities that aid in decision making. Text analytics. Text analytics, also referred to as text mining or as text data mining, is the process of deriving high quality information from text. Text mining usually involves the process of structuring the input text, deriving patterns with the structured data using means such as statistical patterns learning, and finally evaluation and interpretation of the output. Data analysis process. Data analysis is defined by the statistician John Tukey in 1961 as procedures of analyzing data techniques for interpreting the results of such procedures, ways of planning the gathering of data to make its analysis easier, more precise, or more accurate, and all the machinery and results of mathematical statistics which apply to analyzing data. Thus, data analysis is a process for obtaining large unstructured from various sources and converting it into information that is useful for answering questions, testing hypotheses, decision making, disapproving theories. Data analysis process consists of the following phase: data requirement specification, data collection, data processing, data cleaning, data analysis, and communication. We will look each one of it very deeply. First is data requirement specification. The data required for analysis is based on a question or an experiment. Based on the requirement of those directing the analysis, the data necessary as inputs to the analysis is identified. Example, population of people. Such variable regarding a population, example, age and income, may be specified and obtained. Data may be numerical or categorical. Data collection. Data collection is the process of gathering information or targeted variables identified as data requirements. The emphasis is on ensuring accurate and honest collection of data. Data collection basically ensures that the data gathered is accurate, such as the related decisions are valid. Data collection provides both a baseline to a measure and a target to improve. Data processing. The data is collected, must be processed, or organized for analysis. This basically includes structuring the data as required for the relevant analysis tools. The example is the data might have to be placed into rows and columns in a table within a spreadsheet or a statistical application. A data model might have to be created. Next is data cleaning. The processed and organized data may be incomplete, contain duplicates, or contain errors. Data cleaning is the process of preventing and correcting these errors. There are several types of data cleaning that depend on the type of data. For example, while cleaning the financial data, certain totals might be compared against reliable published numbers or defined thresholds. Next is data analysis. Data that is processed, organized, and cleaned would be ready for the analysis. Various data analysis techniques are available to understand, interpret, and derive conclusion based on the requirements. The process might require additional data cleaning or additional data collection, and hence these activities are iterative in nature. Last is communication. The result of the data analysis are to be reported in a format as required by the users to support their decision and further actions. The feedback from the user might result in additional analysis. The data analyst can choose data visualization techniques such as tables and charts, which help in communicating the message clearly and efficiently to the users. Importing data in Excel. You can easily import data from a text file into an existing worksheet. Click the cell where you want to put the data from the text file. On the Data tab in the Get External Data group, click from Text. So in the Data dialog box, locate the double click the text file then you want to import and click the import button. Your file is imported in the Data Excel. Methods of importing file in Excel. So import a text file by opening it in Excel. You can open a text file that you created in another program as an Excel workbook by using the command. That command will be the open command. So opening a text in file, Excel does not change the format of the file. You can see that in the title bar where the name of the file remains the same. So how to basically import, you have to go to the file, open the browse to the location and contains the text file. Then select text file into the file type drop-down list in the open dialog box. Locate and double-click the text file that you want to open. So there are two commonly used text file formats. Delimited text files, that is .txt, in which the tab characters typically separates each field of text. Comma separated values text files, .csv. So in which the comma character typically separates each file of the text. Import a text file by connecting to it, that is Power Query. You can import from a text file into an existing worksheet. On the Data tab, in the Get and Transform data group, click from text or CSV. So in the Import Data dialog box, locate or double click the text file that you want to import and click Import. So in the Preview dialog box, you have several options that you will see. Select Load if you want to load the data directly to a new worksheet. Alternatively, select Load to if you want to load the data to table or pivot chart or existing or new Excel worksheet, or simply create a connection. You also have the choice of adding your data to the data model. Select Transform Data if you want to load the data to Power Query and edit it before bringing it to Excel. Reason to import Excel data in Access. There are many situations in which you might want to move data from Excel worksheet into Access, including interdepartmental projects. If you collaborate with other teams who use Excel instead of Access, you might want to input their data into your existing documents. Next could be switching programs. You might need to move a high volume of data from Excel to Access if you plan to start storing your data in Access instead of Excel. Third is adding flexibility. Teams that use both programs for different projects and documents may learn how to import data for added agility when moved between the two. Combining two documents. If you want to merge data for two completed documents, you could choose to move the data from Excel to Access. How to import Excel data in Access. Here are 8 steps you could follow to import Excel data in Access. Choose the content you want to import. Open Excel and find the worksheet containing the first set of data you want to import. Now you can only import worksheets, not entire workbook. For this reason, it might be important to remember to select each worksheet in the correct order so your Access document is clean and orderly. If you want to import a specific data range, select the cells you'd like to move. Right-click on your selection and find the option that allows you to name the range. Type the name and click OK. Review the setting and correct any formatting errors. Check the source data to ensure its compatibility with Access setting. Access can only support up to 255 columns. So check that the number of columns is the below this limit. Convert the data into table if it's not already in tabular form. Expect content in merged cells to appear. Left align, check for any errored value and replace them with the correct data. Third, close the Excel workbook. If your is in use, it might slow down your import operation. To minimize the risk of errors, shut down the file. This allows Access to import your data cleanly. Open your Access file. Start Access and prepare the data destination. If you want to start a new file, navigate to the File tab, click on New and select Blank Database. If you'd rather move your data into existing Access database, find and open the file. It's vital to adjust any read-only setting or edit permission to allow you to move to a new content. Set up the table. You can use an existing table on your database, but it's important to adjust the setting to ensure the data imports are correct. Check the names and the data types of your first row. Match the first row of the Excel data. Add any extra fields to ensure that you have enough space in the table of the new data. If you have any duplicate information being imported, turn off yes, no duplicates. Setting under indexed. If your table have primary key fields, it's essential that they are different from one another but compatible. Next step is being the import. Directions for opening the import spreadsheet wizard can vary based on the versions of Access you are using. Navigate to the External Data tab and find Import and Link. If you see Excel, click that. Otherwise, you might see New Data Source. Select it, move to the From File option, and when you see Excel, you can select it. Click Browse and find your Excel file. You can tell Inform Access if you're using a new table on an existing table. Click OK. Click through the Import Spreadsheet wizard. First, you can find the worksheet you are importing and indicate if you are importing the whole worksheet or a named range. Tell the Import Spreadsheet wizard if your table has heading. The next steps only apply to new tables. So, you can move to step 6 if you are adding your data to a table that already exists in the database. Ensure that the name, the data type is correct for each field. And review the other settings to make sure they align with your source data. Next is repeat accordingly. Follow These steps again if you plan to import multiple data ranges or worksheets. Remember to adjust the setting accordingly to minimize errors. If your formatting changes between each worksheet, manually correct the names and data types to match your source data. Manipulating data in Excel. Manipulating data is the process of manipulating or changing information to make it more organized and readable. We use DML to accomplish this. What is meant by DML? Well, it stands for Data Manipulation Language or a programming language capable of adding, removing, and altering database. That is, changing the information to something that we can read easily. Tools to manipulate data in Excel. Flash, fill, and remove duplicates. So if you deal with lots of data lists and find yourself doing a lot of cleaning and tidying up as well as having Microsoft Excel version 2013 or higher or 2020, then you will have this new feature called Flash Fill. Prior to this version, you will need to use the usual text to column feature found under the data tab. When you have the data like an email address, you may be needing to display only the surname. Sharing Excel files. Sharing Excel file using OneDrive is very easy. OneDrive is a Microsoft Office product. That's why it plays well with other Microsoft Office. One person can be in the file making a change and the very same time another can be seeing the changes take place right before their eyes. So open the Excel file. If you have whatever version, you will have a share icon and the top right hand corner. Click the share button, select save to cloud. From the left hand side, select on OneDrive. From the right, navigate through your OneDrive folders, double click the OneDrive folder to store in. Make sure you name your file, then press save. Filtering data. We can use Microsoft Excel when dealing with long lists. There are several techniques you can use to achieve this. One is to go to the Data tab and select the Filter button. The second option is to activate from the Home tab and select Filter. Whilst the filter tool is useful and will show you only the data that uses and show you the interested data in it. It also has the sort feature built into it under the drop-down arrows. What's flash fill? An alternative to use text to column to extract the part that you need from a mix of data is the flash fill feature in the Excel. For example, if you have an email ID, example is xyz@solution.com. So you might want to extract each person's name or surname. Alternatively, use text to column found other data in the data tab. Type PNC that fill down. Click on the autofill open smart tab. Select flash fill only available since version, I think 2013 forward. Then split data into separate cells. When you need to split the data into Microsoft Excel from one column into several, use text to column. You can split the data each time there is a space, comma, at the rate, tab, and more. This feature has been available for many versions of Microsoft Excel. Split a comments fields which has alter end text. Text in the same cell but on a new line. To separate these, use the delimited option as the other type. Naming Excel sheet. There are two techniques you can use when wanting to name your sheets in Microsoft Excel. You can double click on the name of the sheet, type the name, and press enter. You also can move right mouse click on this name and sheet and select from the list rename. When working in the Microsoft Excel, you have a workbook name, which means the name of the file. In just one sheet, you have 16,000 and over 1 million rows. Navigate multiple sheets. If you find yourself working between multiple sheets, you may find it frustrating to get quickly from one to the other. Pressing the navigation arrows on the bottom left will take forever. You could use shortcut keys like Control Page Up or Control Page Down, but this is not any faster. Try the ultimate right click or right mouse use on the bottom left navigation arrow. Navigating large Excel spreadsheet efficiently. Excel spreadsheet can be pain to get around when you have lots of sheet to bounce around between and data that spans over many columns and rows. In that way, Control Home and Control N should be the first keystrokes you ever learn because these can be used in not only Microsoft Excel products but also in Word and PowerPoint. Control Home will get you to the top and Control N will get you to the end or the very last page if it is the word or last column or row that data is in the Excel. Last, to double click or not. To double click when you are in a cell and you want to edit the contents of that cell, the standard is that you can double click. Then proceed to make whatever changes you would like, followed by pressing enter. Recently, I had installed an add-in for Excel called Power User. This is the only change that I could think of that I had made to Excel. Data cleaning and formatting in Excel. Excel data cleaning is a significant skill that all businesses and data analysis must possess. 10 ways. Before we go into the 10 ways, let's get a little bit understanding of it. This cleaning is significant skill that all businesses and data analysts must possess. In the current era of data analytics, everyone expects the accuracy and quality of data to be of the highest standard. A major part of Excel data cleaning involves the elimination of blank spaces, incorrect, and outdated information. Hence, data cleaning is a process of fixing or removing incorrect, corrupted, incorrectly formatted, duplicated, or incomplete data within a data set. When combining multiple data sources, there are many opportunities for data to be duplicated or mislabeled. Now, each one of it will understand deeply. First is get rid of extra space. Extra spaces are difficult to spot or correct. Multiple spaces may be easy, but trailing spaces are pretty tough. Trailing space are blank space at the end of the statement or word, which are followed by any other character. Here's an easy way to spot and eliminate such errors. What are the steps? First, consider data with 4 cells with different spacing errors. Now select a column and type TRIM. Now select the cell you want to correct in matters of spaces. The cell will be corrected if there are other erroneous cells sequentially aligned, dragged the fixed cell till the point you want to check and correct. Select and treat all blank cells. Blank cells are troublesome because they are often created errors while creating reports. And people usually want to replace such cells with O or 0. not available or something like that. But replacing each cell manually on a large data table would take hours. Luckily, there's an easy way to tackle this problem. First, select the entire data you want to treat. Press F5 on keyboard. A dialog box will appear. Then select Special, select blanks and click OK. Now, all the blank cells will be highlighted in pale gray color, out of which one cell would be white with a different border. That's the active cell. Type the statement you want to replace in blank cell. Hit Ctrl plus Enter. So at the last step, if Enter only is pressed, then the value will be inserted only in the active cell. So remember to press Ctrl plus Enter. Convert numbers stored as text into numbers. When we import data from files, other sources, database, text, etc., during transit, data might get affected. Also, some have a habit of using an apostrophe before numerical values, which is considered as text in Excel. Such minor data conversion can drastically affect your calculation. Suppose there are three values 70, 70 with inverted comma, 80 with closed inverted comma. So now when we compare 70 and 80, the result is true. But when we compare apostrophe 70 and 80, the problem starts. Here the result will be false as the text will be rated higher than any number. To eliminate such errors, here's the trick. Select any blank cell and type 1. Select that cell and hit Ctrl plus C. Now, select your data set and go to Paste. In that, Paste Special. In Paste Special, select Multiply option in the Operation category and then click OK. Here it multiplies every single value to 1. And anything multiplied by 1 is the same number. But this trick also takes care of the apostrophe numerical. Remove duplicate. Elimination of duplicate data is necessary for the creation of unique data and less usage of storage. In duplication, you can either highlight it or delete it. Highlight duplicates. Select the data, go to Home, Conditional Formatting, highlight cell rows, duplicate values. A dialog box will appear. Duplicate values. Select duplicate and formatting color. Then press OK. Here, all duplicate values will be highlighted. B is delete duplicates. Select the data and go to the data. Remove the duplicates. A dialog box will appear which says remove. Tick column whose duplicates need to be found. Remember that to have a click on my data has headers if your data has headers, or else columns heads with considered as data and duplication search will be applied on it too. Duplicate values will be removed. Suppose you select 4 or 4 columns, then that 4 columns rows should be also matching or else they won't be considered duplicate. Highlight errors. While creating reports or dashboards, you might face a few arithmetical errors like divisional errors. Such errors are easy to spot if the data is small. But for big data, it's complicated. So, to get rid of such mistakes, you can go for two ways, conditional formatting or go to special. Using conditional formatting, then select the data, go to Home, Conditional Formatting, New Rule. Within New Rule, select Format Only Cells that contains. In Rule, select Errors and click on Format. Select any color or click OK. Hit the final OK button. All the cells with errors are highlighted and now are easy to spot. Then go to Special. Select the data, press F5. Click on Special. A dialog box appears. Select Formulas. Now you get 4 options in Formulas. Deselect all options, expect errors. Click OK. Now all errors are selected. You can delete them manually or replace a statement. If you wish to replace, then type the statement at active cell and hit Ctrl plus Enter. Change text to lower, upper, or proper case. While importing data, we often find names in irregular forms like a lower, uppercase, or sometimes mixed. Such errors are not easy to eliminate manually. Here's the fingertip trick to bring back the consistency. Lower text, upper text, proper text. Now, what to do in that case? Just type the formula you want to use. Suppose lower in the caps and select the cell whose case needs to be changed. Hit Ctrl plus Enter. The case has been changed and consistent. Now, drag down to do the same for other cells. Similarly for upper or proper. Parse data using text to column. Sometimes received data has text filled in one cell, only separated by punctuation. Usually, the addresses are crammed in one cell, separated by comma. To distinguish values in separate cells, we can use text to column. In that case, we have to select the data, then go to the data, text to column. A dialog box will be appear. Convert text to column wizard, step 1 of 3. Select delimited or fixed as per your convenience. Fourth, delimited is to be selected if the width isn't fixed. Click next. In delimiters, tick option which separates your text in the cell. Suppose Norwich Cathedral or Norwich UK has 3 values or separated by commas. So we'll select comma for this example and deselect rest options. View the preview and click on next. Select comma data format and destination cell address. Now click finish. Spell check spelling mistakes are common in text files and PowerPoint. However, MS points out such errors by underlying it which color, dashes, and MS Excel doesn't have such feature, but you can use it by addressing the below steps. Select the data, press F7. A box will appear which shows you possible wrong word and it's the possible correct spelling. Click on change if you agree with the suggestion or it says spell check complete. You are good to go. Delete all formatting. Suppose you want to clear all the formats, including highlight and borders. You can do this by selecting the data and go to home. Clear in editing. It will clear all the formats to get standard content without highlights or borders. Similarly, you can clear content, comments, hyperlink up entire data using clear all. Use find and replace to clean data in Excel. Here you have to do changing cell references, where you have to press Ctrl plus H to open, find and replace. Now in replace, find what? Change the references range to replace with. Suppose find what hashtag B to replace with hashtag C. Click on replace all. Similarly, finding and replacing using references range, we can clean the data. Then find and change specific format. Control H, select options, go to format of find what. Here, you can specify the format or choose a format from the cell. Suppose you select a format. Now it will show you the preview of find what. Click on format and replace with, suppose we go to for format. Now select format, example, number, alignment, font, border, fill, protection. Suppose we select color, then select any color to fill column, header, cell. Click on replace all. Instantly, all the formats will be changed. Removal of line breaks. Suppose we have a data where it is separated by line breaks. Same cell, but different rows. To remove these line breaks, follow the below steps that could be Control H, find and replace dialog box, Control J, go to replace box, type single space and click replace all. All rows will be managed in one row within the same cell. Next slide. Data formatting. Data formatting is the decision you make on what type of file you use in order to ensure its compatibility with multiple hardware, software, and devices. Data formatting also extends to the naming of your files. So, to make data look more interesting and descriptive, formatting is often used. A good formatting method helps you find meaning in the spreadsheet without the trouble of going through each and every phase of individual cell. Cells with good formatting will draw your attention to important cell automatically. 6 tabs in the format cell dialog box. Those are number, alignments, font, border, pattern, and protection. This will describe the settings available. First in number tab, it includes auto number formatting. By default, all worksheet cells are formatted with the genre number format. With the general format, anything you type into the cell is usually left as is. For example, if you type 36526 into a cell and then press enter, the cell contents are displayed as 36526. This is because the cell remains in the general number format. However, if first format the cell as a date, for example, date, year, then type the number 36526, the cell will display 112000. So, this is number tab, auto numbering format. Then comes custom number formats. So, if one of the built in number formats does not display the data in the format that you require, you can create your own custom number format. You can create these custom number formats by modifying the built-in formats or by combining the formatting symbols into your own combination. Before you create your custom number format, you need to be aware of a simple rule governing the syntax of for number formats. Each format that you create can have up to 3 sections for numbers and a fourth section for text. The first section is the format for positive numbers, the second for negative numbers, and the third for zero values. These each sections are separated by semicolons. If you have only one section, all numbers like positive, negative, and zero are formatted with that format. You can prevent any of the number types that could be positive, negative, zero from being displayed by not typing symbols in the corresponding section. Next is alignment. You can position text and number change, the orientation, and specify text control in cells by using the alignment tab in the format cell dialog box. Text alignment. Under text alignment, you control the horizontal, vertical, and indentation. There are list of available setting text in alignment, that is text control. So some additional miscellaneous text alignment control in the text control section of the alignment tab. These controls are wrap text, shrink to fit, and merge cells. Select wrap text. Why do we select? To wrap the text in the selected cell. The number of wrapped lines depends on the width of the column and length of the cell contents. Next is select the shrink to fit option. Decreases the font size of the text in the cell until the contents of the cell can be displayed. This feature is only helpful when you want to avoid changing the column width for the entire column. The applied font size is not changed. The merge cells option combines two or more selected cells into a single cell. That is, a merge cell is a single created by combining two or more selected. The cell references for a merge cell is the upper left cell in the original selected range. Font tab. The term font refers to a typeface, for example, Arial, along with its attributes font size, underline, color, and effects. Using this tab in the Format Cell dialog box to control these settings, you can see a preview of your settings by reviewing the preview section of the dialog box. Typeface, font size, and size. The font option on the Font tab allows you to choose a typeface. You choose your typeface for the selected cell by clicking a name into the font list and typing a name into the font box. There are three types of typefaces you can use, as described in the following table. After you select a typeface, the font size or a font list, so in the Font tab, the term font refers to a typeface. Example Arial along with attributes, font size, underline color, and effects. Use the Font tab in the Font Cells dialog box to control these settings. You can see a preview of your setting by reviewing the preview section of the dialog box, typeface, font style, and size. The font option of the Font tab allows you to choose a typeface. You choose your typeface for a selected cell by clicking a name in the font list or typing a name in the font box. There are three types of typefaces you can use. Those are after you select a typeface in the font list, the size list displays the available point size. Keep in mind that each point is 1 by 72 of an inch. If you type a number in the size box that is not in the size list, you see the following text at the bottom of the font tab. This font size is not installed on the system. The closest available font will be used. Typeface styles. The list of choices in the font style list varies depending on the font that is selected in the font list. Most font includes the following style: regular, italic, bold italic, and underline. Color effects and normal font settings. Choose a color for the font by clicking a color in the color list. In the color list, you can rest the mouse over a color to see a tooltip with the color name. The automatic color is always black unless you change the window font color on the Appearance tab of the Display Properties dialog box. Double-click the display icon in the Control panel to open the Display Properties dialog box. Now, select the Normal Font checkbox to set the font style, and effects to the normal style. This is essentially resetting the cell formatting to defaults. Border tab. In Excel, you can put a border around a single cell or a range of cells. You can also have a line drawn from the upper left corner to the cell to the lower right corner, or from the lower left corner to the cell to the upper right corner. You can then customize these cells' borders from their default setting by changing the line style, line thickness, or line color. Applying borders. To add a border to a single cell or a range of cells, follow these steps. What are those? Select the cell that you want to format. From the Format value, click Cells. In the Format Cell dialog box, click the Border tab. Select any one of the line styles in the Style list. Then, click the Color drop-down arrow and select any one of the colors. Click any one of buttons listed under presets of order. This displays a line with your settings in the sample region. If you want to remove a specific border, click the button for that border a second time. Then you can change the line color or style. Click the style or color that you want and then click the button of the border again. There is pattern tab. This pattern is in the Format Cells dialog box to set the background color of the selected cell. You can also use pattern lists to apply two color pattern or shading for the background of the cell. Now to shade with patterns, follow certain steps where the cell to which you want to apply shading will be in the format value. Click cells and then click the pattern tab from the format menu. To include a background color with the pattern, click a color in the cell shading box. Click arrow next to the pattern box and then click the pattern style and the color that you want. If you do not select a pattern color, the pattern is black. You can return the background color, formatting, and the selected cells to the default state by clicking No Color. Protection tab. Protection tab offers you two options for protecting your worksheet data and formulas, locked and hidden. Locked. By default, all cells in the worksheet have the locked option turned on. When this option is turned on and the worksheet is protected, you cannot do any changes. That could be change the cell data or formulas, type data in an empty cell, move the cell, resize the cell, deselect the cell or its contents. Hidden. By default, all cells in a worksheet have the hidden option turned off. If you want to turn on these options and the worksheet is protected, the formula cell does not appear in the formula bar. However, you do see the results of the formula in the cell. Descriptive statistics. Generally, one of the first things to do with new data is to get to know by asking some general questions like but not limited. That not limited to the various questions, that is what variables are included, what information are we getting, what is the format of variable, string, numeric, etc. What type of variable, categorical, continuous or discrete, is a simple or population data. So in the Excel, go to tools, data analysis. If you don't see data analysis option, you need to install it. Go to tools, add-ins, a window will pop up and check the analysis toolbar option. Then press OK, try running data analysis again. So in the pop-up window, select descriptive statistics, click OK, as you can see in the picture shown the right side. In the pop-up window, select descriptive statistics and click OK. Another window will pop up. Let's check how to input the range. This is to select data you want to analyze. Once you click the input range, you need to select the cells you want to analyze. Since we include the labels in the first row, make sure to check that option for the output option, which is the place where Excel will enter the results. Select OI or you can select a new worksheet or even new workbook. Then check summary statistics and then press OK. You will get the different data in the row. That could be age, average, height, etc. With the whole descriptive statistics cells are selected, go to format cells to change all numbers to have one decimal point. When you get the format cell window, then select OK. All numbers should now have one decimal. Central tendencies for descriptive statistics in Excel: mean, mode, and median. A measure of central tendency describes where most of the values in the data set occur. It's the center of the distribution of values. Excel presents three measures: central tendency, which one is the best for your data. You need to check that. Mean, this measure is the one with which you are most familiar. It's the sum of all observations divided by number of observations. It's best for the data that follows symmetric distributions. Median. This value splits your data in half. Half the value fall above the median while half are below it. It's best for squeeze distribution. Mode. This measure represents the value that occurs most frequently in your data. It's the best for categorical or ordinary data. Then measures of dispersion for descriptive statistics in Excel. Standard deviation, variance, or range. So previously, you saw how a measure of central tendency indicates where most observation falls. Measure of dispersion indicates how closely clustered or loosely spread the data points fall around the center. Excel presents that three measures of dispersion in general. As the value increases, data points spread out further from the center. That is, distribution becomes broader. Standard deviation, the standard or typical difference between each data point and the mean. This measure uses the original units of the data, simplifying interpretation. Hence, analysts use this measure of variability or variability the most frequently. The standard deviation is the square root of the variance. Now, what is variance? Variance is basically the average squared difference of the values from the mean. Because the calculation used square differences, the variance is in squared unit rather than the original data unit. While higher values of the variance indicate greater variability, there is no intuitive interpretation for specific values. Read more about the variance. Range. The difference between the largest and the smallest value is in a data set. The range is easy to understand, but it is based on only the two most extreme values in the dataset, making it very susceptible or outliers. Additionally, the size of the dataset affects the range. As the sample size increases, the range tends to expand. Consequently, use the range to compare variability only when the sample size are similar. Data visualization. That means it is the representation of a data in a graphical format that makes the data easier to understand. Data visualization can be done using tools like Tableau, Google Charts, Data Wrapper, and many more. Excel is a spreadsheet that is used for data organization and data visualization as well. Excel provides various types of charts like column charts, bar charts, pie charts, line charts, area charts, scatter charts, service charts, and much more. What are the steps for visualizing data in Excel? So, open the Excel spreadsheet and enter the data or select the data you want to visualize. Click on the Insert tab and select the chart from the list of the charts available, or the shortcut key for creating a chart is by simply selecting a cell in the Excel data and press the F11 function. A chart with the data entered in the Excel sheet is obtained. You can now design and style your chart with different types of styles and colors by selecting the Design tab. The Design tab option is visible by clicking on the chart. The Excel data could be Arjun, Bhima, Sahadev, Karna, Dhruv, and their marks. And you can then obtain a chart with a bar graph. Then, probably you can format the chart area. The format chart area where you have to do a right click on the chart and select the option from format chart area. Formatting the chart, filling the chart with patterns in solid colors, border colors, styles for borders. Formatting makes the chart look more attractive and colorful. Methods of visualizing data with charts. In Excel, charts are usually or used basically to make a graphical representation of any set of data. A chart is a visual representation of the data in which data is represented, such as bars in a bar chart or lines in a line chart. Excel provides you with many chart types and you can choose on that suits your data, or you can use the Excel recommendation charts option to view charts customized to your data and select one of those. First, creating combination charts. Suppose you have the target and actual profits for fiscal year 2015, 16, or any year that you can select that you obtain for different regions. Then create a clustered column chart for these results. As you observe, it is difficult to visualize the comparison quickly between the targets and the actual in this chart. It does not give a true impact on your results. A better way of distinguishing two types of data to compare the value is by using combination charts. You can use combo charts for same purpose. Use vertical columns for the target values and line with the right markets of the actual values. Then click Design that tab under the Chart Tools tab on the ribbon. Now click Change Chart Type in the Type group. The Change Chart Type dialog will appear. Click Combo. Change the chart type for the series of actual to line with markets. The preview appears and you can see the custom combination that you have designed. Your customized combination chart will be displayed. This is how you create a combo chart with a secondary axis also. Your combo chart will be appear with a secondary axis with following certain steps. In the chart data, number of units is not visible at the data ranges and verifying significantly. So in such case, you create a combination of chart with secondary axis where you click on the insert tab, click combo in chart groups, click create custom combo chart from the drop down list, and hence you can see there's the insert chart dialog box appears with combo highlighted. Line with market of series number of units, clustered column for series actual profits, and then a preview of your chart appears under custom combination. Charts elements and chart styles. So chart elements give more description to your charts, thus helping visualization your data more meaningfully. Chart elements, chart style, chart filter. For a detailed explanation, you need to see into the refer to the Excel charts tutorials. You can use trend line to graphically display 10 trends in data. You can extend a trend line in a chart beyond the actual data to predict future value. Then there's a band chart. You might have to present customer survey results of a product for different regions. Band chart is suitable for this purpose. A band chart is a line chart with an added shade area to display the upper and lower boundaries of groups of data, where you have the option to change the chart type to East and West series to line with the market, low, medium, and high series to stacked column. So to make the chart more presentable, add chart title, adjust vertical axis range, change the color of the bands to green, yellow, red, add labels to brand. The final result in the band chart will define the boundaries and surveys result presented across the bands. One, we can quickly and clearly make out from the chart that while the survey results from the region West are satisfactory, or for the region East have a decline in the last quarter and need attention. Next is thermometer chart. When you have to represent target value and actual value, you can easily create a thermometer chart in Excel that emphatically shows values. As you observe, the primary axis and secondary axis have different range in the format axis options under bounds type 0 for minimum and 1 for maximum. So both primary and secondary axis will be set to 0% to 100%. The target column hides the actual column. You got your thermometer chart. with the actual value and against target value being shown. You can make this thermometer chart more impressive with some formatting by gradient fill, liner for type, 1800 for angle, set the gradient stops at 0%, 50%, or 100%. For the gradient stops to 0%, choose the color black. For the gradient stop at 50%, choose the color white. Insert an oval shape at the bottom, format shape with some options, and your chart is ready. Next is Gantt chart. A Gantt chart is a chart which a series of horizontal lines shows the amount of work done in the certain periods of time in relation to the amount of work planned for those periods. In Excel, you can create a Gantt chart by customizing a stacked bar chart type so that it depicts task duration and hierarchy. Excel Gantt chart typically uses days as the unit of time long on the horizontal axis. So task represents the task in the project. Start represents number of the days of start date of the project. Duration represents the duration of the task. Next is waterfall chart. This chart is one of the most popular chart visualization tools used in small and large businesses. These charts are ideal for showing how you have arrived at a net value, such as net income, by breaking down the cumulative effect of the positive and negative contribution. If you are using any version, you can still create a waterfall chart using stacked column chart. The columns are color coded so that you can quickly tell positive from negative number. The initial and final value columns start on the horizontal axis, while the intermediate values are floating columns. Because of this particular look, waterfall charts are called as bridge charts. Next is pivot table and pivot chart. What is pivot table? It's an interactive way to quickly summarize large amounts of data in a user-friendly way. It is a table of grouped values that aggregates the individual items for a more extensive table within one or more discrete categories. It includes sums, average, and other statistics. What is pivot chart? They are used to graphically summarize the data and export complicated data. It shows the data series, categories, and chart access the same way a standard chart does. Additionally, it also gives you interactive filtering control right on the chart so that you can quickly analyze a subset of your data. How to use pivot table. So in the Excel menu, go to the menu, pivot table and pivot chart will appear. This pivot will walk you through the process. This is basically first will be the pivot table. Then next step, where the range of all values will be occurring. New worksheet and press the layout that you want. There is where you can make the pivot table. So on the right side of the wizard layout, you can see the list of variables in the data. Click and drag gender into the row area. Click and drag measure onto the column area and click and drag SAT score into the data area. The wizard layout will be looking in a different interface. So in the data area, double click on sum of SAT score. A new window will pop up. Select average and click OK. The wizard layout should look like something where you have an option called click OK. Then step 3 will be click finish. So you can create a pivot chart from pivot table or without pivot table. Pivot chart from pivot table where you create with the following steps. Click the pivot table, click analyze and click pivot table again. Tools on the ribbon. Click on pivot chart, then insert chart dialog box. Clustered column from the option column. Then click OK and the pivot chart will be displayed. Where has been 3 filters, region, salesperson and month. Click on the region filter control option. The search box appears with the list of all the regions. Check boxes appear next to the region. East and south options you may select. And without pivot table, you can create a standalone pivot chart without creating a pivot table, where click the data table, click the insert tab, pivot chart in chart groups, the create pivot windows appear, select the table range, select the location where you want to place your pivot chart. You can then choose a cell in the existing worksheet and click OK. So before ending, the last conclusion that what we got from this chapter is where the data analysis is the process of analyzing data to discover useful information that is consistent with the objective of the research. It includes inspection, modification, modeling, and transforming of data as per the need of research topic. The conclusion is a final inference drawn from the data analysis and the findings. But with the help of Excel, it is easy to understand that this all includes transforming of data as per the need of the research topic. Here, with this note, I end the chapter. Thank you for your patience.
So today we are doing the last topic of qualitative research, that is data analysis in qualitative research. We will be covering many aspects when it comes to data analysis. There are thematic analysis, narrative, content, coding and categorization, validity, reliability, and reporting and presenting qualitative research findings. So, data analysis in qualitative research basically involves interpreting non-numerical data such as text, images, audio, and video to understand underlying themes, pattern, and meaning. It is a process of organizing, categorizing, and making sense of data to derive insights. Common techniques include content analysis, thematic analysis, as I have mentioned here, and there are different narrative analysis also. So, qualitative data analysis is more exploratory and aims to capture complexity of human experience and perspective. So, we'll deeply delve into what is data analysis in qualitative research. So, data analysis in qualitative research is the process of systematically examining and interpreting non numerical data. Unlike quantitative research, which deals with numerical data and statistical analysis, qualitative research focuses on understanding the context, meaning, and complexities of human experiences and behavior. Here are some key steps involved in data analysis, specifically in qualitative research. Data collection. Qualitative data can be collected through various methods, such as interview, focus groups. Qualitative data can be collected through various methods, such as interviews, focus groups, observations, document analysis, or open ended surveys. Researchers gather rich and detailed information from participants to gain a deep understanding of the research topic. Data transcriptions and preparation. If the data is collected in the form of interviews or focus group discussion, it then needs to be transcribed into a written format. This step involves converting audio or video recordings into text for further analysis. Then there are data coding is also a fundamental process in qualitative data analysis. It involves systematically labeling and categorizing segments of data, such as phrase, sentence, or paragraphs, with meaningful tags or codes. This helps to organize and manage the data efficiently. Open coding. Researchers start with open coding, where they identify and label as many relevant concepts as possible without any predefined categories. Axial coding in this, next, the codes are grouped and related to broader themes or categories in axial coding. Then is selective coding. In the final stage of the coding, the researcher selects the core or central theme that best represents the data. Theme development. During this step, researchers identify patterns and themes that emerge from the coded data. Themes are recurring ideas, concepts, or patterns that provides insights into the research question. Then is data interpretations. Researchers interpret the themes and patterns by comparing and contrasting them with existing theories or literature. They provide explanation, contextualizations, findings, and make sense of the data. Triangulation. Qualitative researchers often use triangulation, which involves cross validating the findings using multiple data source methods or researchers. This helps enhance the credibility and reliability of the analysis. Reflexivity. Researchers practice reflexivity, which involves acknowledging their own biases, preconceptions, and assumptions throughout the research process. It ensures transparency and strengthens the trustworthiness of the findings. Reporting. The final step is to present the finding in a coherent and meaningful way. Researchers use quotes, excerpts, and or illustrative examples to support the identified themes. The research report may include narratives, visual representations, and rich descriptions to convey the essence of the data. Qualitative data analysis is often iterative or recursive, meaning the researchers continuously move back and forth between different stages to refine their understanding and ensure comprehensive analysis. The goal here is to provide a rich and nuanced understanding of the research topic and hence generate insights that can inform theory, practice, and policy. Thematic analysis. Thematic analysis is a widely used method in qualitative research for identifying, analyzing, and reporting patterns or themes within data. It is flexible and systematic approach that helps researchers to make sense of their data and gain deeper insights into the research questions. Thematic analysis can be applied across various disciplines and research contexts, making it popular choice for the qualitative researchers. Here are certain key steps involved in conducting thematic analysis. Data familiarization. Researchers start by immersing themselves in the data to become familiar with its content. This steps involves reading and rereading the data, such as transcripts from interviews, focus groups, or other qualitative sources to gain a comprehensive understanding of the information, generating initial codes. Researchers systematically generate initial codes, which are labels or tags assigned to specific sections of data that capture meaningful concepts, ideas, or patterns. These codes can be descriptive, interpretative, or conceptual. Searching for themes. Researchers search for themes by reviewing the codes and identifying patterns or connections between them. Themes represents high-level patterns or concepts that emerge from the data and are relevant to the research questions. Reviewing themes. Researchers review and refine the identified themes to ensure they accurately reflect the data. They may move back and forth between the data and the themes, adjusting, combining, or splitting themes as needed. Defining and naming themes. Each theme is defined and a clear name or label is assigned to it, reflecting the essence of the content it represents. This helps in organizing the analysis and preparing for the next step. Developing a thematic map. Researchers create a thematic map that shows the relationship between the different themes and how they connect to the research questions or each other. This map provides a visual overview of the thematic structure. Data exploration. Researchers examine each theme in depth, exploring the data related to each theme. This involves revisiting the original data, example, interview transcripts, to extract relevant quotes and examples that illustrates and support the themes. Interpretation and integration. Researchers interpret the themes in relation to the research questions and the broader context. They consider the implications of the themes and how they contribute to the understanding of the phenomenon being studied. Then again, writing the report. The final steps involve writing the report where you write up the findings in a clear and coherent manner. Researcher presents the theme supported by illustrative quotes and provide a narrative that explains the significance of the theme and their implications of the research question. So throughout the thematic analysis process, researchers may engage in discussion with peers or use theme-based approaches to enhance the rigor and reliability of the analysis. Additionally, researchers should pay attention to reflexivity, acknowledging their own biases and preconceptions that may influence the analysis and interpretation of the data. So there are some benefits also of thematic analysis, and also there are some challenges. So the benefits are it's one of the most accessible analysis forms, meaning you don't have to train your teams on it. Teams can easily draw important information from raw data. It's an effective way to process large amounts of data into digestible summaries. Challenges. Some drawbacks are in a complex narrative, thematic analysis can capture true meaning of text. Thematic analysis does not consider the context of the data being analyzed. Similar to content analysis, the method is subjective and might drive results that don't necessarily align with the reality. Narrative analysis. Narrative analysis is a qualitative research method that focuses on the study of narratives or stories to understand how individuals and communities construct and communicate their experiences, identities, and meanings. Narratives are powerful tools of sense making and communication, and analyzing them provides valuable insights into human experience, emotion, and social context. This approach is commonly used in fields such as psychology, sociology, anthropology, and literary studies. Here are the key characteristics and steps involved in narrative analysis. Narrative nature. Narrative analysis recognizes that people often make sense of their lives and experiences through storytelling. Narrative can take the form of oral or written stories, personal accounts, life histories, interviews, and even media representation. Story identifications. Researchers begin by identifying relevant narratives that align with the research questions. These narratives can be collected through interviews, focus groups, written text, or existing media sources. Story transcription and data preparations. If the narrative are in oral form, example interviews, they need to be transcribed into written formats. This step involves converting spoken words into text for analysis, thematic analysis of narratives. Researchers analyze the narratives to identify recurring themes, patterns, and structure within the stories. Themes might include plot elements, characters, emotions, conflicts, and resolutions. The focus is on understanding how participants construct their stories and the meanings they attach to their experiences. Then, plot and narrative structure. Researchers here examine the narrative structure, including the sequence of events, temporal order, and causal relationships. They may identify turning points, critical incidents, or moments of transformations into the narrative. Narrative devices and rhetoric. Researchers pay attention to use of narrative devices and rhetorical strategies employed by the storytellers. These might include metaphor, smiley, imagery, and other literary elements that shapes the narrative impact and meaning. Contextualization. The analysis also involves understanding the social, cultural, and historical context in which the narratives are situated. This contextualization helps to interpret the narratives and comprehend the broader implications of the story's interpretation and sense making. Researchers interpret the narratives to gain insights into the participants' perspective, emotions, values, and beliefs. This step often involves considering the underlying meaning and implications of the narrative. Reflexivity. As in other qualitative research methods, researchers practice reflexivity throughout their analysis. They acknowledge their own biases and how their assumptions and experiences might influence the interpretations of the narrative. Lastly, reporting is very common in all the methods or in all the analysis. The finding of narrative analysis are typically presented in a coherent and engaging manner. Here, the researcher may use quotes, excerpts for narratives, or illustrate key themes and provide a vivid account of the participants' experiences. Narrative analysis allows researchers to explore complex human experiences and cultural phenomena by tapping into the richness of storytelling. By understanding how people construct and share their narrative, researchers can gain valuable insights into the complexities of human life and communication. Narrative analysis benefits, and there are certain challenges that we'll discuss. So, businesses turn to narrative analysis for a number of reasons because this method provides to you with a deeper understanding of your customers' action and the motivations behind them. It allows you to personalize customer experiences. It keeps customer profiles as whole instead of fragmenting them into components that can be interpreted differently. However, this data analysis method also has certain drawbacks where narrative analysis cannot be automated. It requires a lot of time and manual effort to make conclusion on an individual participant story. It's not scalable. Content analysis next. Content analysis is a research method used to systematically analyze the content of various forms of communication, such as written text, audio, images, videos, or online content. It is quantitative or qualitative approach depending on how the data is analyzed and interpreted. Content analysis allows researchers to extract meaningful insights from large volume of data and understanding the patterns, themes, and characteristics present in the content. Here are the key steps involved in content analysis. Define research objectives. Clearly define the research objectives and research questions that the content analysis aim to answer. Next is sample selection. Determine the source of content and how you will select a representative sample for analysis. For example, if you are analyzing news article, you might choose a random sample from different newspaper or specific time periods. So the second step here is sample selection. Determine the source of content and how you will select a representative sample for analysis. For example, if you are analyzing news articles, You might choose a random sample from different newspapers or specific time periods. Data collection. Collect the content to be analyzed. This could involve gathering written text, transcribing audio or video recordings, or downloading online content. The content should be relevant to the research question. Coding scheme development. Develop a coding scheme, a set of categories that will be used to systematically classify the content. The coding scheme should be exhaustive and mutually exclusive, meaning each piece of content should fit into one and only one category. Coding. Apply the coding scheme to the content. This involves systematically reading or viewing the content and assigning codes based on the predefined categories. The process can be manual or computer assisted, depending on the scale of the analysis. Data analysis. Once the coding is complete, analyze the code data to identify patterns, frequencies, and associations among the categories. The analysis can be quantitative, involving statistical measures, or qualitative, involving thematic analysis or interpretation. Reliability check. If multiple coders were involved, assess the intercoder reliability to ensure consistency in coding. This step is crucial to establish the trustworthiness of the analysis. Then is interpretation. Interpret the finding is the context of the research objectives. What do the pattern and themes in the content reveal? How do they answer the research questions? Next is drawing conclusion. Based on the content analysis result, draw conclusion and implications related to the research questions. Discuss the significance of the findings and how they contribute to the existing knowledge in the field. Reporting presents the finding in a clear and organized manner. The content analysis should include a detailed description of the research methods and coding scheme, the analysis process, and the main findings. Content analysis is a versatile method that can be applied to a wide range of research areas, including media studies. Content analysis is a versatile method that can be applied to a wide range of research areas, including media studies, marketing research, social science, and more. It allows researchers to gain valuable insight from large data sets and understand the prevalence and patterns present in the content being analyzed. Content analysis benefits and challenges that we'll discuss. So there are some significant advantage for small teams. You don't need to directly interact with participants to collect data. The process is easily replicable once standardized. Then you can easily automate the process or perform it manually. It does not require high investments or sophisticated solution. On the downside, content analysis has certain limitations. When conducted manually, it can incredibly time consuming. The results are usually affected by subjective interpretation. Manual content analysis can be subject to human error. The process is not effective for complex textual analysis. Coding and categorization are important. They are the important process in qualitative data analysis. They involve organizing and making sense of the data by systematically labeling and grouping segments of information into meaningful categories or codes. These processes are used in various qualitative research methods, that is, such as thematic analysis, content analysis, and grounded theory. Coding. What is coding? It's the process of assessing labels or codes to specific sections of the data. Codes are short, descriptive tags that represents a concept, theme, or idea presence in the data. The purpose coding helps in organizing and structuring the data, making it easier to manage and analyze. It allows researchers to identify a pattern, themes, and insights that emerge from the data. Next come after coding is categorization. So categorization is a process of grouping related codes in broader categories based on similarities, connections, or shared themes. What are the purpose? It helps in organizing and condensing the numerous codes into higher level themes or concepts, providing a more structured and thematic overview of the data. Types of coding: in vivo coding, using participants' own words as codes to preserve the authenticity of their expressions. Now, what is vivo coding? Within vivo coding, a first cycle coding method in qualitative analysis, you derive codes from the data itself. You derive in the vivo codes where it utilizes language, terminology used by the participants rather than the researched derived. This allows codes to reflect the perspective and actions of the participants. In vivo coding helps researchers attain an in depth understanding of the direct stories, ideas, and meanings that are expressed by research participants. So, in vivo coding also goes by alternative names: verbatim coding, literal coding, and natural coding. When should I use vivo coding? This should be in your mind. So, there are reasons that you can consider when using vivo coding, or you can say a verbatim coding. So when using an inductive coding method, which is grounded style of coding, where codes are derived from data. Also, when you are capturing an emic perspective, or when you're utilizing grounded theory, when conducting on a group of participants that come from a particular culture, subculture, where it would be important to utilize their spoken words or phrases. So how or what is the process of doing in vivo coding? So whenever you're doing vivo coding, you read through the data and name codes based on words and phrases utilized by the participants in vivo coding exam. When we interviewed a research about the research analysis process, parts of transcript have been edited by brevity. I think that's one of the fears with people doing interviews research in the amount of data they'll have to analyze. They go, I'm gonna make such a mess. It's going to feel overwhelming. So I've just wasted so much of time and I've got no result. So this has increased the anxiety about what I have to do because I have made the analysis so massive. I guess the journey is about taking massive accounts of data and breaking it down. You'll have so many little bits of information everywhere that you can use and rearrange and tidy up in the end. So in such transcript, the codes that you give is feel overwhelming, increase anxiety, bits of information. So as you can see, the researcher derives the code name from the literal words in the transcript itself. The codes captures the essence of the participants was communicating. So in vivo coding is just one out of many ways to code when analyzing qualitative research. Descriptive coding, creating labels that summarizes the content of the data without any interpretation. It's a first cycle method of coding that involves reading through qualitative data and coding passage according to the topic. Descriptive codes are often in the form of a noun and summarizes the topic of the data. Tagging and using hashtags in social media is a widely used version of descriptive coding. Descriptive codes identify the topics but don't derive further meaning from the data or add much insight into what the participant is thinking to derive meaning from the data. Use alternative coding methods such as in vivo coding or values coding. So the result of descriptive coding is categorized inventory or index of data organized by topic. This can be used for further analysis and interpretation in further rounds of coding. When should I use descriptive coding? So whenever you are a beginner of qualitative research, when you have a wide variety of data, forms, transcript field notes, journals, documents, diaries, correspondence, artifact, video, etc. If you're tracking a longitudinal changes across multiple studies, when you want to organize a large data set by topic area. Now, how to do descriptive coding? Read through your data and identify the topics that surface in the data. Create codes for each topic. Collate all the experts together that are related to each descriptive code. Now that you have an index of topics, use other coding methods to derive meaning from the data. Now, interpretative coding, assigning codes that reflect the researcher's interpretation and understanding of the data. Interpretative coding is a qualitative data analysis technique. Interpretative coding is a qualitative data analysis technique used in thematic analysis, grounded theory, and other interpretative research approaches. Unlike descriptive coding, which involves labeling segments of data with straightforward description, interpretative coding goes beyond surface level and hence seems to understand the underlying meaning, interpretation, and nuances within the data. In interpretative coding, the focus is on interpreting the participant's perspective, values, and beliefs to gain a deeper understanding of the research topic. It involves making sense of the data by considering the context, cultural influence, and the participant's subjective experiences. Interpretative coding aims to capture the richness and complexity of human experience and behavior. Coding process. Researchers read or review the data multiple times to identify meaningful units or segments. These units could be phrases, sentences, paragraphs, or entire sections. They then assign relevant codes to these units based on their content and meaning. You should consider using interpretative coding in your qualitative data analysis when your research objectives align with certain criteria, like exploring complex phenomena. Here, the interpretative coding is well suited for exploring complex and multifaceted phenomena, where the focus is on understanding the depth and richness of human experiences, beliefs, and behaviors. Then understand when you want to understand the subjective perspectives. So if your research aims to capture the interpret the subject perspectives, meanings, and interpretation of participants, interpretative coding is a valuable approach. When emphasizing context and culture, this coding allows you to consider the broader social, culture, and historical context in which the data was collected, offer a deeper understanding of how these factors influence participants' perspective. Developing new theories or concepts. When your research is exploratory and seeks to generate new theories, concepts, or insights, interpretative coding allows for a flexible and creative approach to analyzing the data. Next is embracing complexity and nuances. If your research topic involves the intricate relationship, contradictions, and tensions, interpretative coding can help you explore and make sense of the complexity and nuances within the data. Next, using flexible analysis. Interpretative coding provides researchers with the flexibility to adapt their analysis approach as new themes and patterns emerge from the data, promoting iterative and reflexive analysis. Then, acknowledging subjectivity and reflexivity. When you want to embrace the subjectivity of researchers, and recognize the potential impact of their perspective on the analysis. Interpretative coding allows for reflexivity in interpreting the data. Studying cultural or humanistic research. So, interpretative coding is commonly used in cultural and humanistic research, where understanding the meanings and interpretations of human experience is central to the research objectives. It's essential to remember that the choice of coding approach depends on the research questions, the nature of the data, and the goals of the study. If you are interested in going beyond surface level descriptions and gaining a deeper understanding of participants' perspectives, interpretative coding is valuable and appropriate technique to consider. So here we end with codings. And what is the six takeaways that we are taking from coding in qualitative data? So coding is a process of labeling and organizing your qualitative data to identify themes. After you code your qualitative data, you can analyze it just like numerical data. Then inductive coding without a predefined code frame is more difficult, but less prone to bias than deductive coding. Now, code frames can be flat, easier, and faster to use, or hierarchical, more powerful or organized. Your code frames need to be flexible enough that you can make the most of your result and use them in different contexts. When creating codes, make sure they cover several responses, contrast one another, and strike a balance between too much and too little information. Lastly, consistent coding is equal to accuracy. Remember this because establish coding procedures and guidelines and keep an eye out for definitional drift in your qualitative data analysis. Now, let's deeply understand the types of categorization. First is hierarchical. Hierarchical categories are also known as hierarchical coding or nested coding, refer to coding structure in qualitative data analysis, where codes are organized in hierarchical manner. This means the codes are grouped into broader categories and subcategories based on their relationship and similarities. So the hierarchical structure also allow researchers to create a systematic and organized representation of the data with higher level themes encompassing more specific subthemes. The hierarchical categories in qualitative data analysis can be visualized as tree-like structure where the higher level categories are the top root of the tree and the lower level subcategories branch out beneath them. So, research topic that means factors influencing job satisfaction in a workplace, work environment, physical workplace, office culture, or work life balance. Then comes the second category of job responsibilities, where there is task variety, autonomy, workload. Then relationships with colleagues, team collaboration, supportive colleagues, leadership. So, in this factor influencing job satisfaction in a workplace example, the main research topic is root category. The three main higher level categories represents different factor influencing job satisfaction. Each higher level category has subcategories. Those are lower level that further detail specific aspects related to the main theme. Hierarchical categories provides a structured framework for organizing qualitative data, making it easier for researcher to manage, analyze, and interpret the data. The approach enables researchers to identify patterns, explore relationship between themes, and develop a comprehensive understanding of the research topic. It is particularly useful when the data is diverse and contain multiple levels of details, as it allows researchers to capture both the broad and specific aspects of the data in the coherent manner. Next is emergent categories. So here, allowing categories to emerge naturally from the data without predetermined structures. Emergent categories are a type of coding in qualitative data analysis that arise directly from the data during the analysis process. Unlike predefined or predetermined categories, emergent categories are not predetermined before the data is collected. Instead, they merge organically from the data itself. Researchers allow themes or categories to emerge naturally as they engage with the data in an inductive manner. The process of identifying emergent categories involves a close and iterative examination of the data to identify patterns, connections, and themes that were not initially anticipated. Researchers remain open minded and flexible during the analysis, allowing the data to guide the development of categories. So, there are characteristics of emergent categories. One is inductive approach. So, in emergent categories are derived from an inductive approach of data analysis, where researchers let the data speak for itself without imposing preconceived notions or theoretical frameworks. Discovery of novel themes. Emergent categories often represent novel themes or aspects that were not previously considered or explored in the research question. Reflexivity. Researchers continuously reflect on their own biases and preconceptions to ensure that they do not inadvertently influence the emergence of categories. Iterative process. So, identifying emergent categories is an iterative process where researchers revisit the data, refine the codes, and update categories as new insights emerge. Contextual sensitivity. Emergent categories are contextually sensitive, capturing the unique aspects of the data and the participants' experiences. So, using emergent categories can be particularly beneficial in exploratory or qualitative research with open-ended question as it allows researchers to discover unexpected themes and gain a deeper understanding of the research topic. It encourages researchers to remain open to new possibilities and to be receptive to the rich and complex nature of the data. Researchers can complement emergent categories with other coding approaches, such as predefined categories or thematic coding, to create a more comprehensive and nuanced analysis of the qualitative data. By combining multiple coding strategies, researchers can be better capture the full spectrum of insights and meaning present in the data. The last in the types of categorization is predefined categories. Using pre existing theoretical frameworks or concepts to guide the categorization process. Predefined categories, also known as predetermined categories, are a type of coding in qualitative data analysis where the categories or themes are established before the data collection process begins. This is unlike emergent categories, which are derived directly from the data during analysis. Predefined categories are predetermined based on existing theories. That means prior research or research objectives. So there are certain categories also in predefined categories. The characteristics that we will study in this category is first is deductive approach. So predefined categories follow a deductive approach, unlike the emergent category, where the data analysis, where researchers starts with predetermined concepts and theme that they intend to investigate in the data. Then is theoretical framework. So the predetermined categories are often grounded in the existing theoretical framework or prior research findings. That is making it easier to compare and build upon previous studies. Conceptual clarity. Predetermined categories are well defined and specific, allowing for a systematic and focused analysis of the data. Research objectives. The categories are aligned with the research objectives, with the specific research questions that the study aims to address. Facilitating comparison. Predefined categories enable researchers to compare findings across different studies that uses similar concepts or themes. Now, when to use these predefined categories? Where there's a confirmatory research. Predefined categories are suitable for confirmatory research, where the aim is to test existing theories, hypotheses, or concept, or building a prior research. So, if your research builds on previous studies that have established relevant categories or themes, using predefined categories can facilitate continuity and comparison. Now, when specific research objectives are there, so when your research objectives require a focused investigation of particular concepts or theme, this is the best analysis, and this can help you guide the analysis more efficiently. And then standardization. So if you want to ensure standardization and consistency in your coding across multiple researchers or studies, predefined categories can provide a common framework. Limited time or resources. In case where time or resources are limited, predefined categories can streamline the data analysis process and help focus on specific aspects of interest. So, however, it is important to note that using only predefined categories may limit the exploration of new and unexpected themes that could emerge from the data. Researchers can complement predefined categories with other coding approaches, such as emergent coding, to capture a more comprehensive understanding of the data and gain insights that go beyond existing concepts or theories. So, after coding the data, researchers review the codes to identify patterns and connections. The group similar codes together to form categories, ensuring that each code fits coherently with a single category. Coding and categorization are iterative processes, meaning researchers may revisit and redefine the codes and categories as they progress in their data analysis. These processes facilitate the systematic exploration of data, leading to a deeper understanding of the research questions and hence generating valuable insights and themes for further interpretations and reporting. This has given you a quite great insight of coding and categorization very deeply by making you understand each category of it. Next is validity and reliability. Now, these are two essential concepts in research, particularly when it comes to evaluating the quality and trustworthiness of the data and research findings. Both are crucial in ensuring the credibility and accuracy of research results. Validity refers to the extent of which a study accurately measures or assess what intends to measure or assess. In other words, it assesses the truthfulness of the conclusion drawn from the research. Validity indicates how well the research design and methods capture the true meaning of the variable being studied. There are certain types of validity: internal, external, construct, and content. Let's dwell deeper in this each category. Eternal validity. So it pertains to the extent to which study accurately measures the cause and effect relationship between variables without any interference or confounding factors. External validity. It concerns the generalizability of research findings to other populations, settings, or contexts beyond the study sample. External validity indicates how well the results can be applied to the broader population or real world situation. Then, construct validity. This refers to the extent to which a study accurately measures the theoretical constructs or concepts it intends to study. It assesses the adequacy of the operational definition of variable. Content validity. Here, it evaluates whether the measurement instruments like survey questionnaire fully covers the entire range of the concept being studied. Reliability. Reliability is the consistency or stability of measurement over a time or across different conditions. A reliable measurement should produce consistent results if the same variables are measured repeatedly or by different researchers using the same methods. Types of reliability. Test, retest reliability. So it assesses the consistency of measurement when the same participants are measured twice at different point in time under similar conditions. Inter-rate reliability. This type of reliability evaluates the consistency of measurements when different researchers or observers are involved in the data collection process. Internal consistency reliability. It examines the consistency of responses within a measurement instrument such as questionnaire. This is commonly assessed using measuring like questionnaire surveys and etc. or corn branch alpha. So why are validity and reliability important? Isn't it a good question and probably must be arising in everyone's head today? So ensuring validity and reliability are important for several reasons. They provide confidence in the accuracy of research findings, boost your confidence in that manner. It also allows other researchers to replicate and build upon the study that you did. They enhances the credibility and trustworthiness of the research. They minimize errors, biases in the data collection and analysis. So they contribute to the overall quality and rigor of the research study. Researchers should take measures to address validity and reliability concerns during the study design, data collection, and data analysis phases to produce robust and meaningful research outcomes. How validity and reliability in qualitative research are implemented. It is important to consider validity and reliability when conductive qualitative research, no matter what type of coding you are practicing. Here are some approaches you can consider practicing to increase your research's reliability. Peer debriefing. Peer debriefing is the process of working with one or more neutral, independent peers to enhance the credibility of qualitative research. Then practicing reflexivity. So, as reflexivity involves examining your own judgment, practices, and belief system during the data collection process. The goal of being reflexive is to identify any personal beliefs that may incidentally affected the research. Then intercoded reliability. Intercoded reliability ensures that when you have multiple researchers coding a set of qualitative data that they come to the same conclusion. Negative case analysis. The negative case analysis involves finding and discussing contradictory qualitative data emerging from your working hypothesis or theory. Then is reporting and presenting qualitative research finding. Now, this is a critical step in the research process. It involves communicating the results of the study in clear, coherent, and meaningful way to convey the richness and complexity of the data. So here are some key considerations for reporting and presenting qualitative research finding. To start by providing a concise introduction that outlines the research questions, objectives, and significance of the study. Briefly, the describe research, design, and data collection methods. Then methodology. Provide a detailed description of the research methodology, including the data collection techniques, sample selection, and data analysis approach. Example, thematic analysis, content analysis, etc. Participants' characteristics. So describes the characteristics of the participants, such as demographic or other relevant information to give readers context about the study population. Data collection. Explain how the data was collected, including the sources of data, interviews, observation, documents, etc., and the data collection procedures. To discuss any ethical consideration and step taken to ensure data confidentiality. Next is data analysis. To present a clear description of data analysis process, including coding procedures, categorization, and software tools used for analysis. Explain how rigor and trustworthiness were ensured. Themes and findings. To present the main theme or patterns that emerged from the data. Use illustrative codes and examples to support each theme. Organizing the finding in a logical and coherent manner will be helpful. Next is interpretation. Offer an interpretation of the findings in the context of existing literature or theoretical framework. To discuss the implication of the finding and the contribution to the field of study. Limitation addresses any limitations or weaknesses of the study that may have influenced the findings, be transparent about potential biases or constraints in the research design. Reflexivity, reflect on the researcher's role and potential biases in shaping the research process and interpretation of the data. Then is discussion, engage in thoughtful discussion of the research findings, drawing connections between the results and the research objectives. Highlight the unique insights gained from the qualitative approach. Summarize the main finding in the conclusion and their significance. Restate the research questions as well as discuss how the study has contributed to knowledge in the field. Visuals then. Consider using visuals such as tables, figures, or charts to help convey complex relationship or patterns in the data. Citations. Probably cite all sources, including interviewees or participants, to ensure transparency and acknowledge their contribution. Audience. Tailor the reporting and presentation to the intended audience, using language and examples appropriate for readers from the different backgrounds. Ethical consideration that the reporting respects the confidentiality and privacy of the participants and adheres to ethical guidelines. The presentation of qualitative research finding can take various forms, including research papers, conferences, presentations, posters, and multimedia formats. Regardless of the formats, it's essential to prioritize clarity, transparency, and representation of the data in a compelling and meaningful way. So, lastly, to sum up, data analysis in qualitative research provides a valuable lens through which to understand the nuances and depth of human experiences. By dwelling into non-numerical data, researchers can uncover rich insight and identify patterns and gain a deeper understanding of the social and psychological dimensions of the subjects, as we have studied that already in the entire PPT very deeply. So this approach, if you keep as a researcher, that will hence provide you or offer a holistic view that complements quantitative methods, ultimately contributing to a more comprehensive understanding of complex phenomena. So as technologies and methodological continue to evolve, Qualitative data analysis remains an essential tool for researchers seeking to explore the subtles or as technology and methodologies continue to evolve, qualitative data analysis remains an essential tool for researchers seeking to explore human behavior and perceptions. Thank you for your patience. Welcome for today's session. So, one more time, you see the qualitative research on your screen. Why? Because definitely this is a very important and essential method to do your research. And hence, it is a wider topic to cover. So, there are different types of qualitative research we are studying. There are different methods that we will be uh, dwelling into. So, that's why we are doing this particular research session in different parts because altogether to digest is going to be very difficult. So, slowly and gradually, we are covering each and every section deeply so that it gives you the entire understanding of research and how to implement all the methods correctly. So, in this particular slide or in this particular session, today we will be covering data collection method, a part of qualitative research. So, we'll be discussing the various techniques, approaches, how you used to gather data for analysis and research purpose. So, those are interviews, focus group discussion, and observation. So, before we start, what is data collection? So, data collection is a cornerstone of any data driven project or study. It involves the systematic gathering of information to answer specific research questions, explore trends, or solve problems. The quality and reliability of data collected directly impact the validity of findings and conclusion drawn from the analysis. So, there are several data collection methods which we have already studied earlier: primary data collection, secondary data collection. In this presentation, we will explore methods more deeply and techniques to understand different data collection methods like survey, interviews, focus group, and observation. We will also try to put some light on their advantages, disadvantages, best practices for implementation, and hence delve into methods including literature review, data mining, and probably understand how this can be implemented. Also, we need to get the idea, the importance of data validity, reliability, ethics, process of collection. By this end of this presentation, I am expecting that we hope to equip basically you with comprehensive understanding of collection methods and will try to provide you some insights to enhance your data collection practices. We will also discuss data analysis techniques to make the most of data collected. So let's dive into the world of data collection today and explore how they can contribute to informed decision making research and problem solving in your organization. So, what is data collection? So, before we define what is data collection, it is essential to ask the question, what is data? I'm sure you know what is data, but still we will dwell without any doubt. The abridged answer to this is data is various kind of information formatted in particular way. Therefore, data collection is the process of gathering, measuring, and analyzing accurate data from a variety of relevant sources to find answers to research problems, answer questions, evaluate outcomes, and forecast trends and probabilities. Accurate data collection is necessary to make informed business decisions, ensure quality assurance, and keep research integrity. So, data is a collection of facts, figures, objects, symbols, and events gathered from sources. Organizations collect data with various data collection methods to make better decisions. Without data, it would be difficult for organizations to make appropriate decisions. So, the data is collected from different audiences at various points in time. For instance, an organization must collect data on product demand, customer preferences, and competitors before launching a new product. If data is not collected beforehand, the organization's newly launched product may fail for many reasons, such as less demand and inability to meet customer needs. Although data is a valuable asset for every organization, it does not serve any purpose until analyzed or processed to get the desired result. What are data collection methods? Data collection methods are techniques and procedures used to gather information for research purposes. These methods can range from simple self reported surveys to more complex experiments and can involve either quantitative or qualitative approach to data gathering. Some common data collection methods include surveys, interviews, observations, focus groups, experiments, and secondary data analysis. The data collected through these methods can then be analyzed and used to support or refute research hypotheses and draw conclusions about the study's subject matter. Importance of data collection. Data collection methods play a crucial role in the research process as they determine the quality and accuracy of the data collected. Here are some major importance of data collection methods. First, determine the quality and accuracy of collected data, ensures that the data is relevant, valid, and reliable, helps reduce bias and increase the representativeness of the sample, essential for making informed decisions and accurate conclusions. Then it facilitates achievements of research objectives by providing accurate data. Also, supports the validity and reliability of research findings. So the importance of data collection method cannot be overstated as it plays a key role in the overall success and internal validity of the research study. Data collection methods. So definitely we will study each methods very deeply, but so we need to understand this falls under qualitative data collection methods, which are especially useful in situations when historical data is not available or there is no need of numbers or mathematical calculation. So qualitative research is closely associated basically with words, sound, feeling, emotions, colors, and other elements that are non-quantifiable. Hence, these techniques are based on experience, judgment, institutions, conjecture, emotions, etc. And hence, interview, focus group discussion, and observation will be very helpful during data collection. The researchers must basically identify the data types, the sources of data, and what methods are being used. So we have to understand these different types of methods because they are not going to give us the quantitative result, they will give us the qualitative result. Interviews involve direct interaction between the researcher and the respondents. They can be conducted in person, over the phone, or through video conferencing. Interviews can be structured with predefined questions, semi structured, allowing flexibility, or unstructured, more conversational. You may be wondering when you should choose interviews as your data collection method. Interviews basically are an excellent way to gather detailed information. They also have an advantage over surveys as they can be adapted as you learn more information. Recall that survey data collection methods do not allow researchers to change the questions that are administered. Even if a participant's response sparks some follow up questions in your mind, all participants must be asked the same question in the same manner. The questions you decided to put on your survey during the design stage determine what data you get. In an interview, however, you can follow up on new and unexpected topics that emerge during the conversation. Trusting in emergence and learning from your participants are hallmarks of qualitative research. In this way, interviews are a useful method to employ when you want to know the story behind the responses you might receive in a written survey. Interviews are also useful when your topic is rather complex, requires lengthy explanation, or needs a dialogue between two people to thoroughly investigate. Additionally, interviews may be the best method to utilize if your study involves describing the process by which a phenomenon occurs, like how a person make a decision. For example, you could basically use interviews to gather data about how people reach the decisions not to have children and how others in their life have responded to that decision. To understand these processes, you would need to exchange dialogue with respondents. When they begin to share their story with you, new questions that hadn't occurred to you in prior interviews will arise because each person's story is unique. Further, close ended survey questions would not be as effective in capturing the complex process of choosing not to have children. In some, basically, interview research is especially useful when you wish to gather very detailed information, when you anticipate wanting to ask respondent follow-up questions based on their responses, when you plan to ask questions that require lengthy explanation, when you are studying a complex or potentially confusing topic to respondents. Lastly, so when you are studying processes such as how people make decisions, interview research play a very important role during that particular time. And lastly, when you are studying processes such as how people make decisions, in this interview research play a very vital role to gather the proper data and then plan the questions for a good explanation, which will help you further to design your research. That is also important when you talk about qualitative research method for gathering or collecting data. That is focus group discussion. Focus group discussion is a method of data collection which is frequently used to collect in-depth qualitative data in various descriptive studies, such as case studies, phenomenological and naturalistic studies. The main goal of focus group discussion is to provide an opportunity for the participants to talk to one another about a specific area of study. The facilitator is there to guide the discussion. What is focus group? A focus group is a group interview of approximately 6 to 12 people who basically share similar characteristics or maybe common interests. A facilitator guides the group based on predetermined set of topics. The facilitator creates an environment that encourages participants to share their perceptions and points of view. Focus groups are qualitative data collection method, meaning that the data is descriptive and cannot be measured numerically. So you can take an example of any movie which probably must be recently released or maybe earlier released, but you take an example of movie. It's not the movie is not released to a one person or it's a two person. It is released to a group of person. But in the huge population, definitely you see the theater sometimes is completely full, or sometimes you get 10 to 12 people also in the theater. So, who are those people? The people who have interest to watch that movie, maybe in the character, maybe in the storyline, maybe in the director, maybe in the set, whatever the reason is, but there's some interest that lies in that respective cinema, and hence the crowd has been gathered. So you must have been noticed once the crowd is out after the movie, there are certain media available who ask the questions. So what are they doing there? They are collecting the data, they are gathering the data, but they don't say, I like the movie 30%, did not like the movie 20%. I can say that my expectation from the movie was 70%. So very rarely somebody comments about a movie in a numeric way. Very, very rare, depending upon the question that you ask. So majority the questions are yes, the storyline was good, or the character played a very important role, and so on and so forth. So what are they doing here? They are basically collecting the data which is qualitative and hence related to the objective. And later, very importantly, the environment hence is created in that manner. They are coming out of the data and they are in the immediate sense of the movie and they are releasing their comments according to the movie. So this is how you can basically measure the qualitative data. Now, when should you use focus group for evaluations or when should you use this discussion method? Whenever you want to get more in-depth information on perceptions, insights, attitude, experience. I highlight your experience with the previous example I gave, or beliefs. Focus groups are useful for gathering subjective perspective from key stakeholders. For example, an evaluation of CDC funded asthma prevention program included focus group for middle school students who had participated in the program. Data were collected on the students' perception about how well they were managing their asthma and how their asthma affects their school performance. So, to gather additional information as an adjunct to quantitative data collection method, focus groups like other qualitative methods are useful in providing interpretation of data collected through quantitative, qualitative or quantitative method, but there will be no numeric when it comes to qualitative research. For example, your break program may use a log to track the numbers and type of teachers trained in an HIV prevention curriculum. So, when to use to gather additional information as an adjunct to quantitative data collection methods. Focus groups, like other qualitative methods, are useful in providing interpretations of data collected through quantitative methods. Quantitative data is numeric and measurable. For example, your program may use a log to track the numbers and type of teachers trained in an HIV prevention curriculum. To measure knowledge, basically in the HIV prevention curriculum, and use the post-training questionnaire to gain immediately after the event. A focus group conducted several months later could provide additional information about how teachers using the new knowledge in their work. When they believe are the benefits of the training, what insights they have about the training could be improved as part of mixed method evaluation approach. Method approach are used to increase validity of evaluation findings by using a variety of data collection techniques because focus groups are one of the few methods in which data is gathered from a group. It is useful as part of a mixed method approach. How do you plan focus groups? Successful focus groups starts with through planning. Two key components of planning the focus groups include developing the focus group guide and deciding the numbers and types of participants. Next, next is develop the focus group guide. The focus group guide is a series of questions and prompts for the facilitator to use. Typically, the facilitator will ask questions of the group and allow time for participants to respond to each other's comments. The focus group's guide serves as a roadmap and memory aid for the facilitator. When developing the focus group guide, identify from who you want to obtain information, what type of information you want to obtain, and what use you have for the information. The same focus group guide will be used for each focus group. Select the number and type of participants for each focus group. Once you have decided from whom you want to obtain information, you can decide what type of participants you will need for each focus group. Each individual focus group should be made up of similar individuals. So, the number of focus groups will depend on how many different types of groups from which you want to gather information. So, there are certain limitations of focus group discussions that a researcher needs to keep in mind. Despite the strength in soliciting in depth information, the method will be limited in terms of the following. First is unlike questionnaires and interviews, the focus group discussion, FGD method is not a good way to obtain numerical information. When interpreting the information gathered through FGD, one should remember that the consensus that usually form in a group does not necessarily represent the opinion of all the members. Frequently, a few individuals tend to dominate the discussion and the less assertive people tend not to contribute. And thus, FGD may not be representative method of data collection. Basically, in a study once conducted, which is named or entitled as Assessing the Most Pressing Issue in Developing Economy, the researcher used FGD, focus group discussion, to collect data from the participants. The youth coordinator assisted the principal researcher in selecting groups for the parents' fraternity. The purposive sampling procedure was used to arrive at the group. The choice of selection depended on the group's awareness about youth issues in many ways. So the total number of those selected were 32. That could be n is equal to 32. Parents, the researcher grouped them into four groups, each having 8 members. It was believed that the group between 7 and 10 individuals would provide a setting for effective communication and decision making. The main purpose of the group discussion was to provide the direction and support for the assessment. Now, focus group membership consisted of the participants from the selected area, representing various occupations, gender, and age group. In addition, the focus group assisted the researcher with provision of information on the issues and concerns facing the youth in the FGD also helped in soliciting in-depth information on the solution to the issue facing the youth in the diocese. What are the advantages of focus group? Basically, it is quick and relatively easy to set up. The group dynamic can provide useful information that individual data collection does not provide. It is useful in gaining insights into a topic that may be more difficult to gather through other data collection methods. Observation. Research observe and record behaviors. Behaviors, this is observed by researchers and recorded also. So they not only observe a behavior, they also observe actions, events in their natural setting. Observations can be overt. Everyone knows that they are being observed. Or covert. No one knows that they are being observed, and the observer is concealed. The benefit of covert observation is that people are more likely to behave natural. If they do not know they are being observed, they will definitely be very natural. However, you will typically need to conduct overt observations because of ethical problems related to concealing your observation. Observation can also be either direct or indirect. The direct observation is in what interactions, your processes, or your behaviors as they occur. For example, observing a teacher teaching a lesson from a written curriculum to determine whether they are delivering it with fidelity. What happens in that case? So there is one teacher who sits and observes the another teacher to understand whether they are delivering it with which is effective or not. Indirect observations are when you watch the results of interaction, processes, or behavior. For example, measuring the amount of plate waste left by students in the school cafeteria to determine whether a new food is acceptable to them. Now, the question arises, when should we use this observation? So, when you are trying to understand an ongoing process or situation, through observation, you can monitor or watch a process or situation that you are evaluating as it occurs. Next, when you are gathering data on individual behaviors or interactions between people, observation allows you to watch people's behavior and interactions directly, or watch for the results of behaviors or interactions. When you need to know about a physical setting, seeing the place or environment where something takes place can help increase your understanding of the event, activity, or situation you are evaluating. For example, you can observe whether a classroom or training facility is conducive to learning. When data collection from individual is not realistic option, then you can use this if respondents are unwilling or unable to provide data through questionnaires or interviews. Your observation plays a very vital role because this is a method that requires little from the individual for whom you need data. Now, what are the advantages of this observation? Collect data where and when an event or activity is occurring. Does not rely on people's willingness or ability to provide information. Allows you to directly see what people do rather than relying on what people say they did. So we can take the earlier example of a movie and a theater. So you definitely a panel can sit and observe the behavior or the reactions, whether people are really happy, they are clapping, or they are not even liking it, they are getting up and moving out to the exit door. What exactly is happening in the theater hall? So this probably could could be a good example to understand their likes and dislikes to the topic of the research. But the objective that you want to gather is about that specific movie. But as it is so easy to sound, but it's not that easy to collect. There are certain disadvantages also. Susceptible to observe bias. People usually perform better when they are being observed, although indirect observations may decrease these problems, can be expensive and time consuming compared to the other data collection methods. Does not increase your understanding of why people behave as they do. So, this observation is also a very important method to collect the data and get the deeper understanding. So, to conclude, now we have got a very deeper understanding of qualitative research and the various types of data collection methods. The data collection methods employed in this study has proven to be effective in gathering relevant and accurate information. By carefully selecting the appropriate tools and techniques, you will be able to collect a comprehensive data set that aligns with, with your research objective. The systematic approach used during data collection enhances the data reliability and validity for your findings as a pivotal role in shaping your strategies and decision making processes. Hence, the challenges faced during the process and have implemented measures to mitigate potential biases will give you a successful data collection phase, probably marks a crucial milestone. So, paving the way of robust analysis and meaningful outcomes, stay confident that the information gathered will contribute significantly to your project success and provide valuable insights to the broader domain. And I end the PPT here. Thank you for your patience. Welcome, students. So, thank you for joining me today as we delve into the world of data entry and data sanitization. So, in this presentation, which is the second part of qualitative research, we have already done the first part. We will explore the importance of accurate and reliable data, the process of data entry, and crucial steps of this data sanitization, which is nowadays important. So, in today's fast paced and data driven world, businesses and organizations heavily rely on data to make informed decisions, identify trends, and drive growth. However, the quality and accuracy of data can significantly impact the effectiveness of these decisions. And we will definitely dive into the world of data entry and data sanitization and explore how they can positively impact your organization in data management process. So what are we going to understand? So data entry, data sanitization, data coding, data categorization, and data cleaning. So by end of this presentation, you will have a comprehensive understanding of critical role data entry and data sanitization play in maintaining the quality and the integrity of data. You will also be equipped with practical knowledge of tools, implement these process effectively in your organization. So let's first start with what does data entry mean? So data entry is the process of transcribing information into an electronic medium such as a computer or other electronic device. It can either be performed manually or automatically by using a machine or computer. Most data entry tasks are time consuming in nature. However, data entry is considered a basic necessary task for most organizations. Data entry is considered a non-core process for most organizations and is usually performed on data forms such as spreadsheet, handwritten or scanned documents, audio or video. Addition, modification, and deletion are the three modes of operations in data entry. As such, data entry jobs are frequently outsourced in order to lower cost. So computers are also used in automated data entry as they are highly accurate and can be programmed to fetch and transcribe data into the required medium. Accurately keyed data is the base upon which the organization can perform analysis and make plans. But manual data entry often requires good concentration and focus over a long duration of time. And this can prove physically and mentally challenging for data entry workers. What is data sanitization? So, in many cases, the data is passed directly to a component in a different trusted domain. Data sanitization is the process of ensuring that data conforms to the requirements of the subsystem to which it is passed. Sanitization also involves ensuring that data conforms to security related requirement regarding leaking or exposure of sensitive data when output across a trust boundary. Sanitization may include the elimination of unwanted characters from the input by means of removing, replacing, encoding, or escaping the characters. Sanitization may occur following input, like input sanitization, or before the data is passed across a trust boundary, output sanitization. Data sanitization and input validation may coexist. and complement each other. Many command interpreters and parsers provide their own sanitization and validation methods. When available, their use is preferred over custom sanitization techniques because custom developed sanitization can often neglect special cases or hidden complexities in the parser. Another problem with custom sanitization code is that it may not be adequately maintained when new capabilities are added to the command, interpreter, or parser software. Data sanitization involves purposely, permanently deleting and destroying data from a storage device to ensure it cannot be recovered. Ordinarily, when data is deleted from storage media, the media is not really erased and can be recovered by an attacker who gains access to the device. This raises serious concern for security and data privacy. With sanitization, storage media is cleansed so there is no leftover data on the device and no data can be recovered even with the advanced forensic tools. Now, presentation of data should be in manner which is clear, easy to understand, and includes all aspects of your research. So data can be presented in the following forms. Tabular presentation. Tabular presentation is used for summarization and condensation of data. It also helps in analysis of relationship, trends, and relative sizes of given data. A statistical table is a cross classification of data. This can be done in two different ways: classification with respect to time and classification with respect to some other variable. Next is data classified with respect to time. Whenever the time variable enters, the classification is known as time series classification. In the simplest form of time series classification, time occupies the stubs and a single form of the variable occupies one caption of the table. Data classified with respect to other variables. This can be done either by a two-way classifications or a multiple classifications. So in two-way classifications, a table is set up in such a way that two different variables can be compared or contrasted. This type of table is also known as contingency table. Graphic presentation. Several types of graphs or charts are used to present statistical data. Some are named as under, line or arithmetic chart, pictograms, scatter diagrams, pie charts, or bar charts. Frequency distribution. Now, frequency table or frequency distribution is a better way to arrange data. It helps in compressing data through some information is lost. Compressed data show a pattern more closely. For constructing a frequency table, we divide data into groups of similar values and then record the number observations that fall in each group. Cumulative frequency curve. It enables us to see as to how many observations lie above or below certain values. It is imperative that you manage your data in a way that make the research easy as well as effective. It must also enable further research and help in reaching the conclusion. Now, importance of data entry. The data entry is crucial skill, as I mentioned earlier, for any research project, as it involves collecting, organizing, verifying data from various sources. However, data entry can also be challenging as it requires accuracy, consistency, and security. It is an integral component of information management. You can't manage your information well if your database is filled with errors. Accurate data entry prevents this from happening. It helps you in collecting, managing, storing, and delivering correct information to the right system. So, data entry is also vital for managing huge businesses, sectors, or organizations to minimize their costs. administrative burdens, and use their resources for core business activities. Besides that, other benefits include an increasing in accuracy, productivity, maximum use of most technology, etc. Data entry is valuable from a business point of view because it's a unique skill set that helps you in keeping records on everything from invoices to contracts. There is also an ease of transposing numbers. Your company needs to make the information accurate, secure, and effective quality. So, you need to measure the data regularly for accurate and high quality data entry. Common methods of data entry: manual data entry. So, this method involves individuals manually entering data using keyboards, keypads, or touchscreen. It is suitable for small scale data entry tasks or situations where data is received in physical formats like paper, documents, or forms. Next is online data entry. Online data entry involves inputting data directly into online forms or systems. It is commonly used for tasks such as online surveys, customer registration, or e commerce transactions. Automated data entry. Automated data entry relies on technologies such as optical character recognition or intelligent character recognition to extract data from scanned documents, images, or machine readable formats. Automated methods help reduce manual errors and speed up the data entry process. Plan your data entry process. So, before you start entering data, you need to plan your data entry process. This means defining your data sources, formats, variables, codes, and validation rules. You also need to decide how you will handle missing, incomplete, or incorrect data and how you will document any changes or corrections. Planning your data entry process will help you avoid errors, confusions, and duplications. The need of data sanitization. As the useful lifetime and storage capacity of storage equipments continues to increase, IT assets often retain sensitive business data after they are decommissioned. These assets might include disk drivers or desktop and laptop computers, flash media, mobile devices, so dedicated storage equipment. When a company's IT assets reach the end of their usual life, they must be sanitized to ensure sensitive data stored on the equipment is really erased before disposing or reusing it. The most common scenario for data sanitization is reimaging. This usually happens when equipment is reassigned to new users. Imagine overwriters, the core operating system files, file allocation table FAT, that is FAT, etc. However, the old data is not actually deleted. Instead, the operating system deletes instance of files that the users can view and manipulate, and then marks the file for deletion. If the operation system needs more space, files are overwritten, and only then is the old data actually removed. So equipment must be sanitized even if it is being disposed of. When a company sells, donates, or disposes of equipments that contain storage, IT, and security team must make sure they have the reliable data sanitized strategy. Otherwise, they are not only giving away the device, but together with it, they may be exposing sensitive company data. So, rising security concern due to cyber attacks and data breaches prompted the enactment of data privacy law in many countries. And all these laws features data sanitization as an integral part of compliance. For example, Article 17 of GDPR gives customer the right to eraser, which compels the organization to remove the customer's data from their record completely. This data removal can be achieved successfully by practicing secure data sanitization. One of the big advantages of data sanitization is that it reduces the data footprint in an organization's storage realm. Reduced data footprint, in turn, significantly minimizes the data attack points, areas where an attack can be launched. This data reduction also means that the risk of an attack compromising data would be minimal. On the other hand, data breaches have severe monetary repercussions and can harm the organization's brand value, customer confidence, investor sentiments, and trust. Therefore, organizations must endeavor to have a robust data destruction policy. Despite data sanitization's importance and growing significance, many organizations remain unaware or indifferent to it. There is an urgent need for organizations to up the ante and data sanitization if they want to remain significant. It must be standardized and automated feature in their data lifestyle management cycle to ensure operational efficiency and a secure data protection environment. Understanding data sanitization and the methods that should be used to achieve it would place an organization well suited and ready to achieve compliance and counter threats. Data sanitization method. So there are four primary methods to achieve data sanitization: physical destruction, data erasure, cryptography and erasure, and data masking. What is physical destruction? The most obvious way to sanitize a device is to physically destroy the storage media or device. It is a part of, for example, destroying a hard disk or an old laptop with an embedded hard disk. There are two primary ways of destroying storage media: using industrial shredders to break the device into pieces, using degaussers, which expose the device to a strong magnetic field, which irreversibly erases data on hard disk drive, and most kind of tapes. However, the downside of these technique is that they damage the storage media and do not allow it to be sold or reused. They are complex and expensive to carry out and are also harmful to the environment. Data erasure. This technique uses softwares to write random O's and ones on every sector of the storage equipment, ensuring no previous data is retained. This is very reliable form of sanitization because it validates that 100% of the data was replaced at the byte level. I mean, it's a bit or byte. It is also possible to generate auditable reports that prove data has been successfully sanitized. The advantage of this method compared to physical destruction is that it does not destroy the device and allows it to be sold or reused. However, the downside of the data erasure is that this is time consuming process, is difficult to carry out during the lifetime of the devices, and it requires that each decommissioned device goes through a strict sanitization process. Cryptographic erasure. This method uses public key cryptography with a strong key of at least 120 bits to encrypt all the data on the device. Without the key, the data cannot be decrypted and becomes unrecoverable. Finally, the private key is discarded, effectively erasing all the data on the device. Encryption is a fast and effective way to sanitize storage devices. It is best suited for removable or mobile storage devices or those that contain highly sensitive information. The challenges of cryptographic erasure are that it relies on encryption features that comes with the storage equipment which may not be suited to the task. The technique can also fail through user errors, key management issues, or malicious actors who can intervene in the process and obtain the key before it is disposed of. Most importantly, Cryptographic erasure typically does not meet regulatory standards for data sanitization because effectively the data remains on the device. Data masking. Data masking is a widely used technique in compliance strategies and is explicitly required by some compliance standards. Masking involves creating fake versions of the data, which retain structural properties of the original data. For example, replacing real customer names with other randomly selected names. So, masking techniques include character shuffling, word replacement, and randomization. What is common to all these techniques is that the masked version of the data cannot be reverse engineered to obtain the original data values. Hence, the data masking is highly effective for sanitization. Effectively, it sanitizes the data on the device while it is still in use. The key advantage of sanitization compared to other techniques are they are quick and easy to implement, complies with most regulation and standards, can be applied on an ongoing basis to exist. So data coding is the process of converting data into form that can be analyzed. It basically involves assigning numerical or categorical codes for data items, such as response to survey questions or demographic information. So coded data can then be analyzed using statistical softwares or other tools. Some common types of data coding includes nominal coding. So this involves assigning labels or categories for data items. For example, responses to a survey questions about marital status might be coded as single 1, married 2, divorced 3, and widowed 4. So ordinal coding, this basically involves assigning categories of data items into specific order. For example, response to a survey questions about satisfaction level might be coded as very dissatisfied is equal to 1, frustrated is equal to 2, neutral is equal to 3, satisfied is equal to 4, and very satisfied is equal to 5. Dichotomous coding. This involves assigning a binary code, for example, 0 or 1, to data items. For example, here, responses to a survey questions about gender might be coded as follows, like male is equal to 0, female is equal to 1. The numeric coding. So this involves assigning numerical values to the data items. For example, responses to survey questions about age might be coded as 18 into 24 years old is equal to 1, 25 to 34 years old is equal to 2, 35 to 44 is equal to 3, and so on. Now, derived variables. This involves calculating new variables based on existing data. For example, a researcher might calculate the mean score for a set of survey questions or create a new variable based on the sum of several other variables. Truncation. This involves removing part of data item. Example, a researcher might truncate a part of variable. Example, recording the value as 23, 47, etc. for measurement value of 12, 23 or 12.47. This basically could be helpful when the analysis is being performed manually. Now, data coding plays an important part and is very important step in data analysis as it allows researchers to make sense of large amounts of data and draw meaningful conclusion by assigning codes to data item researchers and can quickly identify patterns, trends that would otherwise be difficult to detect. Then comes data categorization. So categorization, basically, the name itself says it's something as demarcating or dividing. Similarly, categorization is the process of dividing the world into groups of entities whose members are in some way similar to each other. So data could then be categorized as high sensitive data, medium sensitive data, and low sensitive data. The difference is that these groups referred in the data categorization don't need to be mutually exclusive, but in data classifications, they have to. So, what are the categories? So, data categories are groupings of data with common characteristics or features. Data classification is the process of organizing into categories for its most effective and efficient use. A well planned data classification system makes it essential data easy to find and retrieve. This can be particular importance for risk management, legal discovery, and compliance. Data categories are grouping of data with common characteristics or features. Data classification is the process of organizing data into categories for its most effective and efficient use. A well planned data classification system makes essential data easy to find and retrieve, and this can be for particular importance for risk management, legal discovery, and compliance. So, there are different types of classification of data. First is public information. Data in this category is typically maintained by state institution and subject to disclosure of public data as part of certain laws. Confidential information. This data may have legal restriction about the way it is handled, or there may be other consequences around the way confidential data is handled. The next is sensitive information. So the name itself says it's the information which is sensitive. So the data in any information stored or handled by state or other institution that has authorization requirements and other rules around it is used sensitively. Personal information. Generally, personal information or PII is protected by a law and must be handled following certain protocols. Sometimes there are gaps between the moral requirements and contemporary legislative protections for their use. What is data cleaning? Data cleaning is process of fixing or removing corrupted, incorrectly formatted, or duplicate or incomplete data within a data set. When combining multiple data sources, there are many opportunities for data to be duplicated or mislabeled. If data is incorrect, outcomes and algorithms are unreliable. Even though they may look correct, there is no one absolute way to prescribe the exact steps in the data cleaning process because the processes will vary from data set to data set. But it is crucial to establish a template for your data cleaning process so you know you are doing it right way every time. So within the data warehousing field, data cleansing is typically applied when several databases are merged. Records referring to the same entity or often represented in different formats in different data sets. Thus, duplicate records will appear in the merged database. The issue is to identify and eliminate these duplicates. The problem is known as the merge purge problem. So, in the literature, instances of this problems are referred to as record linkage, semantic integration, instance identification, or object identity problem. There are a variety of methods proposed to address this issue. Knowledge bases, regular expression matches, and user-defined constraints, and others. Data is deemed unclean for many different reasons. Various techniques have been developed to tackle the problem of data cleansing. Largely, data cleansing is an interactive approach, as different sets of data have different rules determining the validity of data. Many systems allow users to specify rules and transformation needed to clean the data. For example, Raman and Hellström, they have proposed the use of interactive spreadsheets to allow users to perform transformation based on user defined constraints in 2001. So this allows user to specify rules and conditions on a SQL-like interface, where they propose the definition of a reference pattern for record using fuzzy algorithms to match existing ones to the references. So in data cleansing is the process of eliminating the errors and the inconsistency in the data, hence solving the object identity problem. The data cleansing problem has much problem and they propose the basic stored neighborhood method to solve it. Data cleansing is basically much more than simply updating a record with the good data. Although data cleansing can take many forms, the current marketplace and technologies for data cleansing are heavily focused on customer list. A good description and design of a framework for assisted data cleansing within the merge purge problem is also available. Most industrial data cleansing tools that exist today addresses the duplicate detection problem. By comparison, there are few data cleansing tools available from past 5 to 6 years, which probably help you to clean your data. So we have taken the overview, but now we will deeply understand what exactly the data cleansing. It's a process of identifying, deleting, or replacing inconsistent or incorrect information from the database. This technique ensures high quality of processed data and minimize the risk of wrong or inaccurate conclusions. As such, it is the foundational part of data science. The standard data cleansing process consists of following stages. Those are importing data, merging data sets, rebuilding missing data, standardization, normalization, deduplication, verification and enrichment, and exporting data. It can be easily visualized as a cycle move. Everyone intuitively understands the premise of data cleansing. It is pretty straightforward idea. So in order to get the best possible results out of your data, you need to make sure it's clean. But what is clean data? Clean data is a piece of information basically that meets the requirement of quality data and hence will contribute to uncovering valuable business insights. Fortunately, there is a consensus as to what can be considered clean quality data. Let's briefly have a look into what properties quality data consist. It could be accurate. So accuracy is very important in cleansing the data. So this accuracy is measured by a degree of compatibility between the data in question and outside data sources. It is our true value or a golden standard. After accuracy, completeness degree to which all required measures are known. Then come consistency. It relates to the degree of compatibility of databases across the whole system. Important step is relevancy. So the degree of usefulness of data determining how closely a piece of information is related to an issue you are researching on. Then validity. Here, the degree of which data in question conforms to defined rules or constraint. Example, information containing dates should fall within a specific numerical range. Timeliness. So most data loses relevance pretty quickly. So this parameter is related to how fresh and up to date a piece of information is. Uniformity, related to the consistency of units of measures in all systems. Example, data sets coming from the US and Germany might use different units of weight, that is pounds versus kilo. So why does data cleaning matter so much? So data analytics is a complex, time-consuming, expensive effort. If you're working with large sets of data, chances are there are significant business consequences involved, like deciding where to allocate your funds best or how to reach peak productivity. That's why it's imperative to minimize the risk. How do you do that? You do that with data cleaning, with proper data cleaning procedures. One can't be sure if their data analytics results will provide real insights. But to demonstrate the gravity of the situation, let's analyze two data analysis scenarios, one with data cleaning and other without. So first you need to figure out what analysis you will be running and what are your downstream needs. What question do you want to answer or problems do you want to solve? Before that, take a good look at your data and get an idea what is relevant, what you want, you need, and filter out data and observations that aren't relevant to your downstream needs. If you're doing an analysis of SUV owners, for example, yeah, but your data set contains data of sedan owners, so this information is completely stands irrelevant to your needs, would only skew your result. You should also consider removing things like to take a good look at your data and get an idea of what is relevant and what you may not need. Filter out data or observations that aren't relevant to your downstream needs. If you are doing an analysis of SUV owners, for example, but your data set contains data on sedan owners, this information stands completely irrelevant to your needs and would only skew your result. You should also consider removing things like hashtags, URL, emojis, etc., unless they are necessarily a part of your analysis. Deduplicate your data. So if you're collecting data from multiple sources and multiple departments, use scrap data for analysis. Or have received multiple surveys or client responses, you will often end up with data duplicates. Duplicate records slow down analysis and requires more storage. Even more importantly, however, if you train a machine learning model on a data set with duplicate results, the model will likely give more weight to the duplicates depending on how many times they have been duplicated. So they need to be removed or for well balanced results. Even simplistic data cleaning tools can be helpful to deduplicate your data because duplicate records are easy for AI programs to recognize. Fix structural errors. Structural errors includes things like misspellings, incongruent naming, conventions. Fix structural errors. Structural errors include things like misspellings, incongruent naming, conventions, improper capitalization, incorrect word use, etc. These can affect analysis because while they may be obvious to humans, most machine learning application wouldn't recognize the mistakes as your analysis would be inappropriate. For example, if you're running an analysis on different data sets, one with a woman column and another with a female column, you would have to standardize the title. Similarly, things like dates, addresses, phone numbers, etc., need to be standardized so that computers can understand them. Deal with missing data. Scan your data or run it through a cleaning program to locate missing cells, blank space in text, unanswered survey responses, etc. This could be due to incomplete data or human error. You need to determine whether everything connected to this missing data, an entire column or row, a whole survey, etc., should be completely discarded. Individual cells entered manually or left as it is. So in this case, the best course of action to deal with missing data will depend on the analysis you want to do and how you plan to pre-process your data. Sometimes you can even restructure your data so the missing values won't affect your analysis. Filter out data outliers. Outliers are data points that fall far outside of the norm and may skew your analysis too far in a certain direction. For example, if you are averaging a class's test score and one student refuses to answer any of the question, his or her 0% would have a big impact on the overall average. In this case, you should consider deleting this data point altogether. This may give results that are actually much closer to the average. However, just because a number is much smaller or larger than the numbers you are analyzing doesn't mean the ultimate analysis will be inaccurate. Just because an outlier exists doesn't mean that it should be considered. You'll have to consider what kind of analysis you are running and what effect removing or keeping an outlier will have on your results. Validate your data. Data validation is the final data cleaning technique used to authenticate your data and confirm that it's high quality, consistent, and properly formatted for downstream processes. So, do you have enough data for your needs? Is it uniformly formatted in a design or language that your analysis tool can work with? Does your clean data immediately prove or disapprove your theory before analysis? So validate that your data is regularly structured and sufficiently clean for your needs. Cross-check corresponding data points and make sure nothing is missing or inaccurate. Machine learning and AI tools can be used to verify that your data is valid and ready to be put to use. And once you have gone through the proper data cleaning steps, you can use data wrangling techniques and tools to help automate the process. So data cleaning tips basically here are to create the right processes and use it consistently. Set up a data cleaning process that right for your data, your needs, and tools you'll use for analysis. This is an iterative process. So once you have your specific steps and techniques in place, you'll need to follow them religiously for all subsequent data and analysis. It is very important to remember that although data cleaning may be tedious, it's absolutely vital to your downstream processes. If you don't start with clean data, you will undoubtedly regret in the future when your analysis produce garbage results. Trust me. Then you have to use tools. There are a number of helpful data cleaning tools which can put to use to help the process, from free and basic to advanced and machine learning augmented. Do some research and find out what data cleaning tools are best for you. If basically you know how to code, you can build models for your specific needs. But there are great tools even for non-coders. Now pay attention to errors and track when dirty data comes from. So this is a very good cleaning technique you need to use on data from different sources. This will save huge amount of time and make your data even cleaner, especially when integrating with analysis tool to use regularly. So now I hope everyone has got how important data cleaning is. So it's clear that data cleaning is necessary. So remember to keep your processes consistent and don't cut corners on data cleaning. You will end up with accurate, real world, immediately actionable results. So, we end the chapter here. So, in the conclusion, we have to understand data entry, data sanitization, and cleaning are a critical components of effective data management. So, by prioritizing accuracy, reliability, and security, organization can unlock the full potential of their data and drive success in today's data-driven world. So, by incorporating data cleaning and sanitization into their data management processes, organizations can enhance the reliability and, most importantly, the trustworthiness of their data. This, in turn, leads to more accurate insights, better decision making, and improved business outcome. Here, on a good note, I end. Thank you for your time. Today, my friends, we are probably dealing with a very critical aspect of any research or analysis process, that is data quality and validity. In our data driven world today, the accuracy and reliability of information we collect and analyze are paramount. The decisions we make, the insights we derive, and the conclusions we draw are only as strong as the data that underpins them. In this presentation today, we'll try and explore the intricacies of data quality and validity, and also will understand the six dimensions of data quality, or how to maintain, what they mean, why they matter, how they influence, and the outcomes of our projects. We'll try to delve into the methods, techniques that help ensure the data gathered is of the highest quality and should we assess the validity of our findings. So, whether you are a seasoned researcher or just beginning your journey into the world of data, understanding this concept will undoubtedly empower you to make more informed decisions and contribute to more robust outcomes. In the world of data quality and validity, and uncover the strategies that enable us to turn raw data into a meaningful insights. Let's turn the table around and understand this very deeply. So when we talk about any data, validity or probably the quality, first we need to understand the basic of data collection methods. Then comes importance of accurate and appropriate data collection. Issues. In this, we'll understand quality control and quality assurance. And the important is what is data quality and six dimensions of data quality. Data collection is the methodological process of gathering information about a subject, maybe a specific or any precise subject that you research upon. It's crucial to ensure your data is complete during the collection phase and that is collected legally and ethically. If not, your analysis won't be accurate and could have far reaching consequences. In general, there are three types of consumer data: first party, second party, and third party. First party is collected directly from users by your organization. Second party data, which is data shared by another organization about its customers, or its first party data. Third party data, which is data that has been aggregated and rented or sold by organizations that don't have any connection to your company or users. Although there are use cases for second and third party data, first party data you have collected yourself is more valuable because you receive information about how your audience behaves, thinks, and feels. All form a trusted source. Data can be qualitative, meaning contextual in nature, or quantitative, meaning numeric in nature. Many data collection methods apply to either type, but some are better suited to one over the other. So in the data life cycle, there's a picture you can see. Data collection is the second step. So after data is generated, it must be collected to be used to your team. After that, it can be processed, stored, managed, analyzed, visualized, and to aid in your organization's decision making. Before collecting data, there are several factors that need to be considered. The question you aim to answer, the data subject you need to collect data from, the collection time frame, the data collection methods best suited to your needs. The data collection method you select should be based on the questions you want to answer, the type of data you need, and your time frame and your company's budget. Now, very important, importance of ensuring accurate and appropriate data collection. Accurate data collecting is crucial to preserving the integrity of research, regardless of the subject of study or preferred method for defining data that could be qualitative or quantitative. Errors are likely to occur when the right data gathering tools are used, whether they are brand new ones, updated versions of them, or already available. Among the effects of data collection done incorrectly, including the following, those are erroneous conclusion that squander resources, decisions that compromise public policy, incapacity to correctly respond to research inquiry, bringing harm to participants who are humans or animals. This is deciding other researchers into pursuing futile research avenues, the study's inability to be replicated and validated. When these study findings are used to support recommendation for public policy, there is a potential to result in disproportionate harm, even if the degree or influence from flawed data collecting may vary by discipline and the type of investigation. So, collecting data is an integral part of any business. It can enable you to ensure the data accuracy, completeness, and relevance to your organization and the issue at hand. The information gathered allows strategies and stay informed on what needs to be changed by the organizations. The insight gleaned from the data can make you hyper aware of your organization efforts and give you actionable steps to improve various strategies, from altering marketing strategies to assessing customer complaints. Basing decisions on inaccurate data can have far reaching negative consequences. So, it's important to be able to trust your own data collection procedure and abilities. By ensuring accurate data collection, business professionals can feel secure in their business decisions. Now, issues related to maintaining the integrity of data collection. So, in order to assess the errors detection process in the data gathering process, whether they were done purposefully, deliberate falsification, or not, maintaining data integrity is the main justification, systematic or random errors. Quality assurance and quality control are two strategies that help protect data integrity and guarantee the scientific validity of study. Each strategy is used at various stages of the research timeline. Quality control, tasks that are performed both after and during data collection. Quality assurance, events that happen before data gathering starts. So let us explore each of them in more detail now. Quality assurance. As data collection comes before quality assurance, its primary goal is prevention. That is, forestalling problems with data collection. The best way to protect the accuracy of data collection is through prevention. The uniformity of protocol created in the thorough and exhaustive procedures manual for data collecting serves as the best example of this proactive step. The likelihood of failing to spot issues and mistakes early in the research attempts increases when guides are written poorly. So there are several ways to show these shortcomings. The first probably could be a failure to determine the precise subjects and methods for retraining or training staff employed in data collecting. List of goods to be collected in part. There isn't a system in place to track modifications to processes that may occur as the investigation continues. Instead of detailed step by step instructions on how to deliver tests, there is a vague description of the data gathering tool that will be employed. Uncertainty regarding the data, procedure, and the identity of the person or people in charge of examining the data. Incomprehensible guidelines for using, adjusting, and calibrating the data equipment. Now let's look at how to ensure quality. Despite the fact that the quality control action, detection, monitoring, and intervention take place both after and during data collection, the specifics should be meticulously detailed in procedures manually. Establishing monitoring system requires a specific communication structure, which is a prerequisite following the discovery of data collection problems. There should be no ambiguity regarding the information flow between the primary investigators and staff personnel. A poorly designed communication system promotes lack oversight and reduces opportunities for error reduction. Direct staff observations, conference calls, during site visits, or frequent or routine assessment of data reports to spot discrepancies, excessive numbers, or invalid codes can also be used as forms of detection or monitoring. Site visits might not be appropriate for all disciplines. Still, without routine auditing of records, whether qualitative or quantitative, it will be challenging for investigators to confirm that data gathering is taking place in accordance with the manual's defined method. Additionally, quality control determines the appropriate solutions or actions to fix flawed data gathering procedures and reduce recurrences. Problem with the data collection. For instance, the call for immediate action includes fraud or misbehavior, systematic mistakes, procedure violations, individual data items with errors, issues with certain staff members or site's performance. Researchers are trained to include one or more secondary measures that can be used to verify the quality of information being obtained from the human subject in the social and behavioral science, where primary data collection entails using human subjects. For instance, a researcher conducting a survey would be interested in learning more about the prevalences of risky behaviors among young adults, as well as the social factor that influences these risky behaviors, propensity for and frequency. Let us now explore the common challenges with regards to data collection. We will know there are assurance is there definitely, but there are certain challenges during data collection which also take place, such as biases, data collected are not appropriate, preferences are not matching, and so on and so forth. So, what is data quality now? So, measuring data quality is critical to understand if you want to use enterprise data confidently in operational and analytical applications. Only good quality data can power accurate analysis, which in turn can drive trusted business decisions. According to one Gartner estimate, poor data quality can result in additional spend of probably around 12 or 15 million in average annual cost. Although it is not just about financial loss, poor quality of data affects your organization at multiple levels. Higher processing cost. The rule where it costs 10 times as much to complete a unit of work when the data is flawed than when the data is perfect. Next is unreliable analysis with lower confidence in reporting and analysis bottom line. Management is never easy. Poor governance and compliance risks are no longer optional, and business survival gets challenging without them. Loss of brand value. When organizations constantly make erroneous operations and decisions, the brand value decreases quickly. Bad quality data impacts an organization's business strategy of fueling growth and driving innovation. The immediate concern is how an organization can measure data quality and finding ways to improve it. So, the next question arises: how is data quality measured? Data quality may be easy to recognize but difficult to determine. For example, the entry for XYZ is done twice in database opens several possibilities. Maybe there are two people with the same name, XYZ or XY, or the same person name is entered again mistakenly. It can also be the case of the database not being validated after migration or integration. High quality data eliminates such ambiguities and ensure that each entity is represented correctly and uniquely. In another example, the entry of Mr. John or XYZ is incomplete without the country's name. If the data set shows height of XS or Mr. John as an example, I will take as 6 meters, it can be error in measuring the unit. These data quality examples demonstrate how you cannot rely on just one metric to measure data quality. You can consider multiple attributes of data to get to the correct context and measurement approach of data quality. For example, a patient data in healthcare must be complete, accurate, and available when required. For a marketing campaign, customer data needs to be unique, accurate, and consistent across all the engagement channels. Data quality dimensions captures the attributes that are specific to your context. What is data quality dimensions? As I have mentioned, data quality dimensions captures the attributes. But what are they? Data quality dimensions are measurement attributes of data, which you can individually assess, interpret, and improve. The aggregated score of multiple dimensions represents data quality in your specific context and indicate the fitness of data for use. On average, 47% of recently created data records have at least one critical working impacting error. High quality data is the exception, with only 3% of the data quality scores rated acceptable. So only 3% of the company's data meets basic quality standards, roughly. Scores of data quality dimensions are typically expressed in percentages, which set the references for the intended use. For example, when you use 87% accurate patient data to process billing, 13% of the data cannot guarantee you correct billing. Another example of 52% complete customer data set implies lower confidence in the planned campaign reaching the right target segment. You can define the acceptable levels of scores for building more trust in data. Data quality dimensions served as a guide for selecting the most suitable data set. When presented with two data set of 79% accuracy or 92% accuracy, analysts can choose the data set with higher accuracy to ensure their analysis has a more trusted foundation. There are 6 dimensions of data quality. You can measure data quality on multiple dimensions with equal or varying weights. And typically, following these 6 dimensions that are used will be helped. First is completeness. This dimension can cover a variety of attributes depending on entity. For customer data, it shows the minimum information essential for a productive engagement. For example, if the customer's address includes an optional landmark attribute, data can be considered complete even when the landmark information is missing. For products or services, completeness can suggest vital attributes that help customers compare and choose. If a product description does not include any delivery estimate, it is not complete. Financial products often include historical performance details for customers to assess alignment with the requirements. Completeness measures if the data is sufficient to deliver meaningful inferences and decisions. Then come accuracy. Data accuracy is the level to which data represents the real world scenario and confirms with a verifiable source. Accuracy of data ensures that the associated real world entities can participate and plan. An accurate phone number of an employee guarantees that the employee is always reachable. Inaccurate birth details, on the other hand, can deprive the employee of certain benefits. Measuring data accuracy requires verifications with authentic references such as birth records or with the actual entity. In some cases, testing can assure the accuracy of data. For example, you can verify customer bank details against a certificate from the bank or by processing a transaction. Accuracy of data is highly impacted on how data is preserved through its entire journey, and a successful data governance can promote these dimensions of data quality. High data accuracy can power factually correct reporting and trusted business outcomes. Accuracy is very crucial for high regulated industries such as healthcare and finances. Next important aspect in the 6 dimensions is consistency. These dimensions represent if the same information stored and used at multiple instances matches. It is expressed as the percent of the matched values across various records. Data consistency ensures that analytics correctly capture and leverage the value of data. Consistency is difficult, rather, to assess and requires planned testing across multiple data sets. If one enterprise system uses a customer phone number with international code separately, and another system uses prefixed international code, these formatting inconsistency can be resolved quickly. However, if the underlying information itself is inconsistent, resolving may require verification with another source. For example, if a patient record puts the date of birth as May 1st and another record shows as June 1st, you may first need to assess The accuracy of data from both sources. Data consistency is often associated with data accuracy, and any data set scoring high on both will be highly quality data set. Very important, validity. This dimension signifies that the value attributes are available for aligning with the specific domain or requirement. For example, zip codes are valid if they contain the correct characters for the region. In a calendar, months are valid if they match the standard global name. Using businesses rules is a systematic approach to assess the validity of data. Any invalid data will affect the completeness of data. You can define rules to ignore or resolve the invalid data for ensuring completeness. Next is uniqueness. This dimension indicates if it is a single recorded instance in the data set used. Uniqueness is the most critical dimension for ensuring no duplication or overlap. Data uniqueness is measured against all records within a dataset or across datasets. A high uniqueness score assures minimize duplicates or overlaps, building trust in data and analysis. Identifying overlaps can help in maintaining uniqueness, while data cleansing and deduplication can remediate the duplicate records. Unique customer profiles go a long way in offensive and defensive strategies for customer engagement. Data uniqueness also improves data governance and speeds up compliance. Integrity, data journey, and transformation across systems can affect its attribute relationships. Integrity indicates that the attributes are maintained correctly, even as data gets stored and used in diverse systems. Data integrity ensures that all enterprises' data can be traced and connected. Data integrity affects relationships. For example, a customer profile includes the customer name and one or more customer addresses. In case one customer address loses its integrity at some stage in the data journey, your related customer profile can become incomplete and invalid. While you regularly come across these 6 data quality dimensions, many more dimensions are available to represent distinctive attribute of data. Based on the context, you can also consider data conformity to standards. Do data values comply with the specified formats? For determining data quality, or data quality is multi-dimensional and closely linked with data intelligence, representing how your organization understands and uses data. Measuring data quality dimensions helps to identify the opportunities to improve data quality. You can use data quality rules to determine if your data is fit for use and where it needs improvement. Rules ensure that data represents a real world entity accurately, completely, and consistently. The automated rules help identify data errors quickly and provide a constant update on the state of data health. With auto-discovered adaptive rules and a continuous ML-based approach, the trusted data to drive real-time, consistent, innovative business decisions, while most quality tools provide only technical rules. Topic for today is descriptive research design. It's a very interesting topic to understand and then write the report. So we will be understanding what is descriptive research, characteristics, applications, advantages, disadvantages, and methods. We'll also delve into descriptive research design surveys. We will see further certain examples to get the clarity and steps to conduct certain design. Lastly, why this descriptive research design is used. So, what is descriptive research? A research method describing the characteristics of population and phenomena studied. It aims to accurately and systematically describe the population, situation, or phenomenon. It can answer what, where, when, and how questions, but they do not answer why questions. Descriptive research design can use a wide variety of research methods to investigate one or more variables. This descriptive methodology focuses more on what of the research subject than the why of the research subject. The method primarily focuses on describing the nature of demographic segment without focusing on the why a particular phenomenon occurs. In other words, it describes the research subject without covering why it happens. Descriptive research design uses a range of both qualitative research and quantitative research, although quantitative research is the primary research method to gather information to make accurate prediction about a particular problem or hypothesis. As a survey method, descriptive research design will help researchers identify characteristics in their target market or particular population. This research design in the population sample can be identified, observed, and measured to guide decision. Characteristics of descriptive research. The term descriptive research then refers to research questions, design of the study, and data analysis conducted on that topic. We call it an observational research method because none of the research study variables are influenced in any capacity. Some distinctive characteristics of descriptive research are quantitative research. It is a quantitative research method that attempts to collect quantifiable information for statistical analysis of the population sample. It is a popular market research tool that allows us to collect and describe the demographic segment's nature. Uncontrollable variables. In it, none of the variables are influenced in any way. This uses observational method to conduct the research. Hence, the nature of the variable or their behavior is not in the hands of the researcher. Cross-sectional studies. It is generally a cross-sectional study where different sections belonging to the same group are studied. The basis of for further research. Researchers further research the data collected and analyzed from descriptive research using different research techniques. The data can also be pointed towards the types of research methods used for the subsequent research. Next is application of descriptive research. A descriptive research method can be used in multiple ways and for various reasons. Before getting into any survey, though the survey goals and survey designs are crucial, despite following these steps, there is no way to know if one will meet the research outcome. How to use descriptive research? To understand the end objective of research goals, we will understand certain ways organizations currently use descriptive research today. First, define respondent characteristics. The aim of using close-ended question is to draw concrete conclusions about the respondents. This could be the need to derive pattern, traits, and behavior of the respondents. It could also be to understand from a respondent their attitude or opinion about the phenomenon. For example, understanding from millennials the hours per week they spend on browsing the internet. This information helps the organization researching to make informed business decisions. Measure data trends. Researcher measure data trends over time with a descriptive research design statistical capabilities. Consider if an apparel company researches different demographics like age, group from 24 to 35 and 36 to 45 on a new range launch of autumn wear. If one of those group does take too well to the new launch, it provides insights into what clothes are liked and what clothes are not liked. The brand drops the clothes and apparel that customer don't like. Then conduct comparison test, organizing a in small get together. The organization also uses descriptive research design to understand how different groups respond to a specific product or service. For example, an apparel brand creates a survey asking general questions that measures the brand's image. The same study also asks demographic questions like age, income, gender, geographical location, segmentation, etc. This consumer research helps the organization understand what aspect of the brand appeal to the population and what aspect do not. It also helps make product or marketing fixes or even create a new product line to cater to high growth potential groups. Validate existing condition. Researchers widely use descriptive research to help ascertain the research objectives, prevailing condition, and underlying patterns. Due to the non-invasive research method and the use of quantitative observation and some aspects of qualitative observation, researchers observe each variable and conduct in-depth analysis. Researchers also use it to validate an existing condition that may be prevalent in a population. Conduct research at different times. The analysis can be conducted at different periods to ascertain any similarities or differences. This also allows any number of variables to be evaluated. For verification, studies or prevailing condition can also be repeated to draw trends. Advantages of descriptive research. There are some significant advantages of descriptive research. Those are data collection, varied natural environment, quick to perform and cheap. We'll look at each one of it deeply. A researcher can conduct descriptive research using specific method like observational and survey method or case study method. Between these three, all primary data collection methods are covered, which provides a lot of information. This can be used for future research or even developing a hypothesis of your research object. Varied. Since the data collected is qualitative and quantitative, it gives a holistic understanding of a research topic. The information is varied, diverse, and thorough. Natural environment, then. Descriptive research allows for the research to be conducted in the respondent's natural environment, which ensures that high quality and honest data is collected. Quick to perform and cheap. As the sample size is generally large in descriptive research, the data collection is quick to conduct and is inexpensive. So, diverse data collection methods. It can be carried out using specific data collection methods such as observation, case studies, and survey we discussed. Provides true information. Since the data collected is qualitative and quantitative, it gives a holistic understanding. Provides high quality data because the respondent's natural environment is where the data or the research is being conducted. So ensuring that the quality that they will be get will be honest and of high quality. Quick to perform and cheap. Sample size is generally large in descriptive research. The data collection is quick to conduct and is inexpensive. Lastly, form the basis of the decision making. The data collected is descriptive research is robust and represents a large population, which makes it easier to analyze and use for decision making. Every side has two coins. If research has advantages, it will definitely have certain disadvantages. Because there are no variables manipulated, there is no way to statistically analyze the result. Many scientists regard this type of study are very unreliable and unscientific. In addition, the results of observational studies are not repeatable, and so There can be no replication of the experiment and reviewing of the results. Let's delve into the disadvantages deeply. Cannot test or verify the research question. This descriptive method of research cannot be used to test or verify the research problem, as the data collected does not help explain the cause of the phenomena being studied. Lack of reliability. If the research problem isn't formulated well, then the data collected may not be entirely reliable. This also makes it more tedious to carry out a credible investigation. Risk of untrue responses. Deceptiveness. So, descriptive research relies on the responses of people, especially when conducted using surveys. There may be instances where people provide false responses, compromising the validity of data collected and the research results. Risk of sampling error. The descriptive research method generally employs random sampling while selecting a sample group. The randomness may lead to sampling error. If the sample group isn't representative, the larger population, sampling error would lead to unreliable and inaccurate result. Descriptive research methods. There are three distinctive methods to conduct descriptive research, and they are observational, case study, and survey research method. We will deeply understand each type. Observational method. The observational method is the most effective method to conduct this research, and the researchers make use of both qualitative and quantitative observations. A quantitative observation is the objective collection of data primarily focused on numbers and values. It suggests associated with, of, or depicted in terms of quantity. Results of quantitative observation are derived using statistical and numerical analysis methods. It implies observation of any entity associated with numeric values such as age, shape, weight, volume, scale, measurement, etc. For example, the researchers can track if current customers will refer the brand using a simple study. In a qualitative observation does not involve measurements or numbers, but instead just monitoring characteristics. In this case, the researcher observes the respondent from a distance. Since the respondents are in comfortable environment, the characteristics observed are natural and effective. So in a descriptive research design, the researcher can choose to be either complete observer, an observer as a participant as an observer, or a full participant. For example, in a supermarket, a researcher can form a fur monitor and track the customer selection and purchasing trend. This offers a more in depth insight into the purchasing experience of the customer. Next is case study method. Case study involves in depth research and study of individuals or groups. Case studies lead to hypotheses and widen a further scope of studying a phenomenon. However, case studies should not be used to determine cause and effect, as they can't make accurate prediction because there could be a biases on the researcher's part. Other reason why case study are not reliable way of conducting descriptive research is that there could be a typical response in the survey. Describing team leads to weak generalization and moving away from the external validity. Survey research. This research, where the respondents answer through survey or questionnaire or polls. They are a popular market research tool to collect feedback from respondents. A study to gather useful data should have the right survey questions. It should be balanced mix of open-ended questions and closed-ended questions. The survey method can be conducted online or offline, making it to the go-to option for descriptive research where the sample size is enormous. Next is type of descriptive research design. So there are various different types of descriptive survey designs: census survey, sample survey, cross-sectional survey, longitudinal survey, comparative and evaluative survey, and documentary survey. Census survey. A census is a kind of survey where information is gathered from all the units of population. Data collected through a census study is highly generalizable to the population as all or most units of the population are sampled. Sample survey involves gathering information from a small subgroup of the entire population. When selecting sample, the aim is to select a group of individuals representing the target population so that the data collected can be generalized to the larger population. Sample groups allow research to be conducted in a fast and cost effective way. What happens in cross sectional survey? In this type of survey, standardized data is collected from a cross section of predetermined population at a given period of time. There are two main types of cross sectional surveys: those with a single variable and those with two or more variables. Longitudinal survey. These surveys are used in longitudinal studies where the same variables are observed over a long period of time. This allows researchers to investigate the status of variables at different points in time. There are three main types of longitudinal studies: trend, panel, and cohort. Cohort. Comparative survey. Comparative surveys are used to compare the status of two or more variables. The variables are compared using specific criteria that must be delineated as criterion variables. Evaluative survey. An evaluative survey is generally used to evaluate a program, policy, or curriculum. It involves gathering information that can be used to rate the effectiveness and worthwhileness of a program or a policy or institution. Documentary survey. This survey involves gathering and analyzing information using pre existing data that is already available. This data can be research papers, review articles, books, official records, etc. In documentary studies, the researcher evaluates the available literature on the research topics, and hence the survey has been conducted. We'll deeply understand the descriptive research with examples. To gain a deeper understanding of descriptive research, let's consider the following descriptive design examples. So descriptive research is used for a number of commercial purpose of an organization need to understand the behaviors or opinions of the population. We have already studied about this in the first slide. One of the biggest example of descriptive research that is used in every democratic country is during elections. So using descriptive research, researchers will use survey to understand who voters are more likely to choose out of the parties or candidates available. Using the data provided, researchers can analyze the data to understand what election results will be. Now, in a commercial setting, retailers often use descriptive research to figure out trend in shopping and buying decision. By gathering information on the habits of shoppers, retailers can get a better understanding of the purchase being made. We will also see certain more examples for good understanding. A specialty food group launching a new range of barbecue rubs would like to understand what flavor of rubs are favored by different people. To understand the preferred flavor, they conduct this type of research study using various methods like observational method in supermarket. By also surveying while collecting in-depth demographic information offers insight about the preferences of different market. This can also help tailor make the rubs and spreads to various preferred meats in that demographic. Conducting this type of research helps the organization tweak their business model and amplify marketing in core markets. Another example of where the research can be used if a school district wishes to evaluate teachers' attitude about using technology in the classroom. So, by conducting survey and observing their comfortableness using technology through observational methods, the researcher can gauge what they can help understand if a full-fledged implementation can face an issue. This also helps in understanding if the students are impacted in any way with this change. Look into another example. A company could be ABC or XYZ is a girls' show brand catering to girls, specifically between the ages of 4 to 14. Now, they want to start selling shoes for boys of the same age group as well, and therefore want to gather information on the kind of shoes boys want to wear. They decided to conduct market research and choose the observational method to learn about different shoes boys wear nowadays. Naturalistic observation can be conducted by observing boys' shoes in school, malls, playground, and other public spaces. This will help XYZ company identify the kind of shoe boys wear nowadays so that they can create the kind of products that will appeal to this audience. We'll look into one more example, a case study that examines the experience of a small business run by women can be an example of a descriptive method research. For instance, a researcher may conduct a case study of a small business solely run by women that have successfully implemented sustainable business practices in their food cloth manufacturing business. So the case study involved interviewing with the owners of the businesses, observation of the business's practice, and analysis of the financial data to document the costs and benefit of sustainability. The researcher can then use the findings of the case study to provide a detailed account of the business's approach to sustainability and to identify best practices that could be applied to other business. I hope this ample of examples that we have discussed here would be of a great help to you to understand the descriptive research and how we can conduct. Now we'll understand how to conduct a descriptive research step by step. So using these following steps to conduct a research, you will be getting the entire report ready with these 6 steps. The first step is outline the research objective. This is to identify and outline the objectives of your research and then translate these objectives into criteria of investigation. So, in the previous slide, we studied the example before this so that now you can keep any of the example in your mind and apply these steps so that you will get to know how you can probably apply these steps while doing your research. So, first step to find your research and then translate these objectives into criteria of investigation. So XYZ company you can take, or a food company you can take, or a cloth company, or a school that we discussed. So they further went into the investigation. You must clearly identify the different issues and question in the context of which the knowledge of the situation must be surveyed. So in the school case, we identified, we investigated, and then they came to know these are the issues, and we have to more focus about the technology used by teachers and how it is impacting the children. So this knowledge of the situation must be surveyed. So this must be framed in the form of objectives. Once you have clearly stated your criteria and objectives, you must also specify the nature of the data that must be gathered. After that, determine the tools and techniques to be used for data collection. In this step, you must determine the tools you will employ for data collection process. Some examples of different tools that can be used are interviews, questionnaires, observation schedule, reaction scales, and etc. In this stage, you will have to identify which tools and techniques are relevant and valid to your study. So either you can draft a questionnaire that could be open-ended or close-ended, as we discussed. It could be offline or online. That's completely dependent upon the researcher and the convenience. Leverage robust survey software also that will offer you multiple channels, thus enabling you to utilize various channels to gather insights. Define the target population and sample group. So this is the uh, fourth step. In the fourth step, you will have to outline your target population. The target population is the group of individual that you are examining in your research study Additionally, unless you are conducting a census study and collecting the data from the entire population, you must select a sample group. You can also use an audience panel to accelerate your research. A survey panel gives you access to diverse respondents, so you can create your ideal panel. Select the method of data collection. So in the data collection stage, you must have a clear plan of how your data will be collected. This involves clearly outlining the type of data you require, the tools that will be used to gather it, the level of training required by researchers to collect the data, the time required for data collection and fieldwork, as so on. As you collect data, keep your research question and objectives in mind and aim to gather authentic and objective data without personal bias. Next is analyze the data collected. Analysis is really important. Once you collect the data, you reach the sixth stage of descriptive research, data analysis. In this stage, you will have to evaluate all the data collected from all the different sources, quantify and qualify them, and then categorize them as a component wise. So, if you are working with quantitative and qualitative data, you must employ a range of different quantitative and qualitative analysis techniques to analyze the data collected. Lastly, is the right report. The final step of survey research involves writing the report. A survey research involves working with extensive data, so it is important to keep the focus of the investigation in mind. The report must be precise and objective oriented. Why use descriptive research design? A descriptive approach to research allows researchers to thoroughly investigate the background of a research problem before further research can be carried out. It can be used in social science research to explore and document the nature and scope of problem, to identify trends and patterns, and to provide a basis for subsequent research. The findings of descriptive research can help make informed decision making, or policy development, and program planning. There are many different contexts in which the use of descriptive research design is beneficial. Here are some important uses of descriptive research design that we'll look into deeply. First, to measure data trends. The descriptive method of research can be used to measure changes in variables over a period of time, allowing trends to identify and analyze. To compare variables. Descriptive research can be used to compare different variables and how different demographics respond to different variables. To define the characteristics of subjects, it can also be used to determine the different characteristics of the subject. This can include characteristics such as opinions, traits, behavior, etc. To verify and validate existing conditions. Descriptive research can prove to be a useful tool when trying to test the validity of the existing condition, as it involves conducting an in-depth analysis of every variable before drawing conclusion. Descriptive research study is a type of observational research and is used for exploring and documenting the nature or scope of problem, identifying its trend and pattern, and providing a basis for subsequent. The outcome of descriptive is helpful in making decisions and developing policies. So, why is descriptive research design used? We'll summarize that. Descriptive research design can be used for a variety of reasons. That could be to describe a document or phenomena of a particular population, to identify pattern and trends, to generate hypotheses for further research, and to inform decision making and policy development. Here we end the topic. Before we end the topic, we'll talk about some key takeaways. So we have understood what is descriptive research and with various examples, but some other research problems and research questions that can lead to descriptive researches are that you have to frame the question in a manner that you get the correct outcome or a result. So market researchers want to observe the habits of the consumers. Just whatever key takeaways I'm talking about, please relate those takeaways with the examples that we have discussed in this session. So the researchers want to observe the habits of customers or consumers if they want to launch a food product, or if they want to study the behavior of consumers in regards to buying a specific brand. To understand the brand recognition or brand image in the market. A company wants to evaluate the morale of the staff of its staff. So probably there could be a research conducted on the happiness or the strengths or the weaknesses of the company, and the questions of the researchers should revolve around this goal. A school district wants to understand if students will access online lessons rather than textbook. We already studied or we already discussed this example. To understand if it is wellness questionnaire programs enhance overall health of the employees. So there are several types of questions that can be drafted to find out your outcomes. So what is important here before I end the session is understand the objective, understand this objective, uh, what will be the result of this objective, and basis on that, analyze what kind of data collection method you will be using further and how this will be helping you. I end this topic here. Thank you for your patience. We studied research design and research process briefly previously. Now we will understand there are different types of research designs. But the first type is experimental research. Experimental research. It is basically a useful form of analysis that professional uses in variety of industry. Experimental research is a method of gathering information, data on a subject through observation in controlled settings. Understanding the benefits of experimental research can design help you better use it for professional career. So it's a useful form of analysis that a professional use in a variety of industries. Experimental research is a form of comparative analysis in which you study two or more variables and observe a group under a certain condition or groups experiencing different condition. By assessing the result of this type of study, you can determine correlations between the variables applied and their effects on each group. Experimental research uses the scientific method to find preferable ways of accomplishing a task for a providing a service. Experimental research, as I already mentioned, is a scientific method of conducting research using two variables, so that is independent and dependent variable. Independent variable can be manipulated to apply to dependent variable, and the effect is measured. This measurement usually happens over a significant period of time to establish conditions and conclusions about the relationship between these two variables. This research is widely implemented in education, psychology, social science, physical science, and is based on observation, calculation, comparison, and logic. Researchers here collect quantitative data and perform statistical analysis of two sets of variables. This method collects necessary data to focus on what facts and supports that sounds decision. It is helpful approach when time is a factor in establishing causes and effect relationship, or when an invariable behavior is seen between the two. This research deals with quantitative data and its statistical analysis, which makes the study extremely useful and accurate. It finds its usability in fields of psychology, social science, education, physical education, as I mentioned earlier. So now we understand what is experimental research. Let's look into the characteristics types. Characteristics of experimental research. The hypothesis is at the core of experimental research design. Researchers propose a tentative answer after defining the problem and then sets the hypothesis to either confirm or disregard it. Here are few characteristics that we are going to deeply understand and dwell in. Dependent variable are manipulated or treated, while independent variable are exerted on dependent variables. As an experimental treatment, extraneous variable are variables generated from other factors that can affect the experiment and contribute towards the change. Researchers have to here exercise control to reduce the influence of these variables by randomization, making homogeneous group and applying statistical analysis techniques. Researchers deliberately operate independent variable on the subject of the experiment. So this is known as manipulation. Once a variable is manipulated, researcher here observe the effect an independent variable has on the dependent variable. This is a key for interpreting result. A researcher may want multiple comparison between different groups with equivalent subject. They may replicate the process by conducting sub-experiments within the framework of the experimental design. Experimental research is equally effective in non-laboratory settings as it in labs. It helps in predicting events in an experimental setting. It generalizes variable relationships so that they can be implemented outside and experiment and applied to a wider interest group. So we understood what are the characteristics. Let's further deeply understand the types of experimental research design, because this will further help you implement your research. The first type is pre-experimental design. So this is an observational research mechanism used to evaluate changes in a group or various groups of dependent variables after changing the independent variable's value. This is the simplest form of experimental research used to assess the need for further inspection. If satisfactory results are not derived from the observation registered. So this particular research type is divided into three categories. One-shot case study research design, that is a post-test study relying on a single set of variable for observational purpose. One group pre-test research design. This is combination of pre and post-test that studies are a single set of variable before and after the method of use testing has been implemented. Then is static group comparison. The total group of variable gets divided into two subgroups, one subjected to the testing while the other group remains as it is. Observations at the end of the testing reveal the contrast between the tested and the non-tested panel. Let's move to second type, true experimental designs. This is a statistical approach to establish a cause and effect relationship within a variable set. The quantitative approach of this study makes it highly accurate. The assignment of test units and treatments take place in a randomized manner. Apart from this, it uses the availability of a control group along with an independent variable that can be manipulated to obtain the required result. Again, this is further classified into three types. The post-test only control group design involves random selecting and assigning subjects to two groups. So experimental and control. Only the experimental group is treated while both groups are observed and post-tested to draw a conclusion from the differences between the group. Next is in a pre-test, post-test control group design, two groups are randomly assigned subjects. So here, both groups are presented, the experimental group is treated, and both groups are post-tested to measure how much change happened in each group. Last is Solomon four-group design is a combination of the previous two methods. Subjects are randomly selected and assigned to 4 groups. 2 groups are tested using each of the previous methods, and hence you get your desired results. This is also a very accurate way to do your research. Last is quasi-experimental design. Quasi-experimental research design is partial representing of true experimental research, such that it seeks to establish a cause and effect relationship by manipulating an independent variable. The only difference here is it does not adhere to random distribution of participation into groups. Thus, quasi-experimental research design is only applied to those situations where there is no relevance or possibility for random distribution. The participants are not randomly assigned, rather, they are used when randomization is impossible or impractical. Quasi-experimental research is typically used in the education field. So here the examples include time series, no equivalent control group design, and the counterbalance design. So this dives gave us a deeper understanding how we can implement certain research and where we can implement these designs to get the better outcome. So let's further understand why your business or your research needs experimental research. So there are various benefits to conducting experimental research for business. Firstly, this form of research can help businesses test a new strategy before fully engaging in launching it. The strategy can involve anything from content marketing strategy to a new product launch. This is especially useful for technology companies, which conduct experimentation frequently. In fact, this kind of research is also essential to an R&D, research and development department. So this makes experimental research a much needed effort when it comes to surfing innovation, whether it involves a slight rebranding or an upgrade of products. Experimental research helps or guides these campaigns in a scientific backed manner. Secondly, a business must excel in meeting customer needs. Customer experience is overwhelmingly important side of any business, as customers are willing to make one-stop purchase and pay more for a good customer experience. As such, each product addition and change in customer journey must be carried out wisely. To business how to avoid creating unwanted services or those that cause any aversions within customer. Instead, they should only invest in most profitable service, products and experiences, a feat that cannot be accomplished solely on guesswork. Here, experimenting allows brands to understand customer preferences and changes in their behaviors as the experiments create stimuli and changes in the independent variables. Additionally, experimental research grants companions and understanding of their business environment. In turn, this helps them predict outcomes or create hypotheses about outcomes to guide them in further research, if needed to be. So, example here we can take a business may consider testing the reaction of its competitors should it raise its cost on various offers. Aside from discovering if this is profitable change, it can discover how companies in the same niche respond and if those responses drive more sale, etc. Let's further look into the examples of experimental research design. First is employment, recruitment, and screening. The recruitment of an employee to an organization requires the employee to go through a rigorous selection procedure, right? We all know we have probably gone through this rigorous procedure that filters the highly suited individual for a job from the rest of the lot. So it's not only one person who comes and gives the interview. There are 10 other people. So out of that, they only filter the highly suited individual for the job from the rest of the lot. So the people who have arrived, I'm talking about, but let's think about they must have received ample of CVs or resumes. So a screening process is conducted that tests the skills, qualifications, experience, knowledge of the applicants before going ahead with the selecting the required number of people. So the selected individuals are then recruited and trained with respect to the work to be done. Following this training, these individuals are then observed for a specific frame. At the end of this time period, employee appraisals take place, which reviews the performance of the employee to identify the need for any improvement or if the employee is capable of handling extra work while maintaining the same level of performance and consistency level. This is a very simple example of one group pretest or post-test research design that assists the creation of a progressive work environment that provides the room for employees to grow, along with pushing the organization towards achieving objectives in an effective manner. We'll see in the next example. Example of experimental research for business. Market researchers can apply experimental research to a wide breadth of testing needs. Virtually anything that requires proof, confirmation, or is clouded by uncertainty can put experimentation into practice. So we can see that example, a product manager needs to convince the higher ups in a denim company to launch a new product line at a particular department store. The objective of this launch is to increase sales, expand the company's floor presence, and widen the offerings. Here, the manager has to prove that this line is needed in order for the company to pitch the idea to the department store. So, the product manager can then conduct experimental research to provide a strong case for the theory. That is, a new line can raise sales. Product manager performs experimental research by executing a test in few stores in which the new line of denim is sold. These stores are varied in location to signify the target market sales before and after the launch. The test runs for a month to determine if the hypothesis, that means the new line resulting in increased attention and sales, that can be proven. This represents a field experiment. The product manager must head the sales and foot traffic of the new product line, paying attention to spikes in revenue and overall sales to justify the new line. This is how it can be helpful for a product manager to implement experimental research and try to finalize or try to put attention in the revenue. Next is experimental research survey example. The survey research runs contrary to experimental research. Unlike the other main forms of research, such as exploratory, descriptive, or correlation that we have already studied previously. This is because the nature of survey is observational, while experimental research, as its name signifies, relies on experimentation. So that is testing out changes and studying the reaction of the changes. Despite the contrast of survey research to experimental research, they are not completely at odds. In fact, surveys are a potent method to gain further insight into an existing experiment or understand variable before conducting an experiment in the first place. So as such, business can adopt a wide variety of surveys to complement their experimental research. So how they can do it? So there are some key forms of survey that work in tandem with experimentation. The quantitative survey, which will be helpful to discover the aspect of statistical significance with variables, and also will be helpful in the casual research that has been taken out in the quantitative essence. Then is a retrospective survey, which basically dwells into the past events, occurrence, and attitude in regards to the variables. Then is prospective survey. So the name itself says can find causative elements between variables over a period of time. This will be only useful for formulating hypothesis. Customer experience survey then helps businesses zero in on variables that contributes to a result from certain kinds of customer experiences. Pulse survey, this is very interesting, that measure various matters critical in a business or organization. Surveys employees deployed more frequently so variables can always be continually tracked. Qualitative survey. This helps answer the what, why, and how with open-ended question. Extracts key high-level information in depth. So I hope this example has given you a deeper understanding of experimental research design and the difference between experimental research and experimental research surveys. So we conclude and understand why people do experimental research design. What is the advantage? So before we have already seen all the various types of research design. The experimental helps further to bring down the experimentation, and also they offer several benefits for researchers and businesses. However, as with all other research methods, it too carries a few disadvantages that we will study further. So we'll start with the advantages. Researchers have a full level of control in experiment. Okay. It can be used in wide variety of fields and verticals. As we have already seen the examples, the results are specific and conclusive. The result allow researchers to apply their findings to similar phenomena or context. It can determine the validity of a hypothesis. Researcher can manipulate a variable and use them in as many variations as they desire without tarnishing the validity of the research. It also discovers the cause and effects among variables. Researchers can further analyze relationship through testing. It helps researcher understand a specific environment fully. So the studies can be replicated so that researchers can repeat their experiment to test other variables or confirm the results again. Let's look into the disadvantages. So it involves a lot of resources, time, and money. As such, it is not easy to conduct. It can form artificial environment when researchers unwillingly over manipulate variables as means of duplicating real world instance. It is vulnerable to flaws into the methodology along with other mistakes that can't always be predicted. Flawed experiments may require researcher to start their experiment anew to avoid false calculations, measuring of results from artificial scenarios, or other mistakes. So some variables cannot be manipulated and some forms of research experiments are too impractical to conduct. What is mixed method research? Mixed method research combines elements of quantitative research and qualitative research in order to answer your research questions. This method can help you gain a more complete picture than a standalone quantitative and qualitative study, as it integrates benefit of both methods. So you must be wondering, research is all about quantitative, qualitative research, design, methods. Yeah, those all the parts are integrated or interrelated to each other. But all these methods, all these surveys, or all these designs are adapted to finalize the great outcome of your research objective. It is very important to study this. Maybe it is repetitive, but this is important for you to implement. Mixed method can help you gain more complete picture than a standalone quantitative and qualitative research. So here we studied what is quantitative and qualitative, but this we are more talking about the mixed method. This research is often used in the behavioral health, and social science, especially in multidisciplinary setting and complex situational or societal research. This is a research approach whereby researchers collect and analyze both quantitative and qualitative data within the same study. Growth of mixed method research in nursing and healthcare has occurred at a time of internationally increasing complexity in healthcare delivery. This method research draws on potential strengths of qualitative and quantitative methods, allowing researchers to explore diverse perspectives and uncover relationships that exist between the intricate layers of our multifaceted research questions. As providers and policymakers strive to ensure quality and safety for patients and families, researcher can use mixed method to explore contemporary healthcare trends and practices across increasingly diverse practice settings. This will give you the entire outline on common types of mixed method research design and provide examples of how nursing researchers can apply different mixed methods designing in order to answer important nursing practice questions. So this requires purposeful mixing of methods in data collection, data analysis, and interpretation of the evidence. The key word is mixed, as an essential step in the mixed method approach is the data linkage or integration at an appropriate stage in the research process. Purposeful data integration enables researchers to seek a more panoramic view of the research landscape, viewing phenomena from different viewpoints and through diverse research lenses. For example, in a randomized control trial, that is RCT, evaluating a research decision aid for women making choices about birth after C-section, quantitative data were collected to assess knowledge change, level of decisional conflict, birth choices, and outcomes. Qualitative narrative data were collected to gain insight into women's decision making experiences and factors that influence their choices for mode of birth. In contrast, multi method research uses a single research paradigm, either quantitative or qualitative. Data are collected and analyzed using different methods within the same paradigm. For example, in a multi-methods qualitative study investigating parent professional shared decision making regarding diagnosis of suspected shunt malfunction in children. Data collection included audio recording of admission consultations and interviews, 1 week post consultations with interaction analyzed using conversational analysis and the framework approach for the interview data. Mixed method research is a research design wherein researchers collect and analyze both the data within a single study to answer their research questions. Both the data means qualitative and quantitative. This type of research can help provide a more complete picture than a study that relies solely on quantitative or either qualitative. This is because it allows the researcher to gain a depth and breadth of understanding on a specific concept while offsetting the weakness that are inherent when using either approach alone. Why use mixed method research? So, back in the 1970s and 1980s, qualitative and quantitative research were seen as two opposing paradigms, each within their own supporters, most of whom would have denied the possibility of mixing them. This period is often referred as the paradigm wars. During the last 2 decades, however, researchers in both camps have begun to see the importance of each other data. While researchers have been mixing quantitative and qualitative techniques for years, what is new is the deliberate attempt to provide theoretical background and formal design. Undoubtedly, what has fueled the interest has been the increasing complexity of research problems and the desire for an understanding that is both deep and broad, afforded by qualitative and quantitative data, respectively. The increasing importance of the link between research and policy has also played its part, as has the greater availability of data provided by the internet, which enables multiple data sets to be integrated in different ways, providing a richer and more informed picture of social phenomena. When to use mixed method research? Mixed method research may be the right choice if your research process suggests that quantitative and qualitative data alone will not be sufficiently answering your research questions. There are several common reasons for using mixed method research. Again, it's generalizability, because qualitative research usually has a smaller sample size and thus is not generalizable. In mixed method research, this comparative weakness is mitigated by the comparative strength of large, externally valid quantitative research. Contextualization. Mixing method allows you to put finding in context and add richer details to your conclusion. Using qualitative data to illustrate quantitative findings can help put meat on the bones of your analysis. Credibility. Using different methods to collect data on the same subject can make your results more credible. If the qualitative and the quantitative data converge, these strengthens the validity of your conclusion. This process is called triangulation. As you formulate your research question, now try to directly address how qualitative and quantitative method will be combined in your study. If your research questions can be sufficiently answered by a standalone quantitative or either qualitative analysis, a mixed approach may not be the right fit for your research to get the better outcome. Integration of quantitative and qualitative data. Increasingly, methodologists have emphasized the integration of qualitative and quantitative data as the centerpiece of mixed methods. Integration is an intentional process by which the researcher brings quantitative and qualitative approaches together in a study. By which the researcher brings these two approaches together where they want to intentionally process this integration. Quantitative and qualitative data then become interdependent in addressing common research questions and hypotheses. Meaningful integration allows researchers to realize the true benefits of mixed method to produce a whole through integration that is greater than the sum of the individual qualitative and quantitative parts. Integration, however, is not well developed or practiced. Rigorous reviews of published studies have found that often researchers collect quantitative and qualitative data but do not integrate. The work of Fetters illustrated how integration can be achieved through study design, method interpretation, and reporting. Mixed method research, the integration of qualitative and quantitative when looking for an appropriate research design, we commonly hear for of the moderate quantitative and qualitative approach from which to choose. However, there are also mixed method design. Just as quantitative and qualitative design vary, so do mixed method designs. Mixing method in a research study can occur at different stages. They can be mixed in terms of the research objectives, mixed at the data collection stage, and mixed during the analysis. As always, the specific research questions or questions of the study will drive the decisions to adopt a mixed method research design and where and how to use it. Furthermore, researchers can use these methods concurrently or sequentially. That is, researchers might use a qualitative and a quantitative data collection instrument at the same time, Or they might use one instrument first and analyze the data collected from that instrument and use that to inform the construction of the second one. There are benefits to conducting mixed method research studies. The first and perhaps the most frequently discussed is the benefit of triangulation. Just as one might use a couple of quantitative or qualitative methods in purely qualitative study to triangulate the research results, one does the same with the mixed method design. Second, mixing research method in a study can provide a more holistic picture of a phenomena by approaching it in a different ways. Third, a mixed method approach may lend itself to stronger explanations of phenomena. There are other particles benefits to this as well. They say that researchers find an interesting pattern through a statistical analysis that they want to know more about. Adding a qualitative component can help researcher understand the human aspects, the thoughts, feelings, and perspective behind that phenomenon. Conversely, a qualitative study might find meaningful patterns and themes in what people say that could have important implications for public policy. Using those qualitative findings as a starting point for designing a quantitative instrument to quantify those findings might provide just the information needed to bring about those policy level changes. In short, there are multiple factors to consider in research design, depending on the purpose of the study, though not without drawbacks. All research design and methods have a mixed methods approach can be a powerful approach to research that yields stronger inferences and explanation and a holistic picture of the phenomena under study. Mixed method research design, there are different types of mixed method research design. The difference between them relate to the aim of the research, the timing of the data collection, and the importance given to each data type. As you design your mixed method study, also keep in mind your research approach, inductive versus deductive, your research questions, what kind of data is already available for you to use, what kind of data you are able to collect yourself. So here are few of the most common mixed design strategies. Triangulation in research means using multiple data sets, methods, theories, and or investigators to address a research question. It's a research strategy that can help you enhance the validity and credibility of your findings and mitigate the presence of any research biases in your work. Triangulation is mainly used in qualitative research, but it's also commonly applied in quantitative research. If you decide on mixed method research, you'll always use methodological triangulation. Examples: triangulation in different types of research. First is qualitative. You conduct in depth interviews with different groups of stakeholders, such as parents, teachers, and children. Quantitative research. You run an eye tracking experiment and involve three researchers in analyzing the data. Mixed method research. You conduct a quantitative survey followed by a few qualitative structured interviews. Next is embedded. In embedded design, you collect and analyze both types of data at the same time. But within a larger quantitative or qualitative design, one type of data is secondary to the other. Though this is a good approach to take if you have limited time or resources. You can use an embedded design to strengthen or supplement your conclusion from the primary type of research design. Example of embedded design as a part of quantitative study testing, whether the number of cyclists complains about an area correlates with the number of accidents, you could embed a series of Qualitative interviews with cyclists who submitted complaints to further strengthen your argument. The bulk of your research remains quantitative. Explanatory design. In this explanatory sequential design, your quantitative data collection and analysis occurs first, followed by qualitative data collection and analysis. You should use this design if you think your qualitative data will explain and contextualize your quantitative findings. Explanatory sequential design, you analyze the accident statistics first and draw preliminary conclusion about which areas are most dangerous. Based on these findings, you conduct interviews with cyclists in high accident areas and analyze complaints qualitatively. You can utilize the qualitative data to explain why accidents occur on specific roads and take a deep dive into particular problem areas. Next is exploratory sequential design. In an exploratory sequential design, qualitative data collection and analysis occur first, followed by quantitative data collection and analysis. You can use this design to first explore initial questions and develop hypotheses. Then you can use the quantitative data to test or confirm your qualitative findings. Examples: exploratory sequential design. You first interview cyclists to develop an initial understanding of problem areas and draw preliminary conclusion. Then you analyze accident statistics to test whether cyclist perceptions line up with where accidents occur. Convergent parallel mixed methods. In a convergent parallel design, you collect quantitative and qualitative data at the same time and analyze them separately. After both analyses are completed, compare your result to draw overall conclusion. Convergent parallel design. In your research on cycling safety in Amsterdam, you undertake both sides of your research simultaneously. On the qualitative side, you analyze cyclist complaints via the city's database and on social media to find out which areas are perceived as dangerous and why. On the quantitative side, you analyze accident reports in the city's database to find out how frequently accidents occur in different areas of the city. When you finish your data collection and analysis, you then compare results and tie your findings together. What is data analysis now? It's a technique that typically involves multiple activities such as gathering, cleaning, and organizing the data. These processes, which usually include data analysis software, are necessary to prepare the data for business purpose. Data analysis is also known as data analytics, described as the science of analyzing raw data to draw informed conclusion based on the data. Data comes in different structures, formats, and types, including the following. Those are big data. Big data is defined as a huge data set that continues to grow at an exponential rate over time. The four fundamental characteristics of big data are volume, variety, velocity, and variability. Volume describes quantity. Velocity refers to the speed of the data growth, and variety indicates data sources. Veracity speaks about the quality of the data, determining if it provides businesses value or not. Then there are structured and unstructured data. Structured data is predefined data model, such as a traditional row column database. Unstructured data comes in a format that does not fit in rows and columns and can include videos, photos, audio, text, and more. A comparison of structured versus unstructured reveals that structured data is easier to manage and analyze. Metadata is a form of data that describes and provides information about other data. For example, the metadata for an image can include the author, image type, and date created. Metadata enable users to organize unstructured data into categories, making it easier to work with. Real-time data, data that is presented as soon as it is required, is known as real-time data. This type of data is useful when decisions require up to the minute information. For example, a stockbroker can use a stock market ticker to track the most active stocks in real time. Machine data. Thanks to the Internet of Things, IoT, sensors, and other technologies, data can be automatically generated by factory systems and other machines. Information technology and telecommunication infrastructure, smart cars, handheld device, and more. This type of data is known as machine data because it is produced wholly by machines without human instructions. Several types of data analysis or analytics. Analysis of a data is a vital part of running a successful business. When data is used effectively, it leads to better understanding of businesses' previous performance and better decision making for its future activities. There are many ways that data can be utilized at all levels of company's operation. There are 4 types of data analysis that are in use across all industries. While we separate these into categories, they are all linked together and build upon each other. As you begin moving from the simplest type of analytics to more complex, the degree of difficulty and resources required increases. At the same time, the level of added insight and value also increases. Let's delve in deeper into these 4 types of data analysis. The 4 types of data analysis are descriptive analysis, diagnostic analysis, predictive analysis, and prescriptive analysis. We will introduce each type and give examples how they are utilized in business. So pay attention. The first type of data analysis is descriptive analysis. It is at the foundation of all data insight. It is the simplest and most common use of data in business today. Descriptive analysis answers the what happened by summarizing past data, usually in the form of dashboards. The biggest use of descriptive analysis in business is to track key performance indicators. KPI describes how a business is performing based on chosen benchmarks. Business application of descriptive analysis include KPI dashboards, monthly revenue reports, sales leads overview. Diagnostic analysis. After asking the main question of what happened, the next step is to dive deeper and ask, why did it happen? This is where diagnostic analysis comes in. Diagnostic analysis takes the insights found Diagnostic analysis takes the insight found from descriptive analytics and drills down to find the cause of those outcomes. Organizations make use of this type of analytics as it creates more connections between data and identifies pattern of behavior. A critical aspect of diagnostic analysis is creating detailed information. When new problem arise, it is possible you have already collected certain data pertaining to the issue. By already having the data at your disposal, it ends having to repeat work and makes all problems interconnected. Business application of diagnostic analysis include a freight company investigating the cause of slow shipments in a certain region, or a SaaS company drilling down to determine which marketing activities increase trials. Further move into predictive analysis. Predictive analysis attempts to answer the question what is likely to happen. This type of analytics utilizes previous data to make predictions about future outcomes. This type of analysis is another step up from the descriptive and diagnostic analysis. Predictive analysis uses the data we have summarized to make more logical predictions of the outcomes of events. This analysis relies on statistical modeling, which requires added technology and manpower to forecast. It is also important to understand that forecasting is only an estimate. The accuracy of prediction relies on quality and detailed data. While descriptive and diagnostic analysis are common practices in business, predictive analysis is where many organizations begin show signs of difficulty. Some companies do not have the manpower to implement predictive analysis in every place they desire. Others are not yet willing to invest in analysis teams across every department or not prepared to educate current teams. Business application of predictive analysis include risk assessment, sales forecasting, using customer segmentation to determine which leads have the best chance of converting. Predictive analysis in customer success team. Next and the last one, prescriptive analysis. The final type of data analysis is the most sought after. But few organizations are truly equipped to perform it. Prescriptive analysis is the frontier of data analysis, combining the insight from all previous analysis to determine the course of action to take in a current problem or decision. This analysis utilizes state-of-the-art technology and data practices. It is a huge organizational commitment, and companies must be sure that they are ready and willing to put forth the efforts and resources. Artificial intelligence is a perfect example of prescriptive analytics. AI system consumes a large amount of data to continuously learn and use this information to make informed decisions. Well-designed AI are capable of communicating these decisions and even putting those decisions into action. Business processes can be performed and optimized daily without a human doing anything with artificial intelligence. Currently, most of the big data driven companies like Apple, Facebook, Netflix, etc., are utilizing this type of analysis and AI to improve decision making. For other organizations, the jump of predictive and prescriptive analytics can be not possible. As technology continues to improve and more professionals are educated in data, we will see more companies entering the data-driven analysis. As we have seen, each of these types of data analysis are connected and rely on each other to a certain degree. They each serve a different purpose and provide varying insight. Moving from descriptive analysis to predictive and prescriptive analysis requires much more technical ability, but also can unlock more insights for your organization. The main purpose of this methodology is to provide a primer for conducting a mixed analysis. Data analysis is mixed method research, the term used for analyzing data in mixed research. Broadly speaking, a mixed analysis involves using both the data analysis techniques within the same study. In a particular heuristic example, using real data from a published study entitled Perceptions of Barriers of Reading Empirical Literature. A mixed analysis is used with the aid of screenshots to illustrate how a researcher can conduct a quantitative dominant mixed analysis, wherein the quantitative analysis component is given higher priority and qualitative data and analysis is incorporated to increase understanding of the underlying phenomena. Qualitative data analysis techniques. Each of the various quantitative data analysis technique has a different approach to extracting value from the data. For example, quantitative data analysis technique that stimulates and estimates the probability of outcome in uncertain condition in field such as finance, engineering, and science. A provider of mobile telecommunication service can use it to analyze network performance using different scenarios to find opportunities to optimize its services. Other quantitative data types are examples include cross-tabulation and trend analysis. A typical steps involved in two popular quantitative data analysis techniques, those are regression analysis and hypothesis analysis. Regression analysis is a type of statistical analysis method that determines the relationship between independent and dependent variables. In finance, regression is defined as a method to help investment and financial managers value asset and determine variable relationship in commodity price and stocks. Through experiments that involves manipulating the values of independent variable, a quantitative data analyst can access the impact of the change on the dependent variable. The process can be thought of in terms of cause and effect. For example, an independent variable can be the amount an individual invests in the stock market with the dependent variable, the total amount of money an individual will have when they retire. The two primary types of regression analysis are simple linear and multiple linear. Simple linear regression analysis formula includes a dependent variable and independent variable. The mathematical representation of the dependent variable typically y, while x represents the independent variable. An example of the use of linear regression is a market research analysis analyzing the relationship between their company's product and customer satisfaction by ranking customer satisfaction level on the scale of 1 to 10. The market researcher can place numerical value on the data collected. Using these quantitative data, they can perform a regression analysis to determine a linear relationship between a product, that is independent variable, and a customer satisfaction, that is dependent variable. Multiple linear regression analysis also includes a dependent variable. The main difference is that it contains various independent variables, resulting in a potential complex formula for performing a regression analysis. However, tools such as Microsoft Excel and statistics software such as SPSS can simplify the task of multiple linear regression analysis. Hypothesis analysis. tests whether a hypothesis is true. This data analysis technique that uses sample data to test hypotheses, to validate an assumption and determine if it's plausible or factual. In this approach, an analyst develops two hypotheses. Only one of them can be true. Two foundational components of hypothesis analyzes are the null and the alternative. The first hypothesis is the null. Null means no difference between two groups represented in the data. Would claim that no difference is in school achievement existing between students from higher income communities and those from low income areas. In performing a hypothesis, the aim of the researcher and analyst is to demonstrate that a difference does exist between the groups in the study, therefore rejecting the validity of the null hypothesis. The alternative hypothesis is typically the opposite of null hypothesis. We have already looked into this previously, but deeper we are diving here. Let's say the annual sales growth of a particular product in existence for 15 years is 25%. The null hypothesis in this example is that the mean growth rate is 25% for the product. The aim of hypothesis analysis is to determine if the null hypothesis is not true. So in this example, an analyst uses the alternative hypothesis to test whether assumed 25% growth rate is accurate. Therefore, the alternative hypothesis is that the growth rate is not 25% for the product. The random sample can be the product's growth rate over 5 years instead of 15 years. At the end of the test, a data analyst can draw a conclusion based on the result. Qualitative data analysis techniques are built in two main qualitative data approach: deductive approach and inductive approach. This analysis method is used by researchers and analysts who already have a theory or a predetermined idea of the likely deductive approach. This analysis method is used by researchers and analysts who already have a theory or predetermined ideas of the likely input for a sample population. This approach aims to data collect that can methodically and accurately support a theory or hypothesis. Inductive approach. In this approach, a researcher or analyst with little insight into the outcome of a sample population collects the appropriate and proper amount of data about a topic of interest. Then, they investigate the data to look for patterns. The aim is to develop theory to explain patterns found in the data. Two main qualitative data analysis techniques used by data analysts are content analysis and discourse analysis. Another popular method is narrative analysis, which focuses on stories and experiences shared by studies of participants. The descriptions and the typical steps involved in content analysis and discourse analysis will study then deeper. Content analysis measures content changes over time across media, and it can use content analysis to identify patterns in various forms of communication. Content analysis can reveal patterns in recorded communication that indicate the purpose, message, and effect of the content. Content analysis can also help determine the intent of the content producers and the impact on target audiences. For example, content analysis of political messages can provide qualitative insights about employment policy amid the COVID-19 pandemic. An analyst could identify instances where the word employment appears in social media, news stories, and other media and correlates with other relevant terms, such as economy, businesses, and mainstream. An analyst can then study the relationship between these keywords to better understand a political campaign's intention with its message. The content analysis process contains several components, including the following. Those are the identify data sources. The first step in the content analysis process is to select the type of content that to be analyzed. Sources can range from text found and written from textbooks, newspapers, social media posts to visual form found in photographs and video. Next is determine data criteria. This step involves determining what will make a particular text relevant to the study. Questions to assess data criteria can include: does the text mention a specific topic or connote an event related to the issue? Does it fall within a specified date range or geographical location? Develop coding for the data. Since qualitative data is not numerical, it needs to be codified in preparation for measurement. This requires developing a set or system of codes to categorize the data. Once the coding system is developed, relevant codes can be applied to specific text. Analyze the results. All the work in the previous steps lead to the data examination process. Data analysts look for patterns and correlations in the data to interpret results and make conclusions. They can incorporate statistical techniques for data analysis to draw insight from the data further. Discourse analysis explores conversation in their social context. A message is not always what it seems. So, reading between the lines or the ability to determine underlying message in communication is essential. When communication, whether verbal or written, have an indirect or underlying message, it can be interpreted one way by one group and in an entirely different way by another, potentially leading to breakdown in civil discourse. Discourse analysis helps provide an understanding of the social and cultural context of verbal and written communication throughout the conversations. This analysis aims to investigate the social context of communication and how people use language to achieve their aims, such as evoking an emotion, sowing doubt, or building trust. This analysis analyzes verbal and nonverbal cues. For example, the way a speaker pauses on a particular word or phrase can reveal insight into the speaker's intent or attitude towards their phrase. This analysis helps interpret the true meaning and intent of communication and clarifies misunderstandings. For example, an analysis of transcripts of conversations between a physician and a patient can reveal whether the patient truly understood the diagnosis. An analyst can distinguish subtitle subtext in communication through discourse analysis to differentiate whether the content is fact, fiction, or propaganda. There are different steps that are included in discourse analysis. We'll briefly understand those steps. First one is define the research question that determines the aim of the investigation and provides a clear purpose. The research question will guide the analysis. Then select the content types. Materials used for investigation can include social media text, speeches, messaging, and marketing brochure, press releases, and more. Then collect the data. The content collected for the analysis typically focuses on a subject delivering the message, such as political leader or a company, and its targeted audiences, citizens and customers. Analyze the content. Word, phrases, sentences, and content structure can reveal patterns in the subject's attitude and intent with their message on the audience responses or reaction. Reporting the result of mixed method evaluations. The final task of the evaluator is required to perform is to summarize what the team has done, what has been learned, and how others might benefit from this project's experience. If you are reporting mixed method research, you have to show how mixed the research during various phases of the research, such as design, data collection, and reporting of the results are. In addition to the contracting agencies, most evaluations have other audiences as well, such as previously identified stakeholders, other policymakers, and researchers. For these audience, whose interest may be limited to a few of the topics covered in briefings, conference presentation, or workshops, may be more appropriate. Oral briefings allow the sharing of key findings and recommendations with those decision makers who lack the time to carefully review a voluminous report. In addition, conference presentation and workshop can be used to focus on special themes or to tailor messages to the interests and background of a specific audience. In preparing the final report and the other products that communicate the results of the evaluation, the evaluator must consider how should the communication be best tailored to meet the needs and interests of a given audience. How should the comprehensive final report be organized? How should the findings based on qualitative and quantitative methods may be integrated? And does the report distinguish between conclusion based on robust data and those that are more speculative? Where findings are reported, especially those likely to be considered sensitive, have appropriate steps taken or make sure the promise of the confidentiality are met. We have access to huge amounts of data in today's world, and it is very important to analyze and manage the data in order to use it for something important. The words data and analysis go hand in hand as they depend on each other. Data analysis and research are also related as they both involve several tools and techniques that are used to predict the outcome of the specific task for the benefit of any company. The majority of businesses issues include several factors. When making choices, managers use a variety of performance indicators and associated metrics. When selecting which items or services to buy, consumers consider a variety of factors. The equities that a broker suggests are influenced by variety of variables. One of those analytical techniques that are used to read a huge amount of data is known as multivariate data analysis. We'll see, I've given you a little bit of gist. We'll see what are we going to study about the entire topic. This is the outline. Multivariate data analysis, techniques of multivariate data analysis, factor analysis, cluster analysis, discriminant analysis, structural equation analysis, time series analysis, machine learning algorithms, text mining and sentiment analysis, predictive analysis, supervised machine analysis. So these are the outline that we are going to deeply study and understand. As I have already given you an overview of multivariate data analysis, let's deeply understand. It is defined as a process involving multiple dependent variables resulting in one outcome. This explains that the majority of problems in the real world are multivariate. For example, we cannot predict the weather of any year based on the season. there are multiple factors like pollution, humidity, precipitation, etc. Here, we will introduce you to multivariate data analysis, its history, its application, its objectives, and techniques. So before we go into application, let's get a little bit of history of multivariate. So in 1928, Wishart presented his paper, The Precise Distribution of the Sample Covariance Matrix of the Multivariate Normal Population, which is the initiation of MVA. In 1930s, S.N. Roy and B.L. and others did a lot of fundamental theoretical work on multivariate analysis. At that time, it was widely used in the fields of psychology, education, and biology. Let's understand the application of multivariate data analysis. So in the middle of 1950s, with the appearance and expansion of computers, multivariate analysis began to play a big role in geological, meteorological, medical, social, and science. From then on, new theories and new methods were proposed and tested constantly by practice, and at the same time, more application fields were exploited. With the aid of modern computers, we can apply methodology of multivariate analysis to do rather complex statistical analysis. As time advanced, MVA was extended to the fields of meteorology, geology, science, and medicines in the mid 1950s. Today, it more focuses on two types of statistics: descriptive and inferential statistics. We frequently find the best linear combination of variables that are mathematically in the descriptive region. But an inference is an informed estimate that is meant to save analyst time from diving too deeply into the data. Till now, we have understood and we have spoken about the definition and history of multivariate. Let us learn more about the objectives of multivariate data analysis. Multivariate data analysis helps in the reduction and simplification of data as much as possible without losing any important details. As MVA has multiple variables, the variables are grouped and sorted on the basis of their unique feature. The variable in multivariate data analysis could be dependent or independent. It is important to verify the collected data and analysis the state of the variables. In multivariate data analysis, it is very much important to understand the relationship between all the variables and predict the behavior of the variables based on observations. It is tested to create a statistical hypothesis based on the parameters of multivariate data. This testing is carried out to determine whether or not the assumptions are true. So what do you think? What could be the advantages of multivariate data analysis after understanding the objectives? So as multivariate data analysis deal with multiple variables, all the variables can either be independent or dependent on each other. This will further help the analysis to search for factors that can help in drawing accurate conclusion. Since the analysis is tested, the drawn conclusion are closer to the real life situations. So these we have discussed about certain advantages. What could be the disadvantages? So every side or every process that we do has pros and cons. So definitely there are advantages, but similarly, we also have to deal with certain disadvantages while performing such kind of data analysis process. So multivariate data analysis include many complex computation and hence can be laborious. The analysis necessitates the collections and tabulation of a large number of observations from various variables. This process of observation takes a long time. That's the major disadvantage. Let's further understand uses of multivariate data analysis. Multivariate analysis are used principally for four reasons. First, to see patterns of data, to make clear comparisons, to discard unwanted information, and to study multiple factors at once. Let's understand different techniques of multivariate data analysis. Factor analysis. So we'll discuss about factor analysis in further slides. So factor, cluster, discriminant, structural equation modeling, time series analysis, these are the different techniques that can be a part, or that is a part of multivariate data analysis. Let's deeply understand and delve into each one of it. Factor analysis. Mathematician utilizes the factor analysis techniques to break down huge number into smaller ones. Additionally, this method converts all the variables into a single score by removing the maximum ordinary variance from each one. It is a component of General Linear Model, GLM, which accepts a number of theories that incorporate relevant variable, linear relationships, real correlations, and no multicollinearity into the study of factors and variables. What are the types of factor analysis? First, a principal component analysis. It is the most common method which the researchers use. Also, it extracts the maximum variance and put them into the first factor. Subsequently, it removes the variance explained by the first factor and extracts the second factor. Moreover, it goes on until the last factor. Common factor analysis. It's the second most favored technique by researchers. Also, it extracts common variance and put them into factors. Furthermore, this technique does not include the variance of all variables and used in SEM. Image factoring. It is on the basis of correlation, metrics, and makes uses of OLS regression technique in order to predict the factor in image factoring. Maximum likelihood method. It also works on the correlation matrix, but uses a maximum likelihood method to factor. What are the assumptions of factor analysis? There are no outliers in the data. The sample size is supposed to be greater than the factor. It is an interdependency method. So there should be no perfect multicollinearity between the variables. Factor analysis is a linear function, thus it does not require any stochasticity, or you can say homoscedasticity between any variables. It is also based on the linearity assumption. So we can also use the non-linear variables. However, after a transfer, they change into a linear variables. There are few concepts of factor analysis that I'll briefly explain it to you. Exploratory factor analysis. It assumes that any variable or indicator can be associated with any factor. Moreover, it is the most common method used by researchers. Furthermore, it isn't based on any prior theory. That is exploratory factor analysis. Next could be confirmatory factor analysis. It is used to determine the factors loading and factors of measured variables and to confirm what is expect on the basis of pre-established assumption. Besides, it uses two approaches, the traditional method and the SEM method. Next is cluster analysis. Clustering is the task of dividing the unlabeled data or data points into different clusters, such as similar data points fall in the same cluster than those which differ from the others. So the cluster analysis is a collection of approaches for categorizing instance or objects into grouping called clusters. Data is divided based on the similarity and then labeled to the group through the analysis. In simple words, the aiming of the clustering process is to segregate groups with similar traits and assign them into clusters. Clustering describes the method of aggregating data that share similar attributes. Consider a large online retail like Amazon. Amazon can cluster sales based on the quantity purchased, or it can cluster sales based on the average account age of its customer. So what here it is, what the Amazon could be doing here is by separating the data into similar group based on shared feature, analyst may be able to identify other characteristics that define future activity. There are types of clustering. Broadly speaking, clustering can be divided into two subgroups. You can see in the picture here, a hard clustering and soft clustering. What is hard clustering? In this, each input data point either belongs to a cluster completely or not. For example, in the above example of Amazon, each customer is put into one group out of the 10 groups. In soft clustering, in this, instead of putting each input data into a separate cluster, a probability or likelihood of the data point being in those clusters is assigned. For example, again, from the above scenario, each customer is assigned a probability to be either of the 10 clusters of the retail stores. What are the different types of clustering algorithms? So connectivity model. So itself, the name suggests these models are based on the notion that the data point closer in data space exhibit more similarity to each other than the data points lying farther away. These models can follow two approaches. In the first approach, they start by classifying all the data points into separate clusters and then aggregating them as the distance decreases. The next approach in connectivity model could be all the data points are classified as a single cluster and then partitioned as the distance increases. Also, the choice of the distance function is subjective. These models are very easy to interpret but lack scalability of handling big data sets. Example of these models are the hierarchical clustering algorithms and their variants. Next type of algorithm is centroid models. These are the iterative clustering algorithm in which the notion of similarity is derived by the closeness of the data points to centroid or cluster center of the clusters. The k-means clustering algorithm is a popular algorithm that falls into this category. In these models, the number of cluster parameters required at the end has to be mentioned beforehand, which makes it important to have prior knowledge of the data set. These models run iteratively to find the local optima. The next algorithm is distribution model. These clustering models are based on the notion of how probable it is that all the data points in the cluster belong to the same distribution. These models often suffer from overfitting. A popular example of these models is expectation maximization algorithm. Last is density model here. These models search the data space for areas of the varied density of data points in the data space. They isolate different dense regions and assign the data points within these regions to the same cluster. Popular example of this model are DB-scan and optics. These models are particularly used for identifying clusters of arbitrary shape and detecting outliers. As they can detect and separate points, they are located in the sparse region of the data space, as well as points that belongs to the dense regions. You must be wondering, where do we actually apply this clustering? Where does the application of clustering belongs? So let me just give you a little bit of understanding. So clustering has a large number of applications spread across various domains. Some of the most popular applications of clustering are recommendation engines, market segmentation, social network analysis, search result grouping, medical imaging, image segmentation, and anomaly detection. Discriminant analysis. It is a multivariate technique used to separate two or more groups of observations, that is, individuals based on K variables measured on each experimental unit, that is, sample, and find the contribution of each variable in separating the groups. This model is made up of discriminant functions for more than two groups. A set of discriminant function that is premised on linear relationship of the predictor variables that provides the best discrimination between the groups. There are two types of discriminant analysis: linear and quadratic. In addition, the prediction or allocation of newly defined observation to previously specified groups may be examined using a linear or quadratic function for assigning each individual to existing groups. This can be done by determining which group each individual belongs to. Samples out to be free, one another, and independent. The variables used as predictors should have a multivariate normal distribution, and the variance covariance matrix for each group should be the same. This basis on these assumptions I'm telling you, it is presumable that cases cannot correspond to more than one group since group membership is considered mutually exclusive. That is, no case belong to more than one group. That means all cases are member of a group. If group membership is based on values of a continuous variable, then consider using linear regression to take advantage of the richer information. The procedure is most effective when group membership is a truly categorical variable. Let's understand these two types, linear and quadratic. What is linear discriminant analysis? Often known as LDA. Is a supervised approach that attempts to predict the class of dependent variables by utilizing the linear combination of the independent variable. It is predicted on the hypothesis that the independent variables have a normal distribution, continuous and numerical, and that each class has the same variance and covariance. Both classification and conditionally reduction may be accomplished with the assistance of this method. Quadratic discriminant analysis. It is a subtype of linear discriminant analysis, LDA, that uses quadratic combination of independent variables to predict the class of the dependent variable. The assumption of the normal distribution is maintained, even if it does not presume that the classes have an equal covariance. The QDA process produces a decision boundary. So here, the application is not only possible to solve classification issues using discriminant analysis, it also makes it possible to establish the informativeness of the particular classification. Businesses uses discriminant analysis as a tool to assist in gleaning meaning from data sets. This enables enterprises to drive innovative and competitive remedies supporting the consumer experience, customization, advertising, making predictions, and many other common strategy purposes. The human resources function is to evaluate potential candidates' job performance by using background information to predict how well candidate would perform once employed. Based on many performance metrics, as industrial facility can forecast when individual machine parts may fail or require maintenance. The ability to anticipate market trends that will have an impact on new products or services is required for sales and marketing. Structural equation modeling, SEM, is a type of statistical multivariate data analysis technique that analyzes the structural relationships between variables. This is a versatile and extensive data analysis network. SEM evaluates the dependent and independent variable. In addition, latent variable matrix and model measurements verification are obtained. SEM is a hybrid of metric analysis and structural modeling. For multivariate data analysis, this takes into an account measurement errors and factors observed. The factors are evaluated using multivariate analytic technique. This is an important component of SEM model. The main terminologies that are used while formulating a model in analysis, the relationship between variables are, I'm going to explain that. First is measured or observed variable. So this variable is the observation that are measured. That is a variable's numeric data, which is available and can be extracted from other source for statistical analysis. The measured variable in a model is represented by a rectangle. Next is latent variable. A latent variable in the model is the observation value of that variable for whose data is not available in numeric form. With the inclusion of this non-measured variable, the SEM model is developed. You can also pronounce this latent or latent. Latent variable in the model are represented by oval shapes. Then is the measurement errors. Measurement error is regarded as the error or biases present while measuring the value of a variable. That is, in collecting the data from any variable. Thus, the differences in correlation value and the actual value is 1.00 in the measurement error. There is always a possibility of error in measured or observed variable. So this is called measurement error. On the other hand, the latent variable does not have a measurement error because it does not have any numeric value. So the value just is derived by the model with computation and not measured by the researcher. Understanding the estimate. So the estimates are the value that maintain the scaling information of variables and can be interpreted with references to the scale. Thus, while developing the linkage between the variable and assessing the impact, an understandized estimate value is used. Now is standardized estimate. Standardized estimate are values whose mean is 0 and variance is 1. Transformation of unstandardized estimate is done for removing the scaling information from the model, which is essential to remove scaling because in some cases, the dataset for independent variable is computed at different scales. Thus, standardized estimate could be used for measuring effect size, but majorly it is used for informal comparison of parameters. However, the models with the independent variables computed at one scale. Standardized is not essential. Time series analysis. Time series analysis is a specific way of analyzing a sequence of data points collected overall an interval of time. In time series analysis, analysts record data points at consistent interval over a set period of time rather than just recording the data points intermittently or randomly. However, this type of analysis is not merely the act of collecting data over time. What sets time series data apart from the data is that the analysis can show how variable changes over the time. So in other words, time is crucial variable because it shows how the data adjusts over the course of the data points as well as the final results. It provides an additional source of the information and set order of dependencies between the data. What could be the benefits of time series analysis? It helps organization understand the underlying causes of trends or systematic patterns over time. When organization analyze data over consistent interval, they can also use time series forecasting to predict the likelihood of future events like seasonal or cyclic behavior, which provides a better understanding of data variable and helps forecast better. Time series analysis is used for non-stationary data, things that are constantly fluctuating over a time or affected by time. Industries like finance, retail, and economics frequently use time series analysis because currency and sales are always changing. Lastly, stock market analysis is an excellent example of time series analysis in action, especially with automated trading algorithms. I'll give you certain examples of time series analysis, that is weather data, rainfall measurement, temperature reading, heart rate monitoring, EKG, brain monitoring, EEG, quarterly sales, stock prices, automate stock trading, industry forecast, and interest rates. So there are several models also involved in time series analysis. Roughly, I'll tell you what exactly that those are. Classification, that is identifying and assigning categories to the data. Then curve fitting, plots the data also a curve to study the relationship of variable within the data. Descriptive analysis identifies pattern in time series like trend, cycle, or seasonal variation. Explanative analysis attempts to understand the data and the relationship between it as well as causes and effect. Exploratory analysis highlights the main characteristics of the time series data, usually in a visual format. Forecasting predicts future data. This type is based on historical trends. It uses the historical data as a model for future data, predicting scenarios that could happen along future plot points. Intervention analysis studies how an event can change the data. Lastly, segmentation as a model splits the data into segments to show the underlying properties of the source information. MLA, machine learning algorithm, are computer programs that adapt and evolve based on the data they process to produce predetermined outcomes. Machine learning algorithms are the program that can learn the hidden part from the data, predict the output, and improve the performance from experience on their own. Different algorithms can be used in machine learning for different tasks, such as simple linear regression that can be used for prediction problems like stock market prediction, and the KNN algorithm can be used for classification problems. In this topic, we will see the major overview of some popular and most commonly used machine learning algorithms along with their use case and categories. Types of machine learning algorithms. They are classified into three types. First type is text mining and sentiment analysis. This analysis offers powerful data analysis, insights, and dynamic results. No matter the type of text you need to analyze, and once you train a sentiment analyzer to your specific needs, you can analyze your unstructured text at speeds and level of accuracy you never thought is possible. Text sentiment analysis is crucial in brand's life cycle. Consider for a moment how many mentions are discussions that are about a company's product or customer service on social media platform, new feeds, new articles, review sites, and forums. In addition, businesses also gather enormous big data in intra-organizational and external emails, product marketing collaterals, PR content, presentations, videos, and more. When sentiment analysis from text is applied, this pool of data helps a company gain actionable and relevant insights. AI-enabled sentiment analysis thus helps to improve product, better customer experience, increase efficiency in operations, and in general, make analysis data simpler through automation. Text mining uses machine learning and natural language processing NLP automatically for sentiment analysis. What is the need for text mining sentiment analysis? Voice of the customer is the process where you can analyze customer feedback and gain actionable insight from it. These insights help you understand customer behavior better and conduct marketing conversion gap analysis. Client nurturing With sentiment analysis from text, businesses can analyze text data from a variety of sources, including client forum, port tickets and emails, call logs, and social media feeds to ensure that they are nurturing current and potential clients. Reputation management. Text sentiment analysis allows you to manage and maintain your footing in a tough market while helping you boost your reputation effectively and efficiently. When you can keep a tab on what's circulating about you on social media, business article, consumer forums, etc., you can be alert to a negative feedback and addresses them immediately. Social media listening. The social media scene is so vast that you have different channels from different users' personas. Where Facebook is considered for the mature user, Twitter is targeted towards, I repeat, Twitch is targeted towards game, with articles literally dedicated to helping you become an overnight star on YouTube and Instagram becoming the favorite channel for celebrities. Social media has turned more or less everything into popularity contest. Despite the information businesses can obtain through social media, surveys and consumer reviews are extremely crucial in providing specific information about the customer feel and their takeaway about the brand and services. SEO, search engine optimization, like Google and Bing, use text mining to understand what specific website is about and get greater insight into the quality of website's content. In this way, these search engines can offer internet users the most relevant content based on their specific queries. Lastly, voice of the employee. In other words, sentiment analysis from text can help a company to not only keep but also attract the best talent. Let's understand the process of doing sentiment analysis from text. First is text collection. A fundamental step in the process is collecting the text to be analyzed. It's a crucial step in the process as the remaining steps depend on the quality of the text data has been gathered. Firstly, text data can be gathered and uploaded through APIs. This will typically be the case of the data collected from, for example, social media platform, news sites, etc. Data can also be uploaded manually to the sentiment analysis API form, for instance, a CRM tool. Next is text processing. The next step is the process where the text data collected goes into the process area. During this step, all text is extracted from the gathered data and radiate from the sentiment analysis process. Here we'll look into the example. Video content analysis will also extract text from video files and captions, and audio transcription will convert any audio data to text if necessary. This is an important step, especially when analyzing text from social media, because social media data can be used with emojis, special characters, hashtags, user-generated videos, code switches, and abbreviations that people are using during informal conversation. Next is data analysis. Before text sentiments analysis can be performed on the data, the model needs to be trained first. For this, a pre-processed training data set that's manually labeled will be used to train the model. During this step, the data set will also be trained for different languages if multilingual data is used. Also, custom tags for all the themes and aspects that will be identified needed to be created. Following this, the topic classifier will attach a theme to text, and during the final step, the sentiment analysis API will isolate each theme and aspect in the text and analysis for its sentiment. Sentiment scores will be assigned between -1 and +1, while neutral sentiment may be classified as 0. Based on these scores, the sentiment analysis will calculate an average score as the overall sentiment. Insight visualization. Once sentiment analysis process is complete, the sentiment analysis will now represent the data as graph and charts on its sentiment visualization. Through this visualization, it will be clear which aspect received higher score and which received the lower score. To make it simple, the dashboard, for instance, enables businesses to see where they are performing well and where they need to improve. Predictive analysis. The term predictive analysis refers to use of statistics and modeling techniques to make predictions about future outcomes and performance. This analytical looks like at a current and historical data patterns to determine if those patterns are likely to emerge again. This allows businesses and investors to adjust where they use their resources to take advantage of possible future events. Predictive analysis can also be used to improve operational efficiencies and reduce risk. So, this analysis uses statistics and modeling techniques to determine future performance. Industries and disciplines such as insurance and marketing use predictive techniques to make important decisions. These models help make weather forecasts, develop video game, translate voice to text message, customer service decision, and develop investment portfolios. People often get confused with predictive analysis, whether it's a machine learning, even though the two are different disciplines. Types of predictive include decision trees, regression, and neural networks. There are different uses of predictive analysis in different areas. Forecasting is essential in manufacturing because it ensures the optimal utilization of resources in a supply chain. Critically spoke of the supply chain wheel, whether it is inventory management or shop floor require accurate forecast for functioning. This modeling is often used to clean and optimize the quality of data used for such forecast. Modeling ensures that more data can be ingested by system, including from customer-facing operation to ensure a more accurate forecast. Credit. Credit scoring makes an extensive use of predictive analysis. When a consumer or business applies for credit, data on the applicant's credit history and the credit record of borrowers with similar characteristics are used to predict the risk that the applicant might fail to perform on any credit extended. Marketing. Individuals who work in this field look at how consumers have reached to the overall economy when planning on a new campaign. They can use these shifts in demographic to determine if the current mix of product will entice consumer to make a purchase. Also, it is very helpful for fraud detection. Financial services can use predictive analysis to examine the transactions, trends, and patterns. If any of these activity appears in irregular, an institution can investigate it for fraudulent activity. This may be done by analyzing activity between bank accounts or analyzing when certain transactions occur. Types of predictive analysis analytical models. First is decision tree. If you want to understand what leads to someone's decision, then you may find decision trees useful. So this type of model places data into different sections based on certain variables, such as price or market capitalization. Just as the name implies, it looks like a tree with individual branches and leaves. Branches indicates the choices available, while individual leaves represents a particular decision. Decision trees are the simplest models because they are easy to understand and dissect. They are also very useful when you need to make a decision in short period of time. Next is regression. This is the model that is used the most in statistical analysis. Use it when you want to determine pattern in large sets of data and when there's a linear relationship between the inputs. This method works by figuring out a formula which represents the relationship between all the inputs found in the data set. For example, you can use regression to figure out how price and other key factors can shape the performance of security. Next is neural network. Neural networks were developed as a form of predictive analytics by imitating the way the human brain works. This model can deal with complex data relationships using AI and pattern recognition. Use it only if you have several hurdles that you need to overcome, like when you have too much data on hand, when you don't have the formula you need to help you find with relationship between the inputs and outputs in your data set, or when you need to make predictions rather than come up with the explanations. Predictive analysis. The term predictive analysis refers to use of statistics and modeling techniques to make predictions about future outcomes and performance. This analytical looks like at a current and historical data patterns to determine if those patterns are likely to emerge again. This allows businesses and investors to adjust where they use their resources to take advantage of possible future events. Predictive analysis can also be used to improve operational efficiencies and reduce risk. So, this analysis uses statistics and modeling techniques to determine future performance. Industries and disciplines such as insurance and marketing use predictive techniques to make important decisions. These models help make weather forecasts, develop video game, translate voice to text message, customer service decision, and develop investment portfolios. People often get confused with predictive analysis, whether it's a machine learning, even though the two are different disciplines. Types of predictive include decision trees, regression, and neural networks. There are different uses of predictive analysis in different areas. Forecasting is essential in manufacturing because it ensures the optimal utilization of resources in a supply chain. Critically spoke of the supply chain wheel, whether it is inventory management or shop floor, require accurate forecast for functioning. This modeling is often used to clean and optimize the quality of data used for such forecast. Modeling ensures that more data can be ingested by system, including from customer-facing operation to ensure a more accurate forecast. Credit. Credit scoring makes an extensive use of predictive analysis. When a consumer or business applies for credit, data on the applicant's credit history and the credit record of borrowers with similar characteristics are used to predict the risk that the applicant might fail to perform on any credit extended. Marketing. Individuals who work in this field look at how consumers have reached to the overall economy when planning on a new campaign. They can use these shifts in demographic to determine if the current mix of product will entice consumer to make a purchase. Also, it is very helpful for fraud detection. Financial services can use predictive analysis to examine the transactions, trends, and patterns. If any of these activity appears in irregular, an institution can investigate it for fraudulent activity. This may be done by analyzing activity between bank accounts or analyzing when certain transactions occur. Types of predictive analysis analytical models. First is decision tree. If you want to understand what leads to someone's decision, then you may find decision trees useful. So this type of model places data into different sections based on certain variables, such as price or market capitalization. Just as the name implies, it looks like a tree with individual branches and leaves. Branches indicate the choices available, while individual leaves represents a particular decision. Decision trees are the simplest models because they are easy to understand and dissect. They are also very useful when you need to make a decision in short period of time. Next is regression. This is the model that is used the most in statistical analysis. Use it when you want to determine pattern in large sets of data and when there's a linear relationship between the inputs. This method works by figuring out a formula which represents the relationship between all the inputs found in the data set. For example, you can use regression to figure out how price and other key factors can shape the performance of security. Next is neural network. Neural networks were developed as a form of predictive analytics by imitating the way the human brain works. This model can deal with complex data relationships using AI and pattern recognition. Use it only if you have several hurdles that you need to overcome, like when you have too much data on hand, when you don't have the formula you need to help you find with relationship between the inputs and outputs in your data set, or when you need to make predictions rather than come up with the explanations. Factor analysis. So, mathematicians utilize the factor analysis techniques to break down huge numbers into small ones. Additionally, this method converts all the variables into single score by removing the maximum ordinary variance from each one. It is a component of the general linear model, which accepts a number of theories that incorporate relevant variables, linear relationship, real correlation, and no multi-collinear tree into the study of factors variables. This method converts all the variables into single score by removing the maximum ordinary variance from each one. So as I mentioned, mathematicians utilize this technique to break down huge numbers into smaller ones. There are types of factors analysis: a principal component analysis, common factor analysis, image factoring, and maximum likelihood method. And firstly, we'll understand principal component analysis. So it is the most common method which the researchers use. Also, it extracts the maximum variance and put them into the first factor. Subsequently, it removes the variance explained by the first factor and extracts the second factor. Moreover, it goes on until the last factor. Common factor analysis. It's the second most favored technique by researchers. Also, it extracts common variants and put them into factors. Furthermore, this technique doesn't include the variance of all variables and using SEM. Image factoring. It is on the basis of the correlation matrix and makers use regression technique in order to predict the factor in image factoring. Maximum likelihood method. It also works on the correlation matrix, but uses a maximum likelihood method to factor. Now, assumptions of factor analysis. So there are no outliers in the data. The sample size is supposed to be greater than the factor. It is interdependency method, so there should be no perfect multi-collinearity between the variables. Factor analysis is a linear function, thus it doesn't require homoscedasticity between variables. It also be used on the linearity assumption, so we can use non-linear variables. However, after a transfer, they change into a linear variable. Methods of factor analysis. Exploratory factor analysis. It assumes that any variable or indicator can be associated with any factor. Moreover, it is the most common method used by researchers. Furthermore, it isn't based on your prior theory. Confirmatory factor analysis. It is used to determine the factors loading and factors of measured variables and to confirm what it expects on the basis of pre-established assumptions. Besides, it uses two approaches, the traditional method and the SEM method. SEM approach method, I mean. Then the next important technique is cluster analysis. So clustering is the task of dividing the unlabeled data or data points into different clusters such that similar data points fall in the same cluster than those which differ from the others. So in simple words, the aim of the clustering process is to segregate groups with similar traits and assign them into clusters. Clustering describes the method of aggregating data that share similar attributes. Consider a large online retailer like Amazon. Amazon can cluster sales based on the quantity purchased, or it can cluster sales based on the average account age of its customer. So, by separating data into similar groups based on the shared feature, analysts may be able to identify other characteristics that define future activity. There are types of clustering now. Broadly speaking, clustering can be divided into two subgroups, hard clustering and soft clustering. In this, each input data point either belongs to cluster completely or not. For example, in the above example, each customer is put into one group out of 10 groups for Amazon. So in this, instead of putting each input data into separate cluster, a probability or likelihood of data point being into those clusters is assigned. For example, from the above scenario, each customer is assigned a probability to be in the either of the 10 clusters of the retail store. Now, different types of cluster algorithms. Connectivity model. So, as the name suggests, this model are based on the notions that the data point closer in data space exhibit more similarity to each other than the data points lying farther away. These models can follow two approaches. In the first approach, they start by classifying all data points into separate cluster and then aggregating them as the distance decreases. In the second approach, all data points are classified as a single cluster and then partitioned as the distance increases. Also, the choice of distance functions is subjective. These models are very easy to interpret, but lack scalability for handling big data sets. Examples of these models are hierarchical clustering algorithms and their variants. Then is centroid models. These are iterative clustering algorithms in which the notions of similarity is derived by the closeness of a data point to the centroid or cluster center of the clusters. Now, the k-means clustering algorithm is a popular algorithm that falls into this category. In these models, the number of cluster parameters required at the end has to be mentioned beforehand, which then makes it important to have prior knowledge of the data set. These models run iteratively to find a local optimum. Next is distribution model. Now, this clustering method plays a vital role and are based on the notion of how probable it is that all data points in the cluster belong to the same distribution. This model often suffer from overfitting. A popular example of these model is the expectation maximization algorithm, which uses multivariate normal distribution. Then is density models. These models search the data space for areas of the varied density of data points in the data space. Now, here what happens is they isolate different dense regions and then assign the data points within these regions to the same cluster. Popular example of density models are optics and deep scan, DB scan. These models are particularly useful for identifying clusters of arbitrary shape and detecting outliers, as they can detect and separate points that are located in sparse region of the data space, as well as points that belong to dense region. Now, application of clustering. Clustering has a large number of applications spread across various domains. Some of the most popular applications of clustering are recommendation engines, market segmentation, social network analysis, search result grouping, medical imaging, image segmentation, and anomaly detection. Next is discriminant analysis, meaning it is multivariate technique used here to separate two or more groups of observation individuals based on the variables measured on experimental unit, those are samples, and find the contribution of each variable in separating the groups. Now, this model is made up of discriminant function, or for more than two groups, a set of discriminant function that is premised on linear relationship of the predictor variable that provides the best discrimination between the groups. There are two types of discriminant analysis, linear and quadratic. So in addition, the prediction or allocation of newly defined observations to previously specified groups may be examined using a linear or quadratic function for assigning each individual to existing groups. This can be done by determining which group each individual belongs to. So now assumptions of discriminant analysis. Sample out to be free from one another and independent. The variables used as predictors should have a multivariate normal distribution, and the variance covariance matrix for each group should be the same. It is presumable that cases cannot correspond to more than one group, since group membership is considered mutually exclusive. That is, no case belong to more than one group. If group membership is based on values of a continuous variables, then consider using linear regression to take advantage of the richer information offered by the constant variable. The procedure is most effective when group membership is a truly categorical variable. Now, different types. Linear and quadratic discriminant analysis are two variants of a statistical techniques known as discriminant analysis. Linear discriminant analysis, often known as LDA, is supervised approach that attempts to predict the class of dependent variable by using the linear combination of an independent variable. Often, linear discriminant analysis, known as LDA, is a supervised approach that attempts to predict the class of the dependent variable by utilizing the linear combination of the independent variable. It is predicted on the hypothesis that the independent variables have a normal distribution, continuous and numerical, and that each class has the same variance and covariance. Both classification and conditionality reduction may be accomplished with the assistance of this method. Next is quadratic discriminant analysis. It is basically a subtype of linear discriminant analysis that uses quadratic combination of independent variable to predict the class of the dependent variable. The assumptions of the normal distribution is maintained, even if it does not presume that the classes have an equal covariance. The QDA produces a quadratic decision boundary. Now, application. So not only is it possible to solve classification issues using discriminant analysis, It also makes it possible to establish the informativeness of particular classifications, characteristics, and assist in selecting a sensible set of geophysical parameters, or you can say a research methodology. Next, a business use discriminant analysis as a tool to assist in gleaning meaning from data sets. This enables enterprises to drive innovative and competitive remedies, supporting the consumer experience, customization, advertising, making predictions, and many other common strategic purposes. Now, the human resources function is to evaluate potential candidates' job performance by using background information to predict how well candidate would perform once employed. The ability to anticipate market trends that will have an impact on new products or services is required for sales and marketing. This is how the discriminant analysis can be done as an apply in several fields. Structural equation modeling, SEM, or you can say a structural equation, is a type of statistical multivariate data analysis technique that analyze the structural relationship between variables. SEM evaluates a dependent and independent variable. It is basically a hybrid of metric analysis and structure modeling. So this is versatile and extensive data analysis network, where in addition, latent variable metrics and model measurements verifications are obtained. SEM is a hybrid of metric analysis and structural modeling for multivariate data analysis. This takes into account measurement errors and factors observed. The factors are evaluated using multivariate analytic techniques. This is an important component of the SEM model. Methods of SEM. Two popular methods dominant SEM in practice: covariance-based SEM, that is CB or SEM, and partial least squares SEM, PLS SEM, also called as PLS path modeling. Now, CB SEM is primarily used to confirm or reject theories and their underlying hypotheses. This approach confirms or rejects hypotheses by determining how closely a proposed theoretical model can reproduce the covariance matrix for an observed sample dataset. PLS SEM is evolving rapidly as a statistical modeling technique. Over the last few decades, there have been numerous introductory articles on this methodology that you can refer to understand this particular method in deeply. Next is classification of SEM. Structural modeling falls into four broad categories. These structural equation models are path analysis, confirmatory factor analysis, latent variable structure model, and latent growth curve model. We'll understand each one of it deeply. So when I say path analysis, the name itself says there could be a structural equation model. In use is the application of structural equation modeling without latent variables. So the best part about path analysis is that it includes the relationship among variables that serve as predictors in one single model. The classic example of this may be mediation model. Path analysis, another structural equation model type, is an extension of the regression model. In a path analysis model, from the correlation matrix, two or more causal models are compared. The path of the model is shown by a square and an arrow, which shows the causation. Regression weight is predicted by the model. Confirmatory factor analysis. Confirmatory factor analysis, also known as CFA, is a way ahead of data reduction. CFA is also known within SEM as the measurement model because it's the step taken to determine how the factors are measured by the indicators. The confirmatory factor model is SEM treats intelligence as a latent variable which can be measured on the basis of test scores. These are spread out in 4 areas: reading, writing, math, and analysis. So, the structural equation modeling example basically shows how to estimate a confirmatory factor model. The primary benefit of structural modeling is that it is entirely free. It requires an installation only. Next is latent variable structure model. So for these models, there are specific diagrams which I can share later with you all. The next structural equation model for analysis is the latent variable structure model. Very next step is to fit the structural model, which is what you probably think of when you hear about SEM. It is mainly using the measured latent variables within the path analysis framework. Once you have declared the latent variables, you can hypothesize and test their relationship. Fourth is latent growth curve model. Another popular use of structural equation modeling is longitudinal model, commonly referred to as growth curve models. Let's say, for instance, you have multiple observations of the same variable over time. You may declare and intercept a slope for the subject's papers over time as latent variable by constraining the path coefficients in a specific way. Since the paths are constrained, we have to estimate on growth curve modeling that means of the latent variable. These means give us the overall intercept and overall slope across all the subjects. So latent growth curve models are related to and offer an alternative means of running mixed model and longitudinal model or a data. These mixed models are often known as individual growth curve models. Now, careers in structural equation modeling. So you might be basically a mathematics graduate or simple bachelor computer application. Students with a master's degree in economics or social science can also aspire to have a career in equation modeling. You may take up data science or data analytic course to prepare yourself for structural equation modeling research analyst role you have been dreaming of. Next is time series analysis. Time series analysis is a specific way of analyzing a sequence of data points collected over an interval of time. In time series analysis, analysts record data points at consistent intervals over a set period of time, rather than just recording the data points intermittently or randomly. However, this type of analysis is not merely the act of collecting data over time. What sets time series data apart from other data is that analysis can show how variable changes over time. So in other words, time is crucial variable because it shows how the data adjusts over the course of the data points as well as the final results. It provides an additional source of information and sets order for dependencies between the data. Several benefits of time series analysis. Time series analysis helps organization understand the underlying cause of trends or systematic patterns over time. When organizations analyze data over consistent interval, They can also use time series forecasting to predict the likelihood of future events like seasonality or cyclic behavior, which provides a better understanding of data variables and hence helps forecast better. Time series analysis is used for rather non-stationary data, things that are constantly fluctuating over time or are affected by time. Industries like finance, retail, and economics frequently use time series analysis because currency and sales are keep always changing. Stock market analysis is an excellent example of time series in action, especially when automated trading algorithms. So here are the certain examples of time series analysis: weather, rainfall, temperature, quarterly sales, stock price, industry forecast, interest rates, which you can see keeps on changing, and hence the time series analysis is always in the action. Model of time series analysis include classifications. So identifies and assign categories to the data. Curve fitting plots the data along a curve to study the relationships of variable within the data. Then comes the descriptive analysis, identifies pattern in time series data like trends, cycles, or seasonal variations. Then is explanative analysis, attempts to understand the data and the relationships within, as well as its causes and effect. Exploratory analysis basically highlights the main characteristics of the time series data, usually in a visual format. Forecasting here predicts future data. This type is based on historical trends. It uses the historical data as a model for future data, predicting scenarios that could happen along future plot points. Then is intervention analysis, studies how an event can change the data. Next comes segmentation. Here splits the data into segments to show the underlying properties of the source information. Quantitative research. So a few factors, including the research topic, study type, constraint, budget, accessibility of data, and availability of respondents, must be taken into consideration while choosing the best research methodology. Quantitative research and qualitative research are the two basic categories of research methodology. While the goal of quantitative research is to validate or test a theory or hypothesis, the goal of qualitative research is to comprehend a subject, even or uncover causes for patterns that have been seen. The process of gathering and interpreting numerical data is known as quantitative research. It can be used to identify trends and averages, formulate hypotheses, examine causality, and extrapolate findings to larger populations. We will learn more about quantitative research in this particular section. The process of gathering data and also the non-numerical data such as text, video, and audio is a part of qualitative research, and numerical data is a part of quantitative research. We can define this quantitative research as the methodical gathering and analysis of data from a variety of respondents that are based on numerical values, followed by the analysis of the data to produce the result using a variety of mathematical, statistical, and computational tools. Observing events that have an impact on the sample population, a particular set of people, requires the use of quantitative research tools. In this kind of research, different kinds of numerical data are gathered using a variety of techniques, and then statistical analysis is used to aggregate, compare, and reveal links between the data. Questionnaires, organized observations, and experiments are all examples of quantitative research methodology. We'll understand the two examples. roughly, of quantitative research. First could be customer satisfaction questionnaires that a business set out following the revision of its customer service programs on a rating system from 1, that could be bad, and 5, which is outstanding. Customer asked to review their whole experience. A second example we'll consider a school that has launched a brand new after school program for kids. And few months after it started, the school sent feedback forms to the parents who had signed up earlier. Typically, these surveys ask close-ended questions with a yes or no option or definite responses. This aids in a quick evaluation of the program's success and reach. So, this is how you can implement your quantitative research while doing your research. When to use quantitative research? Recommended a final course of action. Find whether a consensus exists regarding a particular subject. Generalize results to a larger population. Determine a cause and effect relationship between variables. Describe characteristics of specific groups of people. Test hypotheses and examine specific relationships. Identify and establish size of market segments. These are the reasons, or these are the ways where you can use quantitative research. What are the advantages and disadvantages? Advantages: scientific and rational. So, quantitative research methods are more scientific and rational. They are quantifiable data, leading to objectivity in the results and avoid any chance of ambiguity. Next is replication. Repeating the study is possible because of standardized data collection protocols and tangible definitions of abstract concepts. Third, direct comparison of results. The study can be reproduced in other cultural settings, times, or with different groups of participants. Results can be compared statistically. Large sample. Data from large sample can be processed and analyzed using reliable and consistent procedures through quantitative data analysis. Hypothesis testing. Using formalized and established hypothesis testing procedure means that you have to carefully consider and report your research variables, predictions, data collection, and testing methods before coming to conclusion. Quick and easy. The use of statistical analysis software ensures quick analysis of large volumes of data and is less effort intensive. Disadvantages of quantitative research. Superficiality. Using precise and restrictive operational definitions may inadequately represent complex concepts. For example, the concept of mood may be represented with just a number in quantitative research, but explained with elaboration in qualitative research. Narrow fact focus. Predetermined variables that measure procedures can mean that you ignore other relevant observations. Structural bias. Despite standardized procedure, structural biases can still affect quantitative research. Missing data, imprecise measurement, and inappropriate sampling method are biases that can lead to a wrong conclusion. Lack of context. Quantitative research often use unnatural setting, like laboratories, or fails to consider historical and cultural context that may affect data collection and results. Steps of quantitative research. So, this research method includes few key steps as theory. So, you establish a research question and specify the problem or area of interest. After theory, there's a hypothesis. We have already briefly understood hypothesis in the earlier chapters, but let's look into this again. Using the research topic as a guide, develop a hypothesis. The following stages will put this theory to the test. Research design. In this step, the best quantitative research design will be chosen, including the choice of respondent, sample size, potential study sites, etc. Data collection. Depending on your research goal and sample size, this procedure could take a long time. Data analysis. The gathered data are examined using statistical analysis. The analysis findings aid in confirming or disapproving your idea. Present findings. Inferences are made based on the data analysis, and findings are conveyed as truthful as feasible. Data collection is the process of obtaining and evaluating precise data from a variety of sources to identify trends, probabilities, and other factors that may be used to evaluate potential outcomes. The process of obtaining, measuring, and analyzing precise data from a range of pertinent sources in order to address issues in research, provide answer to queries, assess results, and predict trends are probability. So to assure quality assurance, keep research integrity and make educated business decisions. Accurate data collecting is required. The researchers must specify the data sources, data types, and methodology used during the data gathering. We'll quickly find that there are numerous approaches of gathering data. So data collection is heavily utilized in research, businesses, commercials, and government fields. Different types of data or methods of data collection. Primary and secondary data collection are the two approaches used to gather information for research and or analysis purpose. So let's explore each method in detail. Primary data collection. Primary data collection involves the collection of original data directly from the source or through direct interaction with the respondents. This means the researcher here meets the respondent and directly collect the data. That's why this method allows researchers to obtain first-hand information specifically tailored to their research objectives. There are various techniques for primary data collection, including surveys and questionnaires. Researchers design structured questionnaires or surveys to collect data from individual or group. This can be conducted through face-to-face interviews, telephone calls, mails, or online platforms. Interviews involve direct interaction between the researcher and the respondent. They can be conducted in person, over the phone, or through video conferencing. Interviews can be structured with predefined questions, semi-structured, those are allowing flexibility, or unstructured, that is more conversational. In this way, the interviews can be done. Observations. Researchers observe and record behavior, actions, or events in their natural setting. This method is useful for gathering data on human behavior, interactions, or phenomena without direct intervention. Experiments. Experimental studies involve the manipulation of variables to observe their impact on the outcome. So here, the researchers control the condition and collect data to draw conclusion about causal and effect relationship. Focus group. Interesting. This group brings together a small group of individuals who discuss specific topic in a moderated setting. This method helps in understanding opinions, perceptions, and experiences shared by the participants. Data collection tool. Now that we have explained the various techniques, let's narrow our focus even further by looking at some specific tools. First is word association. The researcher gives the respondent a set of words and asks them what comes to mind when they hear each word. So, for example, if I give a word that is probably hair, maybe you might be thinking of a brand Dove, Sunsilk, L'Oreal, and etc. What comes in your mind is what the researcher wants to hear. Sentence completion. Researcher use sentence completion to understand what kind of ideas the respondent has. This tool involves giving an incomplete sentence and seeing how the interviewer finishes it. Next is role playing. Respondents are presented with an imaginary situation and asked how they would act or react if it was real. In person survey. The researcher asks questions in person, online or web surveys. These surveys are easy to accomplish, but some users may be unwilling to answer truthfully, if at all. Mobile surveys. These surveys take advantage of the increasing proliferation of mobile technology. Mobile collection surveys rely on mobile devices like tablets or smartphones to conduct surveys via SMS or mobile apps. Phone surveys. No researcher can call thousands of people at once, so they need a third party to handle the call. However, many people have call screening and won't answer. Observation. Sometimes the simplest method is the best. Researchers who can make direct observation, collect data quickly and easily with little intrusion and third party bias. Naturally, it's only effective in small scale situations. Data analysis. Once data is collected, you may need to process it before it can be analyzed. For example, survey and tests data may need to be transformed from words to numbers. Then you can use statistical analysis to answer your research question. Once the data is collected, you may need to process it before it can be analyzed. So there are different methods that includes descriptive research, inferential statistic, regression analysis, reporting and presenting, quantitative research finding. Descriptive. In order to comprehend a phenomena, a circumstance, or a population, descriptive research is used. Descriptive research doesn't manipulate particular variables like experimental research does. Instead, it only aims to measure and observe the variable in order to research them. This design is employed in quantitative research of the kind that looks for traits, groups, and trends. Case study observations and surveys are the three most popular ways to gather descriptive research data. Research that is descriptive describes circumstances, scenario, or factors. Descriptive statistics concentrate on what rather than the why. This research typically entails a good deal of observation. A researcher might ask children to describe how they spend their summer vacation or what a teacher during a class to see how to explain concepts to students. What could be the advantages of descriptive statistics research? This research design for a quantitative approach allows you to gather a detailed and understanding of the research objective. The research method is relatively easy to implement and involves survey, observation, and etc. The other advantage is it enables you to gather representative data that you can use to generalize the finding to a large population. Briefly, I'll give you some examples of descriptive research. A description of teenagers' alcohol habit. Researchers can issue survey asking teens how much do they consume alcohol, when they drink, and who they drink with. They can conduct a survey over a period of years to see how teenage alcohol consumption changes with time. A description of how people is assisted living facilities spend their time. Now here, researcher can conduct survey asking people who live or work at assisted living facilities how much time they spend on certain activities. A researcher might also visit a facility to observe resident and workers timing their activities. A description of how the housing market in particular city has changed over the years. This is the topic. Here, a researcher can collect data on housing prices, sales volume, time on the market to see how real estate in the city has changed over defined periods, such as the past 10 years. Since the researcher aims to describe the data, they are not looking for factors that could have affected homes price, such as economic recession or new amenities in the city. A description of how opinion on a subject have changed over a period. Here, the researcher can describe how opinions on the subject, such as climate change or driving while intoxicated, have changed over a time. They can collect data by conducting surveys that ask people to rank their feelings or beliefs on a subject on a scale from 1 to 10. They can follow up with the same people year after year to describe the evolution of opinions. Next is inferential statistics. Inferential statistics can be defined as field of statistics that uses analytical tools for drawing conclusion about what? About a population by examining random samples. The goal of inferential statistics is to make generalization about population. In inferential statistics, the statistic is taken from the sample data. Example, the sample mean that used to make inferences about the population parameters. In this statistic is a branch of statistics that makes a use of various analytical tools to draw inferences about the population data from sample data. Apart from inferential statistics, descriptive statistics forms another branch of statistics. Inferential statistics helps to draw conclusion about the population, while descriptive statistics summarizes the feature of the data set. Inferential statistics helps to develop a good understanding of the population data by analyzing the samples obtained from it. It also helps in making generalizations about the population by using various analytical tools and tests. In order to pick out random samples, it will represent the population accurately. Mainly sampling techniques are used. They have also understood some sampling techniques in our PPTs previously. Those sampling techniques are important methods, which is called as simple random sampling, stratified sampling, cluster sampling, and systematic sampling techniques. Inferential statistics have two main uses: testing hypothesis and parametric and non-parametric test. Regression analysis. It is a statistical method for estimating the relationship between two or more variables. In theory, regression can be used to predict the value of one variable, that is the dependent variable, from the value of one or more other variables, that is the independent variable or predictors. There are many different types of regression depending on the number of variables and properties of the data that one is working with, and each makes assumption about the relationship between the variables. For instance, most type of regression assume that the variables have a linear relationship. Therefore, it is important to understand the assumptions underlying the type of regression that you use and how to properly interpret its results. Because regression will always output a relationship, whether or not the variables are truly casually associated with each other. It is important to carefully select your predictor variables. Regression analysis is a quantitative research method which is used when the study involves modeling and analyzing several variables, where relationship includes a dependent variable and one or more independent variables. So make it simple to understand. Regression analysis is a quantitative method used to test the nature of relationship between dependent and one or more independent variables. The basic form of regression models includes unknown parameters, independent variables, and dependent variables. It basically specifies the relationship of dependent variables to a function combination of independent variable and unknown parameters. Now, the reporting and presenting quantitative research methods. Once you have completed your quantitative analysis and now are ready to report your results, you are going to spend some time talking about what matters in quantitative research reports. But the very first fine thing is to understand in this is openness with your data and analysis is key. You should never hide what you did to get to a particular conclusion. And if someone wants to and could ethically access your data, they should be able to replicate more or less exact what you did. While your quantitative report won't have every single step you took to get your conclusion, it should have plenty of details so someone can get the picture of your result. I'm going to take you through the key elements of quantitative research report. This overview is pretty general and conceptual, and it will be helpful for you to look at existing scholarly articles that deal with quantitative research, like ones in your own literature review, to see the structure applied. Also keep in mind that you have to do that sections broken out slightly differently. Nonetheless, the content should be part of your research report. First, reporting research findings is methods. In this section, you should explicitly lay out your study design. For instance, if it was experimental, be specific about the type of experimental design. Discuss the type of sampling that you used, if that's applicable to your project. You should also go into a general description of your data, including the time, period, any exclusion you made from the original data set as the source. That is, did you collect it yourself or was it secondary data? Next, talk about the specific statistical method you used, like t-test, chi-square test, or regression analysis. For descriptive statistics, you can be relatively general. You don't need to say, I looked at means and medians, for instance. You need to provide enough information here that someone could replicate what you did. So, in this section, you should discuss how you operationalized your variables. What did you mean when you asked about educational attainment? Did you ask for a grade number or did you ask them to pick a range that you turn into category? These are the key information for readers to understand your research. Remember, when you were looking for ways to operationalize your variables, be the kind of author who provides enough information and on operationalization so people can actually understand what they did. Results. You are going to run lots of different analysis to settle on what finally makes sense to get your results, positive or negative. For your study, for this section, you are going to provide tablets with description of your sample, including but not limited to sample size, frequency of sample characteristics like race and gender, levels of measurement, appropriate measures to central tendency, standard deviation, and variances. Here, you will also want to focus on the analysis you use to actually draw whenever or whatever conclusion you settled on, both descriptive and inferential, that is, bivariate and multivariate. The actual statistics you report depend entirely on the kind of statistical analysis you do. For instance, if you are reporting on logistic regression, it's going to look a little different than reporting on an ANOVA. In the previous chapter, we provided links to open textbook results. You are going to run a lot of different analysis to settle on what finally makes sense to get a result, positive or negative. For a study for this section, you are going to provide tablets with description of your sample, including but not limited to sample size, frequencies of sample characteristics like race and gender, levels of measurement, appropriate measures of central tendency, standard deviation, and variances. Here, you will also want to focus on the analysis you use to actually draw whatever conclusion you settled on, both descriptive and inferential, that is bivariate and multivariate. So the actual statistics you report depend entirely on the kind of statistical analysis you do. For instance, if you're reporting on a logistic regression, it's going to look a little different from the reporting on an ANOVA. So the important thing here to remember is, as we mentioned above, is that you need to be totally transparent about your results, even and especially if they do not support your hypothesis. There is a value in a disapproved hypothesis too. You now know something about how to state of the world is not. Discussion. So in this section, you are going to connect your statistical results back to your hypothesis and discuss whether your results support your hypothesis or not. You are also going to talk about what the results mean for the larger field of study of which your research is a part, the implications of your findings if you are evaluating some kind of intervention, and how your research relates to what is already out there in the field. When your research doesn't pan out the way you expect, if you are able to make some educated guesses as to why this might be, supported by literature if possible, but practice wisdom works too. Share those as well. Let's take a minute to talk about what happens when your finding disapproves your hypothesis or actually indicate something negative about the group you are studying. So the discussion section is where you can contextualize negative findings. For example, say you conducted a study that indicated that a certain group is more likely to commit violent crime. Here, you have an opportunity to talk about why this might be the case outside for their membership in that group, and how membership in that group does not automatically mean someone will commit a violent crime. You can present mitigating factors like a history of personal and community trauma. It's extremely important to provide this relevant context so that your results are more difficult to use against a group you are studying in a way that doesn't reflect your actual findings. Limitation. In this section, you are going to critique your own study. What are the advantages, disadvantages, trades of what you did to define the analysis, your variable. Some questions you might consider include what limits the study's applicability to the population at large. Were there trade-offs you had? Did the statistical analysis you used mean that you could only get certain types of results? What would have made the study more widely applicable or more useful for certain groups? You should be thinking about this throughout the analysis process so you can properly contextualize your results. In this section, you may also consider discussing any threats to internal validity that you identified and whether you think you can generalize your research. Finally, if you use any measurement tools that haven't been validated yet, discuss how this could have affected your results. Lastly, and importantly, significant and conclusion. Significance And conclusion. Finally, you want to use the conclusion section to bring it all full circle for your reader. Why did this research matter? Talk about how it contributed to knowledge around the topic and how might it be used for further practice. Identify and discuss ethical implications of your findings for social workers and social work research. Finally, make sure to talk about the next step for you, other researchers, or policymakers based on your research findings can get the benefit of.